Su Chen, having been reborn, felt a sudden chill run through his entire body. As someone who just wanted to lie flat and enjoy life like a salted fish, he never imagined he would be thrown into such a hellish difficulty level from the very start. Li Ruobing, the pure and sweet national goddess adored by the entire internet, was not only his childhood sweetheart since they were little, but also a female devil with serious violent tendencies who took pleasure in tormenting him. And now, this female devil had actually taken advantage of him being drunk to trick him into the Civil Affairs Bureau and force a marriage registration. Faced with such a terrifying yandere marriage trap, he was shaking with rage, swearing that if he did not get a divorce today, he was a dog. But the system prompt echoing in his mind gave him a final death countdown. Ding, trigger condition detected. Option 1, force a divorce, and the punishment is to be a lonely bachelor for life. Option 2, kiss Li Ruobing to activate the check-in mode and be rewarded with a trillionaire lifestyle. On one side was the fear of being tortured to death by a female devil, and on the other was the desperate situation of a life in misery. Su Chen was completely trapped in a hopeless dilemma, and the tragedy of being firmly locked down by his superstar wife had already begun. Everything traces back to that incredibly noisy campus, back when he had not yet recovered from his hangover. Imperial capital, a certain university. Inside a boys' dormitory, several young male students were gathered together, staring intently at a 32-inch computer screen, wishing they could see right through it. Wow, Bingbing is so beautiful. It is 40 degrees outside, but right now my heart is filled with Bingbing. My wife Bingbing's smile is really going to melt my heart with its sweetness. On the computer screen was the hottest big star of the past 2 years, named Li Ruobing. Because of her sweet smile, pure first love-like appearance, and excellent acting skills, she had only debuted for 2 years, but the 2 TV dramas she starred in were massive hits. She was even crowned TV queen, went viral all over the internet, and became the national goddess. Wow, my wife Bingbing is so beautiful today too, I love her so much. My wife Bingbing looks a bit haggard, did she not rest well? She still loves to smile so much. The boys stared at the pure and sweet little face on the screen, all of them losing their minds, starting to chatter excitedly. On the computer screen, an educational program in collaboration with the government was playing, with Li Ruobing appearing as a guest. Normally, no one watched this kind of program, but because Li Ruobing appeared as a guest in this episode, the program's popularity instantly skyrocketed. On another bed in the dormitory, a handsome young man rubbed his temples. The feeling of being drunk was really uncomfortable, and his stomach felt terribly nauseous. He should not have gone to the appointment. When that tigress asked him out, she was either torturing him or on her way to torture him. He slowly sat up and glanced down from his bed, seeing several guys in the dorm gathered together, listening to their delusional voices. A look of disdainful contempt appeared on Su Chen's handsome face. I really do not get it, what is so good about Sister Bingbing? You guys actually like her so much. Besides being a bit pretty, what other merits does she have? The classmates answered honestly, we just purely like Bingbing's face. Su Chen shook his head, looking at them with a gaze that said they were beyond saving. You guys, you have all been deceived by her sweet appearance. She is just a tigress, a violent maniac, and a pervert. One classmate looked at Su Chen on the bed with an expression like looking at an idiot. There is actually someone who does not like Bingbing. Someone said, this guy Su Chen who knows where he got drunk, he's been lying there all day. He probably has not woken up yet and is talking nonsense. Sure enough, people who have not fully woken up speak with such confidence. Another person who knew Su Chen well said, but this is normal. Su Chen is Bingbing's #1 anti-fan. I have seen him post comments hating on Bingbing more than once, a hardcore anti-fan. I do not know if this guy has a screw loose in his head to actually not like a girl as sweet and pure as Bingbing. Seeing his classmates looking so mesmerized and out of their minds, Su Chen could not help but shake his head. Foolish humans. You have all been deceived by that tigress' gentle and sweet appearance. Just then someone outside shouted, the counselor and the dorm manager are coming to check the dorms. The counselor is here, run. The boys gathered together were startled and instinctively wanted to run. Wait, we are not studying action movies this time, what are we running for? Yeah, we are learning new knowledge and improving ourselves. What the hell are we panicking for? The boys quickly recovered from their panic and put on expressions of studying hard and making progress every day. Hearing that the counselor was coming, Su Chen still had a severe headache, so he did not get out of bed and remained sitting there. Soon, the young counselor and the dorm manager appeared in this dormitory. Seeing so many boys gathered together, the counselor coughed and said quite seriously, what are you all gathering together for? Brother Dong, we are learning knowledge and working hard to improve ourselves. The counselor called Brother Dong frowned slightly. Since when were these kids so self-disciplined? Let me see. The counselor walked over and took a look at the computer screen. Then the counselor froze for a few seconds and could not look away. Finally, with a serious face, he said, Not bad, not bad. It seems the students have high awareness. Bingbing is so pretty." The counselor suddenly decided not to leave. The students were confused. "Brother Dong, why are not you leaving yet? Do not delay us from watching Bingbing." The counselor coughed, "Well, I will study together with you guys." The students, After watching for a while on the computer screen, Li Ruobing left, and another guest came on stage. In the dormitory, the expressions of the students and the counselor were surprisingly identical. It was like after that certain thing ended, instantly feeling dull and entering sage mode. All right, I am leaving, you guys study hard." The counselor prepared to leave. Suddenly, he looked at one of the messy computer desks. "Whose seat is this? Why is the personal hygiene so poor?" "Counselor, that is Su Chen's." "Where is Su Chen?" "Above your head." The counselor looked at the messy desk and saw a small red booklet on it. He said, "Su Chen, did not I say that student ID cards need to be handed in to me for stamping? Why have not you handed yours in yet?" Saying that, the counselor picked up the red booklet. Hearing this, Su Chen was a bit dazed and showed a confused expression. Although he had been drunk all day, he clearly remembered that he had handed in his student ID yesterday. "Counselor, I handed it in," Su Chen said strangely. At this time, the counselor already had the red booklet in his hand, and then his expression became extremely shocked. Marriage certificate." As soon as these words came out, the entire dormitory exploded into an uproar. "Oh my god, Su Chen, you are something else, you are already married. Are not you without a girlfriend? Wow, Su Chen, you actually betrayed the organization." The young counselor was equally dazed. He had found many weird things while checking boys' dormitories. But a marriage certificate, this was a first. He could not help but open it. Then, his expression became even more shocked. The counselor could not help but read it out loud with an exaggerated mouth shape. "Certificate holder, male party, Su Chen, female party, Li Ruobing. Registration date, 9th July 2021. In this little red booklet, there were also two photos. The man was handsome and the woman was sweet and pure. They actually matched quite well. The man was indeed Su Chen. And the woman was indeed the big star Li Ruobing. Now the dormitory exploded even more. "Oh my god. Hahaha, Su Chen, you kid, did you hate on Bingbing so much that you developed feelings? Do you have Stockholm Syndrome? Su Chen, you have got some real guts. You even have a marriage certificate with the goddess. Nowadays, just calling her wife is not enough. You have to get a fake marriage certificate. Su Chen, this certificate looks quite realistic. Did you get it from that old man who makes fake IDs? I want to get one too. Su Chen, speak, where did you find this headshot of the goddess? It is so clear and beautiful, how come I have never seen it? You kid actually kept it to yourself." In the dorm, after the shock, there was immediately a burst of cheerful laughter. No one believed it was real. Because it was simply impossible. That was the goddess Li Ruobing, the hottest young starlet in the entertainment industry recently. And Su Chen was just an ordinary undergraduate college student. Besides being handsome and 1.87 meters tall, he had no special merits. On the bed, Su Chen's shocked and stunned expression finally eased a lot. He smiled awkwardly and bitterly, "Hahaha, right, it is fake. I was drunk, not thinking straight, and got it made by the old man who does fake IDs." After the counselor left, the dormitory returned to peace, and the boys continued to open the video website, admiring goddess Bingbing's peerless beauty together. As for Su Chen on the bed, his handsome face was currently filled with absolute despair. That scene actually was not a dream. He really got drunk by that tigress, that female demon Li Ruobing, and was tricked into getting a marriage certificate with her. Regarding the morning after today's hangover, the fragmented memories were as follows. "Hello, we want to register our marriage." "Yes, of course, ho, are not you that big star?" "I am not a star, just an ordinary little actress. Keep your voice down." "Oh, okay. Huh, why is your boyfriend drunk?" "When he heard he could marry me, he was probably too excited and accidentally drank too much." "True, if it were me, I would be so excited I would pass out too." "Can we still get married like this?" Yes. But your boyfriend, is he doing this voluntarily?" "Take a guess." The girl gave the staff member a look with her signature sweet smile. Very soft, cute, and playful. The staff member was dumbfounded. He seemed to have asked a pointless question. With such a sweet goddess, what guy would not voluntarily marry her? "Did you bring your ID cards and both of your household registration books?" "Yes, I brought them." Just like that, while completely drunk, Su Chen confusedly got a marriage certificate with the big star Li Ruobing. The next day, holding the marriage certificate, He Chen took a car to the detached villa where Li Ruobing lived. Standing outside the villa gates, he recalled the scene of being tricked into marriage. Su Chen was so angry that he trembled all over. Even on such a hot day, he broke out in a cold sweat, his hands and feet icy cold. Hell is empty and the devils are here on Earth. Is there any hope left for this society? Su Chen was a reincarnated transmigrator. He was originally an ordinary corporate slave on Earth. The blessing of the 996 work culture caused him to die from overwork, and he transmigrated and was reborn into this parallel world similar to Earth. He retained his original consciousness and became a newborn baby. In this parallel world, many things were the same as on Earth, such as the world background and cultural environment. But there were also differences. In this parallel world, many widely popular movies, television shows, music, and cultural works from Earth did not exist. After his transmigration and rebirth, Su Chen had no intention of changing the world. He chose to lie flat, enjoy life, and was willing to be a lazy nobody. Li Ruobing, the woman who tricked him into marriage, was a huge star in this world. She had a sweet smile and the pure face of a first love. She liked to smile sweetly at the camera and was called the fairy sister by her fans. On camera, Li Ruobing had the image of someone who loved to smile, but Su Chen knew that this was just a persona. In fact, beneath her sweet and gentle exterior, she had another unknown side. Unlike her gentle and sweet self in front of the camera, Li Ruobing was practically a demon and a tigress in front of Su Chen. Li Ruobing was 3 years older than Su Chen and was his older sister next door. Su Chen grew up with her, and Li Ruobing had a strong and bossy personality since childhood. She even had violent tendencies. Despite her delicate figure, she was once a Sanda champion. Because their parents were close and his parents often went on business trips, Su Chen played at Li Ruobing's house since he was little. From a young age, he was treated like a fun toy and toyed with recklessly by the violent Li Ruobing. Su Chen remembered clearly that when he was 3 and Li Ruobing was 6, his parents went on a business trip and asked Li Ruobing's family to look after him. At that time, only Su Chen and the little girl Li Ruobing were at home. The little girl Li Ruobing looked at him and said strangely, "Hey little guy, why are you different from other kids? Other kids cry, but you seem to have never cried." Su Chen was speechless at the time. Although he had a child's body, he had an adult's soul. Why the hell would he cry? "Hey little guy, I order you to cry. Books say that kids who do not cry are mostly retarded." "Fine, you will not cry, right? I will find a way to make you cry. I cannot let you become retarded." No matter what the little girl Li Ruobing did, Su Chen just would not cry. This made the little girl extremely irritable, her pink little face turning red. Su Chen just watched her quietly, enjoying her irritability. She was like a little kitten baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, which was particularly amusing. However, this enjoyment did not last long. "If you do not cry, I will bully you." The little girl Li Ruobing did not know anything back then. She only remembered seeing adults do this to other kids, and then those kids would burst into tears. Su Chen could not resist at the time and could only watch helplessly as the pink little girl bullied him. That experience became a lingering nightmare for him. After that, as the younger brother next door, Su Chen became like Li Ruobing's personal toy and was often tormented by her. This situation only improved a bit when she went to college. Because of this, upon learning that he had been tricked into marriage by the big star Li Ruobing, Su Chen was not happy at all. Instead, he felt cold all over and inexplicably terrified. This female demon tricked him into marriage. She must be thinking of some new trick to torment him. This is a conspiracy. Standing at the door of the apartment, Su Chen made up his mind. "Divorce, I want a divorce. If he does not get a divorce, Su Chen is a dog." Just as he had this thought, an electronic synthesized voice sounded in his mind. "Beep." Hearing this beep, Su Chen froze for a moment, then became very excited. "It is here. The essential cheat for a reincarnated transmigrator. It has finally arrived. Trigger condition detected. Lying flat perfect life system activated. Option 1, divorce Li Ruobing reward. Be a single dog for the rest of your life. Option 2, kiss Li Ruobing reward. Activate the check-in mode. Note, the check-in mode has many rewards. Checking in on time every day grants random rewards. Reward shop, 1 trillion in currency, ownership of a skyscraper, charm enhancement potion, transformer design blueprints and aircraft carrier. Looking at these dazzling and bizarre check-in rewards, Su Chen, who had just sworn to get a divorce, fell silent. "Well, I will not divorce for now." Any normal person would know how to choose in this multiple-choice question. Besides, the price of option 1 is a bit too cruel. The neighborhood was very quiet. This was a high-end villa area in the imperial capital. A house here would cost at least 200 million. However, this villa belonged to Li Ruobing, and she bought it in full a year ago. Yes, Li Ruobing was also a hidden little rich woman. This female demon Li Ruobing seemed to have a great talent for business, as if she had suddenly mastered the wealth code. About 3 years ago, she bought a lottery ticket and won 50 million. Then she used the money to buy several houses, which was also her good luck. The houses she bought were now developed into a new urban commercial center, and their value had increased more than tenfold. She also seemed to have invested in Bitcoin, stocks, and other random things. In short, she made money on whatever she invested in. She made an insane amount of money. Su Chen did not know exactly how much savings this rich woman Li Ruobing had now, only that she was very wealthy. Sometimes Su Chen could not help but wonder, who the fuck is the reincarnated one here? Although he would not divorce her for now, he at least had to figure out why this female demon wanted to marry him. Moreover, to activate the system's check-in mode, he had to complete that task. Thinking that he needed to kiss Li Ruobing to activate the system's check-in mode, Su Chen felt a chill in his heart. Would he be beaten into a vegetative state by this female demon Li Ruobing? When Li Ruobing was in school, some perverted gangsters tried to assault her. In the end, Li Ruobing was completely fine. Instead, those burly gangsters were beaten into hemiplegia. But thinking of the system's rewards and punishments, Su Chen had no choice but to bite the bullet. Beep beep. Standing in front of the villa's electronic gate, Su Chen pressed the electronic doorbell. Beep beep beep. Su Chen pressed it a few times, but there was no response, as if no one was home. Beep beep. Su Chen patiently pressed it again. Before coming, he had called Li Ruobing's parents to confirm that she was home today. He shouted at the door, "Li Ruobing, do not hide inside and stay silent. I know you are home. You have the guts to trick a man into marriage. Why do not you have the guts to open the door? Open the door. You have the guts to trick a man. You have the guts to open the door. Open the door. Open the door. Hurry up and open the door. Li Ruobing, hurry up and open the door. Do not hide inside and stay silent. I know you are home." Inside the magnificent villa, the sweet-looking Li Ruobing with her black hair draped over her shoulders leaned against the back of the door. Her stunningly pure face was full of conflict and distress. How could she have been so impulsive after drinking a little wine, actually tricking this silly younger brother into getting married? After her rebirth, she had clearly intended to boil the frog in warm water, making him slowly fall in love with her. But she could not be blamed for being too impatient. She had been chasing him for 3 years. Who knew this blockhead just would not get it? 3 years and he was still so afraid of her. After going to college, he even found all sorts of excuses to avoid her. Is he coming now to divorce her? No way. No divorce. If this stinky younger brother dares to mention divorce, I will blow his dog head off. Thinking this, Li Ruobing opened the villa's front door. She gave Su Chen a rather aloof look, and as if nothing had happened, she said lightly, "Stinky younger brother, what do you want with your sister Bingbing?" Her slender hands hanging by her sides occasionally clenched tightly into fists. This revealed her nervousness. Su Chen had been full of anger and originally wanted to question her loudly, but after being given a cold look by Li Ruobing, his tone instantly softened. "Ahem, Sister Bingbing, tell me what is going on with this marriage certificate." He was not being a coward. He was just being a gentleman and not stooping to a woman's level. Su Chen took out the marriage certificate. When Li Ruobing saw Su Chen take out the marriage certificate, a flash of panic crossed her seemingly calm, dewy eyes. What should I do? This stinky younger brother is really going to bring up divorce. Li Ruobing panicked for a moment and was suddenly at a loss for what to do. How about knocking him out first? If he is unconscious, he cannot speak, and if he cannot speak, he naturally cannot bring up divorce. Li Ruobing thought simply and brutally. Then, Li Ruobing jumped lightly, using her seemingly slender and delicate arm. With a clean and swift hand chop, she struck Su Chen's neck. Feeling a pain in his neck, Su Chen's vision went black and his body fell straight down. Su Chen's tall 6-foot-plus frame collapsed straight down. Fortunately, Li Ruobing was quick-witted and reached out to catch the fainting Su Chen, saving him from an intimate encounter with the hard floor. Li Ruobing is the type with a sweet face and a petite, slender figure. On camera, she looks fragile and delicate, easily evoking a man's protective instincts. But at this moment, as she reached out to catch Su Chen's tall body, she did it with complete ease without any effort at all. She laid Su Chen flat on the sofa. Li Ruobing stepped onto the sofa, parted her shapely legs, and just sat astride Su Chen. Li Ruobing rested her chin on her delicate fingers and fell into silence. What should she do next? How could she stop this silly boy from wanting a divorce? In her past life, Li Ruobing had been waiting for this foolish boy to confess his feelings to her, but she waited and waited until she became an older single woman, and this idiot just would not make a move. It was not until she died in a car accident and was reborn that she realized she could not just wait around like a fool this time. This guy had been dense since childhood. So after her rebirth, Li Ruobing made up her mind to actively pursue this silly boy, so she would not miss out like she did in her previous life. After all, if a girl does not take the initiative, how can a story ever begin? They say it is easy for a girl to chase a guy, and Li Ruobing thought that if she took the initiative to flirt with the silly boy, he would be hers in no time. Li Ruobing was confident at first. After all, she was so sweet and pure, surely any guy would like her, right? But she discovered that the more she chased him, the further he ran away and the more afraid of her he became. Whenever he saw her, he always looked like he was worried about being devoured alive. Although she did want to eat him. but not in the literal flesh-eating sense. Damn it. A while ago, Li Ruobing summarized the reason why she could not win Su Chen over. It was because they spent too little time together. They say that love grows with time spent together. So Li Ruobing was thinking about how she could spend every waking moment with this silly boy so that love could naturally blossom. Living together. Li Ruobing thought of it quickly. As for how to make a single man and a single woman live together in a logical and reasonable way. Marriage. Li Ruobing could not help but feel proud of her own cleverness. That is my girl. And so, Li Ruobing invited Su Chen out for a meal and used a gentle gaze to get him to drink until he was drunk. Then she went straight to the Civil Affairs Bureau and got their marriage certificate. She did not force him into anything. He was the one who chose to get drunk. The villa was very quiet. Li Ruobing was sitting on Su Chen, and because she was at home, she was dressed quite lightly and casually. She was wearing super short denim shorts, and her slender, beautiful legs were as white as jade. She could feel the heat radiating from Su Chen's body. It made her own body feel a bit warmer too. She could even feel his heart beating strongly. Li Ruobing stared at Su Chen's handsome face, her eyes gradually becoming unfocused. The little boy from back then has grown into such a big boy now. A blush quietly appeared on Li Ruobing's fair, cool face. A single man and a single woman. The atmosphere was becoming quite ambiguous. Ever since she went to college, she and this boy had not been alone together like this for a long time, let alone having such intimate contact. Li Ruobing looked at Su Chen's cold, thin, and well-defined lips. She could not help but swallow. Should she give him a kiss? No. You are a goddess, how can you go around stealing kisses from people? A girl should be reserved. But an opportunity like this is fleeting, if you miss it, it is gone. Besides, this silly boy is her husband now. It is not illegal to steal a kiss from your own husband, right? Once this thought appeared, it was like a demon tempting her to fall, constantly bewitching Li Ruobing. Li Ruobing, sitting on Su Chen, slowly bent her slender waist downward. Zmoj. Li Ruobing quickly planted a kiss on Su Chen's lips. Li Ruobing had intended to just peck him like a dragonfly touching the water and then pull away. Who knew that once she kissed him, she would not want to pull away at all. Even counting her past life, this was her first kiss. Of course, she had kissed Su Chen a few times when they were kids, but those did not count because they were just little pranks. Li Ruobing's beautiful, large eyes were moist and somewhat intoxicated. Her pure and sweet face was also tense, like a little girl stealing forbidden fruit. Soft and warm, it felt like eating jelly. So this is what kissing is like. Well, it is not bad. The opportunity is rare, she could kiss him a little longer. It is definitely not because she is addicted to kissing him. Just as Li Ruobing was lost in the kiss, the unconscious Su Chen slowly began to wake up. He made a groggy sound. Seeing Su Chen about to wake up, Li Ruobing immediately ended the kiss. As if by reflex, her flushed little face was immediately covered with a layer of frost. Her aura was that of a cold, aloof goddess. She was untouchable. She was still sitting on Su Chen, posing as a cold and haughty queen. It looked exactly like a queen and her boy toy. Bing, sister. Su Chen opened his eyes groggily and a sharp pain radiated from his neck. This female devil really knows how to hit hard. Li Ruobing looked down at Su Chen from above. Well, Bing, sister, I just wanted to ask about this marriage certificate. What is really going on? You did not have to hit me that hard. From a legal standpoint, that is practically attempted murder of one's husband. A flash of awkwardness crossed Li Ruobing's eyes, then she said, I did not use that much force. Who knew your body was so weak that you would collapse at a single touch? Su Chen, that is called not using force. Fine. This female devil has God-given strength. Bing, sister, why on earth did you get me drunk and trick me into getting married? Su Chen still had to get this matter cleared up. Marriage is no child's play, and he could be certain that this female devil must be plotting some conspiracy. Of course it is because I like you. Thinking of this, Li Ruobing's cold face flushed slightly, and the corners of her mouth curled up. I knew it. She was definitely plotting something. Did you see her smile? That is the smile of a devil. Of course it is because I like you, you silly boy. Li Ruobing sighed slightly, her eyes filled with Su Chen, and then she said it in an extremely doting tone. As a girl, she could not be too reserved, she had to be more proactive. This counted as Li Ruobing's official confession. She had made it so clear this silly boy should understand her feelings now, right? However, after hearing Li Ruobing's confession, Su Chen showed a look of utter despair, as if he had seen a ghost. He said, Bing, sister, I have not provoked you lately, you do not need to tease me like this. Su Chen did not believe her confession at all. How could she possibly like him? She just wants to torture him. Maybe she just wanted to confess on purpose, wait for him to take the bait and then dump him cruelly. Trampling on his heart would give this female devil a perverse sense of pleasure. That must be it, he would not be stupid enough to fall for it. Seeing Su Chen's look of having seen a ghost, Li Ruobing, who had been smiling and expecting something, immediately let her face go cold. The cold and dangerous aura was very oppressive. I knew it. Seeing her cold face, Su Chen knew he had guessed right. She must have been annoyed because he guessed her evil intentions. She is flustered, she is flustered. For some reason, seeing Li Ruobing look so flustered and annoyed, Su Chen felt a strange sense of pleasure. Alright, let us get serious. The reason I married you is because I am applying for a host position recently. This position has a requirement. They only recruit married people, and this job has always been my dream. But I do not have a boyfriend, and I cannot just pull a random stranger off the street to marry, can I? So after thinking about it, you are the only silly boy who fits the bill. This was the excuse Li Ruobing had thought of long ago. This silly boy was too afraid of her. Whatever she did, he would think her motives were impure. She had no choice but to use this excuse. After hearing this explanation, Su Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. He knew it, all that talk about liking him was definitely a prank just to mess with him. Su Chen knew about her dream, so he did not doubt the authenticity of this reason. Bingbing sister, could you please get off me first? Su Chen saw those fair, beautiful legs dangling in front of him. His gaze darkened involuntarily. I have to say, aside from her terrible and violent personality, she is truly beautiful with skin as white as mutton-fat jade, and a figure that is incredibly hot with curves in all the right places. She is absolutely top tier. Su Chen, what are you thinking? She is the great demon king Li Ruobing. Su Chen instantly pulled himself together, shocked by his own thoughts. No. At first, Li Ruobing did not think there was anything wrong with this position, but after Su Chen's reminder, she realized a bit late that she and Su Chen were not children anymore. She hurriedly jumped off Su Chen. Her face was a bit red. Su Chen asked curiously, Bingbing sister, why is your face a bit red? Li Ruobing, like a kitten whose tail had been stepped on, glared fiercely at Su Chen. It is so hot outside, of course a girl would blush. You silly boy, why are you minding my business? Oh, so that is how it is. Su Chen nodded. He had not interacted with many girls, so how would he know these things? Of course, except for Li Ruobing. In Su Chen's eyes, she was not a girl but a demon. Seeing that Su Chen actually believed it, Li Ruobing's mood was extremely complicated. She did not know whether to be happy or angry. This dense boy. I am so thirsty. Su Chen licked his lips and wondered why they tasted a bit sweet. He stood up, intending to pour himself a glass of water. But just then, the system sound rang out. Ding ding. Detected that the host has completed the second task option, escaping the fate of being a bachelor for life. Check-in mode is officially activated. Note, you can only check in on the day. Expired check-ins will not be rewarded. Su Chen, when did he complete this devilish task? Prompt, does the host wish to check in now? Check in. Although he was very confused about the situation, Su Chen subconsciously chose to check in. Detected that the host has successfully checked in at the marital home with Li Ruobing. To celebrate the host's first successful check-in, the system is in a very good mood and has decided to grant the host an extra mystery gift package in addition to the check-in reward. Su Chen, these days even systems are this humanized. Su Chen could not wait to open the system page, curious about what the first check-in reward and that mysterious gift bag were. Although the reborn Su Chen was prepared to lie flat and enjoy life. But if he could get rewards from the system just by checking in, why not do it? Check-in successful reward. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10% of the shares of a listed company. Please take the share transfer agreement to the company for confirmation. Mysterious Gift Bag 1. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a charm enhancement potion. Mysterious Gift Bag 2. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a physique enhancement potion. Mysterious Gift Bag 3. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an everlasting stamina potion. System prompt. The last gift bag is specially awarded to the host by the system to celebrate the host's happy newlywed life. System explanation. All rewards given by this system will be rationalized and formalized through the system's vast powers, so the host does not need to worry about any unnecessary trouble. Su Chen carefully looked at the system's rewards. He could not help but give the system a thumbs up in his heart. This was considered a relatively generous system, unlike some web novels where the system was stingy. Detected that the host highly praises this system and affirms that it is superior to other systems. The system is in a good mood and has decided to gift another gift bag. Su Chen, the system is so handsome. This is the most awesome system in the universe. The systems in other web novels are just little brothers in front of you. Detected that the host is deliberately flattering. The system cancels the additional reward. Su Chen, Su Chen started to check the system's rewards, starting with the check-in reward. 10% of the shares of a listed company. Based on the market value of this company, it meant that Su Chen was now a millionaire with hundreds of millions in assets. Becoming a billionaire in an instant. Having a system is just awesome. Next were the rewards from the mysterious gift bags. The first was the Charm Enhancement Potion. As the name suggested, drinking this potion would increase your charm. The second was the Physique Enhancement Potion, which could enhance your physique. The third, Everlasting Stamina. As the name suggested, drinking this bottle of potion would allow a man to show his mighty prowess in that aspect, staying strong all night long. Su Chen felt that the system was purely messing with his mind. He did not even have a girlfriend, so what was the point of giving him this? Also, would not this thing be a bit too fierce? Even the most fertile and well-watered field would probably be ruined by an energetic wild bull plowing it, right? Terrifying when you think about it. Su Chen did not dare to think about it. Hey Su Chen, what are you spacing out for? Were not you going to drink water? Su Chen's body trembled at the sound of Li Ruobing's voice, purely out of a conditioned reflex. He smiled, Sister Bingbing, I am going to drink water. Su Chen poured a glass of cold boiled water and drank it all in one gulp. He smacked his lips, savoring the endless aftertaste. Why did he feel that this ordinary cold boiled water was so sweet today? Also, why was the task inexplicably completed after he fainted? Could it be? A terrible and absurd thought arose in Su Chen's mind. He looked at Li Ruobing sitting on the sofa with a very suspicious gaze, secretly staring at her lips. Her cherry mouth had distinct lines with red lips and white teeth. It looked soft like a ripe cherry glowing with a crystal clear light, making one really want to kiss it. Truth be told, Sister Li Ruobing's looks were truly top tier without any flaws. She looked so pure and stunningly beautiful, yet she was not flat-chested at all. Li Ruobing was sitting upright at the moment, her eyes like autumn water hiding a trace of unease. Could this silly little brother have discovered that she just kissed him? Off camera, Li Ruobing always had a domineering and aloof face, an iceberg goddess who kept people at a distance. Being stared at by Su Chen like this right now, her little heart was thumping wildly, like a little deer bumping around inside. To cover up her nervousness, she had to become even more frosty, like a flower on a high peak, which could only be admired from afar and not played with. She also glared at Su Chen with a fierce look, hiding a murderous intent. Stinky little brother, looking at your sister Bingbing like that, what do you want to do? It was clearly a very sweet and pure face, and her voice was also very magnetic and soft. But when she became an aloof, mature woman, there was inexplicably a sense of oppression. Sister Bingbing, you are so pretty, I accidentally got mesmerized. Su Chen smiled awkwardly. The answer was very perfunctory. He immediately withdrew his gaze, feeling danger descending. He must have overthought it. Li Ruobing was such a fierce and cold person, a female demon who only treated him like a toy to tease. How could she possibly steal a kiss from him while he was unconscious? It must be a problem with the system. Su Chen, who withdrew his gaze, did not notice that Li Ruobing, who had an aloof look opposite him, currently had her fair and delicate ears completely flushed red. Those eyes, brimming like autumn water, glanced at Su Chen with a bit of resentment. Did this silly little brother know that he was flirting with her just now? He even praised her for being pretty. Of course she knew she was pretty. Many people praised her beauty, and she had long been immune to such words of praise. But being praised by her silly little brother, why was she so happy in her heart? But this silly little brother just flirted for a moment and did not continue. Was he doing it on purpose? Just flirting a bit and not going deeper. Scumbag. The more Li Ruobing thought about it, the angrier she got in her heart and the more restless she became. Sit wherever you like, the weather is a bit hot, I'm going to take a shower. Li Ruobing suddenly stood up. She had to take a shower to calm down, otherwise she was afraid she would not be able to hold back and would eat this silly little brother. No. Su Chen gave a strange look at Li Ruobing's back. Why did he feel that Sister Bingbing was acting weird today? Could she be thinking of some new trick to tease him? A chill went down Su Chen's spine. He took out the Charm Enhancement Potion and Physique Enhancement Potion that the system had just rewarded him with. The most urgent task right now was to enhance his physique first, so that he could endure a bit more when being tortured by Sister Bingbing. He should also enhance his charm. As for the third potion, he would not need it for the time being. Drinking the 2 small bottles of potion, there was no special taste. It was not even as sweet as the cold boiled water he just drank. Su Chen picked up his phone, opened the selfie function for the first time, and used the phone as a mirror to take a look. Just taking the first glance, Su Chen was amazed by himself. Oh my god, the man in the phone screen is so handsome. The previous Su Chen was handsome, but he was relatively young, and his temperament leaned towards a pretty boy, which was still lacking something. He was not handsome to the point of shaking the heavens and making ghosts weep. But at this moment, his face was still that handsome face, just that his facial features looked more three-dimensional and exquisite. His temperament had also undergone an earth-shattering change. It would not be an exaggeration to say that his current temperament surpassed Daniel Wu and Aaron Kwok. In short, it was the kind of handsome charm that was bursting at the seams. Girls would go weak in the knees and scream when they saw it, and guys would have the urge to fence. Meanwhile, in the bright and spacious bathroom, Li Ruobing had finished her bath. Even on a hot day, she was used to taking hot baths because she had an old physical ailment and could not touch cold water. Li Ruobing stood up from the bathtub, water droplets dripping from her graceful figure. She had a curvy and beautiful figure, with a pair of slender and straight jade-like legs. Li Ruobing wrapped herself in a white bath towel covering her vital parts, revealing a section of her snow-white swan neck and that exquisite and stunningly beautiful oval face. At this moment, her face had flushed cheeks, her skin was white with a hint of red, moist and alluring. A stunner in the mortal world was nothing more than this. She gently bit her lip, looking at herself in the mirror. So beautiful. Li Ruobing was about to go change her clothes, but she suddenly thought of something and hooked up a wicked and seductive smile. Men are all lustful. If she did a wet bath towel temptation, would that silly little brother be able to withstand it? Would he get so excited that he would get a nosebleed? Li Ruobing got a little excited. Thinking like this, Li Ruobing only wrapped a bath towel around herself, her jet black hair still wet. She opened the bathroom door and shouted towards the living room outside. Su Chen, I forgot to grab my clothes. Bring them over to me for a second. Hearing the voice, Su Chen was very vigilant. He replied reluctantly, Sister Bingbing, I will bring them over right away. Su Chen's heart was very calm. He would not think there would be any wet body perks. This female demon must be thinking of some trick to tease him. He had fallen for it before. Su Chen was already intimately familiar with the rooms in this villa. He casually took out a set of clothes from the wardrobe in Li Ruobing's bedroom. Truth be told, girls' clothes had a certain fragrance. Su Chen brought the clothes to the bathroom door. Looking at the half-open door, he maintained his vigilance and said, Sister Bingbing, I brought your clothes over. Should I leave them at the door? Little Chen, bring them in. It is not convenient for me right now. Su Chen, what trick was this witch going to play again? She, a woman, dared to invite him, so how could he, a grown man, not dare to go in? Valiant and spirited, Su Chen was like going to the battlefield, the expression on his face showing the determination to face death unflinchingly. Little Chen, your sister I. Li Ruobing followed her plan, seeing Su Chen walk into the bedroom. She leaned one hand against the wall, struck an enchanting and seductive pose, and threw a flirtatious wink at Su Chen. However, Li Ruobing had not finished her sentence. The pitiful and moving expression on her face immediately froze. She was amazed by Su Chen. How did this silly little brother suddenly become so much more handsome? He looked like he was glowing. So charming, so handsome. Li Ruobing's heart immediately thumped wildly, the little deer in her heart acting as if it was going to rush out. She could not help but bring her legs together. Her legs were a bit weak. What is going on? Why could not she stand still? Her head was so dizzy. Li Ruobing just leaned against the wall and slowly fell down. The bath towel scattered, revealing her ice muscle and jade bone body. Su Chen was dumbfounded. Oh my god, Sister Bingbing. Su Chen hurriedly ran over and helped Li Ruobing up from the wall. Sister Bingbing, are you okay? Su Chen was already supporting Li Ruobing's body. That soft touch made his fingertips feel like they were being burned by a raging fire. So soft. See no evil, this was Sister Bingbing, who was like a real sister in his heart. A fragrant jade in his arms. Su Chen's eyes were so awkward that he did not know where to look at all. He had to stare at the ceiling. I am fine, it is just that the bathroom is not ventilated. I was taking a hot bath just now and my brain lacked a bit of oxygen. Li Ruobing's pure and sweet oval face was already completely red, moist and dewy like a ripe peach, exuding a fragrance very alluring. Li Ruobing was dying of embarrassment in her heart. She could not possibly tell this silly little brother that she was mesmerized to the point of fainting by his handsomeness. Bingbing, let me help you to the bed. Su Chen helped Li Ruobing to her room, where a large, soft bed sat. Unlike the typical girl's room full of pink and frills, Li Ruobing's room was decorated in cool tones, giving off a minimalist, icy vibe. It perfectly matched her true personality, cold, aloof, and overbearing. Be careful, Bingbing. Su Chen held her soft body, not daring to use any force. She felt as delicate as jelly, and he was terrified that she might break if he squeezed too hard. Just as Su Chen was helping her sit on the bed, Li Ruobing suddenly cried out, losing her balance as if she could not stand steady. As she started to fall, she reached out in a panic and grabbed Su Chen's clothes. Su Chen never expected this. With her forceful tug, he lost his footing and fell onto the bed as well. And his body happened to land right on top of her delicate frame. The bath towel she had just wrapped around herself came loose. She looked like a peeled, hard-boiled egg. So white and tender. Little Chen, I did not mean to, I just lost my balance. Li Ruobing put on an innocent expression. Lying on the bed, her body was alluringly beautiful, like a flower in full bloom, delicate, charming, and utterly defenseless, as if waiting to be picked. It was completely different from the cold and fierce version of her he usually saw. Seeing this, Su Chen felt his mind go blank, as if it had just exploded. Bingbing, I will head out first. Su Chen immediately scrambled off her and ran toward the door, looking rather flustered. He reached the living room, feeling restless and parched. He hurriedly poured a large glass of water and gulped it all down in one breath. Su Chen, that is Bingbing. That is the female devil who has been tormenting you for over 20 years. Do not be fooled by her delicate act. She definitely did it on purpose. She wants to hook you in and then find new ways to toy with you. Do not fall for it. Su Chen hurriedly gave himself a pep talk, trying not to let his guard down. A woman like Bingbing, a rare beauty like her, who could handle it if this happened a few more times. Su Chen was a normal man after all, with normal desires. Back in the room, Li Ruobing was still lying on the soft bed. Her fair, flawless skin was flushed bright red as if she were perfectly ripe. The corners of her mouth curled up into a smile of triumph. That silly little brother of hers must have been mesmerized, right? Definitely. His eyes were staring straight at her just now. Is her body really that good to look at? Li Ruobing glanced down at her own fair, tender, and curvaceous figure. It really did look quite good. Oi Champiage. That silly brother is such a little pervert now. But a brother who blushes and gets shy like that is just so cute. She likes it so much. Thump thump. Her heart was beating faster and faster. Li Ruobing covered her chest with her hand and rolled over, burying her face in the pillow. A muffled voice came out. What should I do? I am falling more and more for this silly brother of mine. She looked like a girl in the throes of first love. There was no trace of the cold, icy goddess left. After staying in the room for a few minutes, Li Ruobing reappeared in the living room, having changed into a cool short-sleeved shirt and shorts. The shorts were very short, revealing a pair of straight, slender, beautiful legs. Seeing her walk out, Su Chen's mind flashed back to the steamy scene from earlier, and he instantly felt too awkward to know where to look. It is not like it is a big deal to have seen Bingbing's body once. It is not like he has not seen it before. When they were kids, they often took baths in the same tub. Thinking this, Su Chen felt a bit more confident. Bingbing, are not those shorts a bit too short? Seeing her in the shorts, Su Chen could not help but comment. Those snow-white legs of hers kept swaying right in front of his eyes. It was making him dizzy. Little Chen, are you trying to boss me around? This is my house, I will wear whatever I want. Hearing this, Li Ruobing glared fiercely at Su Chen. What does this silly brother mean? Does he not like her beautiful legs? Annoying. Su Chen said helplessly, fine, wear whatever you want. Li Ruobing sat on the sofa opposite Su Chen, leaning back with her clean, fair, beautiful legs propped up on the coffee table in a very bossy posture. She looked completely relaxed and natural, with no regard for her image, even with a hint of a rogue's attitude. Su Chen. This was her most authentic self. Whether it was the sweetness and gentleness in front of the camera or the coldness in front of strangers. They were all just a disguise. In front of him, she was just this casual, not caring about her image at all. Su Chen could not help but wonder if her admirers knew that their goddess was so casual and unrefined at home, would their image of her crumble? Bingbing, why is your foot red and swollen there? Su Chen noticed a red, swollen patch on her ankle. Her skin was so fair that the swelling was very obvious. It is definitely not because he was peeking. Li Ruobing took a casual look and said indifferently, it is nothing, I just twisted it in the bathroom earlier. It is a minor injury, it will be fine in a couple of days. Li Ruobing was very nonchalant. She did not care about such small injuries at all. She was a tomboy when she was little and often got hurt, so she was not as delicate as other girls. The system is in a good mood today and has randomly gifted the host a package. Su Chen. Su Chen checked the package. Random package, congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill, bone setting and muscle relaxing hands. Description, bone and muscle massage technique, which can effectively treat bruises and sprains. Su Chen claimed this skill pack. Once again, this system is really user-friendly. Sister Bingbing, your foot is so swollen, how can you not treat it? Su Chen said rather strictly. Let me see. Su Chen stood up and sat down next to Li Ruobing, the two of them extremely close. As Su Chen approached, a trace of panic flashed across Li Ruobing's seemingly calm eyes. So close. The scent on him is so charming. Hey, little Chen, what are you doing? Seeing Su Chen suddenly reach out and grab her foot, Li Ruobing's pretty face blushed slightly, and the panic in her eyes became more obvious. Her feet are very sensitive. Su Chen was now carefully observing Li Ruobing's foot. Her small foot was well-proportioned and slender, snow-white, and her toes were like tender lotus roots, truly fair and delicate. Gov gov. Realizing his focus was off, Su Chen hurriedly coughed. Su Chen explained, Sister Bingbing, I learned bone-setting massage. Let me rub it for you, otherwise your swollen foot will likely make it difficult for you to walk. Li Ruobing did not really care. She waved her hand, no need, it is just a minor sprain, no need to make a fuss. Su Chen's tone suddenly became stricter and he said unquestioningly, no, it must be treated. Seeing Su Chen acting so domineering, Li Ruobing was stunned for a moment. Wow, his domineering and tough look is so handsome. And Su Chen, after saying this, only managed to stay tough for those 2 seconds. Then he panicked. He was so fierce to Sister Bingbing, would she give him a severe beating? Just as Su Chen was feeling uneasy, he heard Li Ruobing's voice. Oh, suit yourself then. Su Chen was startled and a bit surprised. Sister Bingbing is so easy to talk to today. It must be because she needs his help right now. Otherwise, if it were in the past and he was this fierce to her, the grass on his grave would be 2 meters high by now. Li Ruobing's voice trembled slightly, not as cold and calm as usual. It was just that Su Chen's attention was entirely on her foot, so he did not notice at all. Su Chen placed Li Ruobing's sprained foot on his knee. He held her foot with both hands and began to massage it slowly, his technique very experienced. The first feeling of touching Sister Bingbing's delicate foot was that it was so soft and smooth, as if water would seep out if he squeezed just a little harder. Su Chen was fully concentrated on massaging Li Ruobing, his expression very serious. And Li Ruobing at this time also calmed down from her earlier panic. It was just that her feet were really sensitive. A strange blush quietly crept up her snow-white, delicate face. This silly little brother is doing it on purpose, right? When did he learn how to massage? She knew him too well, she even knew what color underwear he liked to wear. Is he deliberately trying to take this opportunity to get close to her and play with her feet? The silly little brother is really a little pervert. But she did not hate being taken advantage of by him at all. On the contrary, her heart felt a bit sweet, like she had eaten candy. Li Ruobing's gaze was uncontrollably drawn to Su Chen's handsome and charming face. A serious man is really attractive. No, it should be said that her serious little Chen is really handsome. Sister Bingbing, does it still hurt? Sister Bingbing, should I be gentler? Sister Bingbing, is it comfortable? Su Chen did not know how effective this skill was either, so he rubbed while asking cautiously. He did not dare to use too much force. If he accidentally hurt this female demon, she would very likely kick him 2 meters away. Sister Bingbing. Su Chen asked a few times and found that Li Ruobing did not respond. He subconsciously looked up to see her. But just as he showed signs of looking up, Li Ruobing's irritable voice came to his ears. Stinky little brother, do not look. If you dare to look, I will gouge your eyes out. Li Ruobing's other foot stepped on his back very fiercely. Su Chen. No. Su Chen replied and had to lower his head, continuing to massage her seriously. Sure enough, Sister Wu Chen's becoming shy and sweet was all an illusion. Give me a tissue. No. If you listened carefully, you would find that Li Ruobing's voice was a little unnatural. After rubbing like this for 10 minutes, Li Ruobing turned her ankle in surprise and found that the ankle, which had been a bit painful just now, did not feel any pain at all no matter how she turned it. Even with medicine, it could not heal this fast. Su Chen just massaged it and it is fine. So amazing. Hey little Chen, where did you learn this massage technique? Li Ruobing asked curiously. Su Chen said calmly, I just learned it casually by watching videos online. Because the system had explained that the rewards he obtained would be made to appear legitimate and natural by the system. Sure enough, Li Ruobing did not doubt it after hearing this explanation. After that, it was quiet. Su Chen checked the time, it was almost 12 o'clock. He had almost forgotten his purpose for coming here. He picked up the marriage certificate on the table and said to Li Ruobing, Sister Bingbing, when does your host position competition end? Li Ruobing's eyes turned cold, very murderous. Why are you asking this? To get a divorce, of course. Once your position competition is over, we will get a divorce. Divorce was something Su Feng had planned long ago. He and Sister Bingbing had no romantic feelings, nor were they boyfriend and girlfriend, so they had to divorce eventually. Besides, he had already activated the check-in mode. Even if they divorced now, this mode should not be turned off. But Su Chen still had to wait for Li Ruobing's host position competition to end before they could divorce. Fierce as Sister Bingbing was, she was like his own biological sister after all. He would naturally help if he could. Li Ruobing stared at Su Chen coldly. She did not speak for a moment. This kind of gaze made Su Chen feel very guilty, as if she would kill him the next second and then directly destroy the corpse. He did not offend Sister Bingbing, did he? Li Ruobing withdrew her gaze and said calmly, this position competition will take another 3 months to end. Su Chen frowned. 3 months. After thinking for a moment, Su Chen said firmly, Alright, then in 3 months, regardless of whether your competition is successful or not, we will go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a divorce. Okay, little Chen, we will get a divorce in 3 months. Li Ruobing looked at Su Chen with amusement. At this moment, her eyes were burning with the flames of battle. 3 months is enough time. She would successfully conquer this silly little brother within 3 months. He could not escape the palm of her hand. Being stared at by Li Ruobing like this, Su Chen felt an inexplicable chill in his heart. She was like a fierce big bad wolf, and he had become her prey. That was a look of absolute determination. What kind of scheme was Sister Bingbing thinking of in her heart to torture him again? Su Chen felt a chill down his spine. Su Chen put away the marriage certificate and reminded her again, Sister Bingbing, only the two of us can know about our marriage. We absolutely cannot let a third person know. Li Ruobing was now a public figure and the most popular big star. If the news of her marriage was exposed, it would definitely affect her career. No, Li Ruobing answered lazily, looking as if she did not care at all. Su Chen thought for a moment and said very seriously, also, we absolutely cannot let my mom and dad or your parents know. If his parents knew that he and Sister Bingbing had gotten a marriage certificate, this matter would not be so easy to wrap up. His mom and dad had instilled in him the idea of marrying Bingbing, since he was a child, dreaming of having Sister Bingbing as their daughter-in-law. As for Bingbing's parents, Sister Bingbing's mother was fine. Sister Bingbing's father was very dangerous. Uncle Li was completely devoted to his daughter and never easily allowed men to get close to her. Sister Bingbing had been out of college for 3 years and still had not had a boyfriend. He seriously suspected that Uncle Li was secretly blocking it. As for him, in Uncle Li's eyes, he was like his own son, not a normal male, not the kind who would abduct his daughter. But now, if Uncle Li knew that he had gotten a marriage certificate with Sister Bingbing and abducted his daughter, it would be like the cabbage he raised being ruined by the pig raised by the next-door neighbor. Uncle Li would hammer him to death. Uncle Li was a Sanda champion and a boxing champion. His combat power was terrifying. Although Su Chen was the one who was tricked into marriage, no one would believe such an explanation. After all, who was Li Ruobing? She was the hottest national goddess right now. Her suitors could line up around the earth. Would such a goddess deceive a college student who had not even graduated into marriage? It was impossible just thinking about it. Li Ruobing showed Su Chen a sweet, faint smile very sincerely. Little Chen, do not worry. I will not take the initiative to mention our marriage to others. Only then did Su Chen nod in relief. However, he did not notice that the corners of Li Ruobing's mouth curled up slightly at this moment, beautiful and smart, like a cunning little vixen. She would not say it on her own initiative. But what if an accident happened? Hey, the silly little brother is so clueless, so cute. After making the agreement with Sister Bingbing, Su Chen calmly accepted the fact that he had suddenly become a married man. Anyway, they would get divorced in 3 months, and he would be a free man again by then. It is no big deal for a man to have a second marriage. It is just that Sister Bingbing would also become a divorcee, with the man she likes in the future mind that she had been married before. Su Chen was a little worried. Soon Su Chen gathered his thoughts. He stood up from the sofa and said to Li Ruobing, Sister Bingbing, that is it then, I will head back to school now. Staying with Li Ruobing always kept him on edge, feeling like she would come up with some wicked trick to tease him the next second. Hearing Su Chen say he was leaving, Li Ruobing frowned slightly, her voice very cold. What are you going back to school for right now? Is this silly little brother so unwilling to stay in the same room with her? He is even avoiding her. Su Chen casually made up an excuse. Sister Bingbing, I am going back to class. I still have a class to attend this afternoon. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Li Ruobing threw a phone at him. Su Chen was hit by it. He picked up the phone and took a look. He immediately became very embarrassed. On the phone screen was his class schedule. Whether he had a class or not was crystal clear. Su Chen scratched his head awkwardly. Well, I might have remembered it wrong. But Su Chen still wanted to leave, so he found another excuse. Sister Bingbing, I am about to graduate soon. I need to go back and prepare my resume and interviews properly, otherwise I will become unemployed after graduation. In short, he just did not want to stay with Li Ruobing right now. First, he was afraid of being tortured by her. Second, this little girl's charm was simply too great now. Staying with her, his mental fortitude could easily be shaken. If Su Chen's thoughts were known by the vast majority of male compatriots, they would drown him in spit. Other guys would be dying to say one more word to Li Ruobing and stay with her for one more second, but Su Chen was the opposite, constantly thinking about escaping. Li Ruobing's gaze on Su Chen grew colder and colder, like a sharp knife. Did this stinky little brother want to leave that badly? Is she a tiger? Being so afraid of her. Seeing Li Ruobing's eyes looking fiercer and fiercer, Su Chen's desire to leave became stronger and stronger. Stay right here, I'm already injured, do you have the nerve to leave? Is finding a job really that important? When you graduate, I will support you. Su Chen, a rich sister, sure speaks with confidence. If he had not watched Li Ruobing grow up since childhood, been tormented by her as he grew up, and known her terrible, violent personality. Facing such a stunning beauty who actually offered to support him. Su Chen would have hugged her long ago. Rich lady, I am hungry, feed me. Who does not like to live off a wealthy woman? And there is no steel wool involved. Helpless Su Chen had no choice but to sit down. Besides, Li Ruobing had just sprained her ankle, so it would not be good if he just left like this. Seeing Su Chen's reluctant look, Li Ruobing felt angry inside. This stinky little brother is completely oblivious to romance. She was practically giving herself away for free, and he still did not want it. They must live together. She had to find a way to make him live with her. Only then could affection grow over time, and only then could she win him over within 3 months. Just as Li Ruobing was sulking, her phone rang with an incoming call. Li Ruobing glanced at the phone and answered dismissively, "What is it?" From the other end of the line, a young man's voice came through. "Miss Bingbing, I booked a table at a Michelin-starred restaurant. Are you free tonight?" Li Ruobing replied, "Not free, I am very busy, I have work tonight." The man refused to give up. "Bingbing, I asked your agent and you do not have anything scheduled for tonight. Bingbing, this restaurant is very hard to book. It took me half a month to get this reservation." The expression on Li Feng's stunning face was already very impatient. "Sorry, I am not free." After saying that, Li Ruobing simply hung up the phone, completely ignoring whatever the person on the other end was saying. Very clean and decisive. Frustrated, Li Ruobing tossed her phone onto the sofa. Her already bad mood grew even worse. Seeing this, Su Chen, who was familiar with Li Ruobing, knew that she was extremely dangerous at this moment. Su Chen silently moved a bit further away. His subtle movement was noticed by Li Ruobing, making her feel even more irritated. "Su Chen, move further away again and see if I do not tie you up and beat you up." Su Chen. Only then did Su Chen sit back in his original spot. Li Ruobing raised her eyebrows, still dissatisfied. She patted the space beside her and ordered in a commanding tone, "Sit here." Su Chen moved over. The current Li Ruobing was very dangerous, so it was best not to anger her. Otherwise, you would experience firsthand just how much strength a girl who can punch and burst a sandbag has. "Sister Bingbing, who called you just now?" Su Chen asked calmly. He had just heard the voice of a young man, apparently asking Li Ruobing out for dinner. He felt inexplicably alert. Li Ruobing was in a terrible mood, and since she always showed her truest self in front of Su Chen, she cursed right out, "An idiot surnamed Wang. Relying on the fact that he is the son of the company boss, he wanders in front of me all day long. I have explicitly rejected him, yet he still chases me like a fly, so annoying." Su Chen. He wondered how those fanboys of Li Ruobing would feel if they saw their gentle and sweet goddess on camera cursing like this. Listening to Li Ruobing's complaints, Su Chen remembered the rumors on the internet a few days ago, saying that Li Ruobing had a boyfriend. At her interview scene, the man drove a sports car to give her gifts, even roses, showing a close relationship. Even Su Chen, who did not pay much attention to internet gossip, had carefully looked into this matter. Li Ruobing was his family. In a sense, he had watched her grow up, so of course he needed to know. Even if she had a boyfriend in the future, he had to check him out. The idiot Li Ruobing was talking about should be the son of her agency's boss. This agency was called Huali Media, which was also a listed company. It was considered one of the top 5 agencies in the country, with numerous signed artists, many big stars, and abundant resources. Wait, Huali Media? Su Chen suddenly realized something. He opened the system interface and checked the stock authorization letter rewarded by the system. Coincidentally, it was exactly this company. Moreover, he held 10% of the shares, which was the largest proportion, making him the largest shareholder of this company. While Su Chen was sighing with emotion, something suddenly leaned against his thigh. Su Chen was startled. "Sister Bingbing, what are you doing?" At this moment, Li Ruobing had already laid down, resting her head on his thigh, with her slender, beautiful legs stretched out on the sofa. She was looking up, facing Su Chen directly. Su Chen looked down, his face right in front of hers. They were quite close. Their eyes met. Su Zia could clearly see her entire face. Her skin was really flawless, looking so fair and tender that it seemed to drip with water. Her eyes were watery and alluring, as if containing the sea of stars. In this position, it felt like if he just lowered his head slightly, he could easily kiss her. Li Ruobing just stared straight at him, their blurry reflections cast in each other's eyes. Li Ruobing was full of dominance and very unreasonable. "I'm tired, let me borrow your leg to rest on." Su Chen felt helpless. "There are sofa cushions here, what are you resting on my leg for?" Li Ruobing raised an eyebrow, domineering, aloof, and full of queen-like aura as she declared, "Everything in this house is mine, including you. I will lean wherever I want." Su Chen. "Hey little Chen, you were staring at me like that just now, did you want to kiss me?" Li Ruobing's seductive voice, like a soft feather, slowly teased his heart, making it itch unbearably and leaving him completely unsettled. Su Chen's Adam's apple bobbed uncomfortably, and then he immediately denied, "No, I did not." He sat up straight, putting on a serious posture. This female demon, what trick was she playing again? "Little Chen, if you want a kiss, it is not impossible. If you are that thirsty, I can let you kiss me." With that, Li Ruobing closed her eyes, looking as if she was ready to be tasted. Staring at that stunningly beautiful face so close at hand, and those pink cherry lips, Su Chen swallowed hard once again. With such a pure and sweet-looking woman lying on your lap, giving you a seductive look, and thoughtfully closing her eyes waiting for your kiss. To be honest, as long as there are no issues with his sexual orientation, a normal man would not be able to resist this kind of temptation and provocation. Su Chen's sexy Adam's apple bobbed up and down frantically. She was provoking him. She definitely thought he would not dare to kiss her, which was why she was so fearless. "I will kiss her then." Would he even be a man if he did not go for it? Su Chen's eyes were slightly red, and fierce veins bulged on his fair and handsome face. He leaned down. Zmooge. His lips truly and firmly pressed against hers. This position with the woman lying below and the man leaning over her was truly too perfect for kissing. This could be considered Su Chen's first kiss. Although he had kissed Li Ruobing when they were kids, they were both too young back then, so the meaning was different. Her lips were really so soft. When they first touched, they were a bit cool, but the temperature quickly rose, becoming warm and moist. This was completely different from jelly. It felt so much better than jelly. At the same time, Li Ruobing, with her eyes tightly closed, knew that the silly little brother would not dare to kiss her. Therefore, she did not have the slightest expectation in her heart, she just had a wicked desire to tease him. The way her silly little brother blushed was the cutest thing ever, and she could never get tired of looking at it. However, just when Li Ruobing had absolutely no hope or mental preparation, her lips were suddenly kissed by the man. Li Ruobing suddenly widened her eyes. The scene froze at this moment. Buzz. At this moment, Li Ruobing's brain was running at such a high speed that it overheated and instantly crashed. Her mind went completely blank. She completely did not expect this little brother to be so bold today. He actually kissed her. What do I do? Being kissed by him like this, with his handsome and charming face so close at hand, her heart beat incredibly fast. It felt like her heart was going to leap out of her chest, and even breathing became difficult. Li Ruobing was not the only one who was stunned. Su Chen himself was also stunned. Relying on a burst of impulse, he actually kissed Li Ruobing. He froze, completely clueless about what to do next. Logically speaking, the normal process for a man and a woman kissing should be to deepen the kiss, and the man's hands should be wandering and caressing at the same time. But he did not dare to. If he really dared to touch her, he felt like his hands would be broken by Li Ruobing. Although right now, he felt like his little life no longer belonged to him anyway. Li Ruobing was going to be furious. Will she kill me? Will she beat him until he is half paralyzed? Su Chen thought of the time when a few thugs tried to harass Li Ruobing, and she beat them so badly they were half paralyzed and confined to wheelchairs for the rest of their lives. His fate should be even more tragic than those thugs, right? After all, he had already succeeded, making the nature of his offense much worse. Realizing this, Su Chen immediately ended the kiss. When their lips parted, a crystal-clear thread of saliva seemed to string between them. "Sister Bingbing, you provoked me. You should know that men cannot be provoked." Feeling very guilty, Su Chen looked toward Li Ruobing's face. Sister Bingbing must have a furious look on her face right now, right? She must be showing a terrifying, devilish expression, right? Deep down, she must be itching to tear him apart alive, right? Just thinking about it made Su Chen's heart pound like a drum, feeling incredibly guilty like a thief. What kind of thief? A lustful thief. His gaze slowly fell onto Li Ruobing's face. Then his eyes froze. Li Ruobing's expression at this moment. She was not bearing fangs and brandishing claws, she was not particularly eerie and terrifying, nor was she fierce and angry. Instead, her small mouth was slightly open, her pretty face was rosy, and her silky charming eyes revealed a hint of bashfulness and adorable days. This kind of expression was totally foul play. Cardiac arrest. Wake up, wake up. This is all a demon's disguise. Do not fall for it. Following that, Su Chen did not dare to move, maintaining his original posture. He felt that if he moved recklessly, he would very likely be kicked flying by Li Ruobing. Who am I? Where am I? How come I cannot remember what just happened? Li Ruobing suddenly blinked her eyes in an adorable daze, her long eyelashes like two butterflies flapping their wings. She stood up casually and walked toward her room while muttering to herself. It was as if she had temporary amnesia. Su Chen, do not take me for a fool. When he saw Li Ruobing walk into her room and close the door, Su Chen's suspended heart finally landed safely. Then he felt very surprised. I am fine. He was really fine. No brutal beating, no getting kicked away. Li Ruobing just let him off like this. Logically speaking, with Li Ruobing's personality being forcibly kissed by him like this, she would definitely explode with anger and beat him up severely. But she did not do that. Could it be? Sister Bingbing actually likes me. Alright. As soon as this thought came out, it was rejected by Su Chen himself. This was one of the three great illusions in life. How could Sister Bingbing possibly like him? In her heart, he was probably just like a toy or a little pet. They all say that the moment before a storm is the calmest. Li Ruobing must be brewing an even greater revenge inside her room. Yes, that must be it. I must stay alert. Beware of her sneak attack. Su Chen instantly felt that his life had plunged into eternal darkness. He did not know how many beatings from Li Ruobing his newly enhanced body could take. Meanwhile, inside Li Ruobing's room, Li Ruobing covered her heart, which was about to leap out, with one hand and touched her lips with the other, revealing an intoxicated and infatuated expression on her face. The silly little brother's kiss was so rough. However, she liked it so much. It seems this silly little brother is truly a big pervert. Li Ruobing revealed a sweet smile. It was as if she had found the right password to win Su Chen over. Thinking of the kiss just now, Li Ruobing bit her lip lightly, her cheeks flushing pink, and said with a hint of complaint, "My silly little brother is really too bad." In the room, Li Ruobing's exquisite face, white as mudfat jade, was now flushed with a delicate pink hue, looking like a mature, blooming flower. If anyone who knew Li Ruobing saw her in this shy and bashful state, their jaws would drop in shock. How could Li Ruobing, such an aloof and unapproachable big star, reveal the expression of a lovesick young girl? After a while, when Li Ruobing's heart was no longer beating so fast, she left the back of the door and sat down at her vanity table. There were not many cosmetics on her vanity table, because her skin was naturally good and only needed sun protection and moisturizing. Next to the cosmetics was a row of bookshelves with many books displayed on them. The books were of various genres, and some titles could be faintly seen. An actor prepares an introduction to stock investment. The way to a man's heart is through his stomach. A woman chasing a man is like piercing a layer of gauze. How to make the man next to you fall for you. Before long, there was a knock on Li Ruobing's door, and Su Chen's voice sounded from outside. "Sister Bingbing, it is time to eat. I ordered takeout." Li Ruobing closed the book in her hands and replied calmly, "Got it." Li Ruobing opened the door. At the door, seeing Li Ruobing open it, Su Chen instinctively took a step back. He had to maintain a safe distance. Seeing Su Chen's reaction, Li Ruobing raised an eyebrow in displeasure. "Are you seriously taking a step back?" "Sister Bingbing, I ordered your favorite sweet and sour pork ribs, tomato and egg stir-fry, and sweet and sour fish." Stared at by Li Ruobing, Su Chen's mind was full of that kiss from just now, and his attention unconsciously kept landing on her red and alluring lips. They were really so soft. Also, Sister Bingbing was truly gorgeous. Phrases like breathtakingly beautiful, pure and flawless, and possessing a world-class beauty seemed to have been created specifically for her. No wonder she had become insanely popular and reached the top tier of the entertainment industry just 2 years after her debut. Of course, her skills were also excellent. She had solid acting chops, and singing and dancing were a breeze for her. Li Ruobing shot Su Chen a glance, ignored him, and walked straight to the living room. Seeing Li Ruobing ignore him, Su Chen knew that she must be angry about him kissing her just now. She was probably thinking about how to punish and torture him in her head. The two of them sat down at the dining table. Su Chen opened the takeout packaging. The dishes inside looked quite nice, complete with great color, aroma, and taste, greatly boosting their appetites. Su Chen opened the rice, rubbed the disposable chopsticks together to remove any leftover splinters, and then handed the chopsticks and rice to Li Ruobing. Li Ruobing took them naturally. She started eating. Su Chen was not in a hurry to dig in. Instead, he used his chopsticks to pick out the bones from the sweet and sour fish and place the boneless fish meat into Li Ruobing's bowl. Li Ruobing loved eating fish, but she was not very good at it and used to get fish bones stuck in her throat often. So over time, Su Chen had developed the habit of picking the bones out for her. After doing all this, Su Chen formally picked up his chopsticks and started eating. He had only taken 2 bites when a pair of chopsticks appeared. Li Ruobing had placed some egg in his bowl. Su Chen took a look, did not say anything, and continued eating normally. Both Su Chen and Li Ruobing liked the tomato and egg stir-fry dish. However, Li Ruobing did not like eating the egg, while Su Chen did not like eating the tomato. What followed was a silent eating session. Halfway through the meal, Li Ruobing suddenly stopped. She wiped her lips with a tissue, then looked at Su Chen and asked very bluntly, "Little Chen, do you have a girlfriend?" Su Chen, who was busy eating, froze. "No," Li Ruobing said straightforwardly, "Then let me be your girlfriend." Su Chen was startled and nearly choked on his rice. What was this? A confession? Was this a new way to prank him? Su Chen became very alert. Was today April Fool's Day? Su Chen rejected her directly. "No, I'm a man you can never get." She definitely had some kind of scheme going on. He was not going to fall for it. Li Ruobing's second confession was rejected by Su Chen just like that. Li Ruobing was absolutely furious. This scumbag just kissed her, and now he actually rejected her. Li Ruobing was already full. She picked up a freshly washed raw cucumber and took a fierce bite, making a loud crunching sound. Hearing the sound of the cucumber being snapped, Su Chen felt an inexplicable chill run through his body. Sister Bingbing is so ferocious. If that bite landed somewhere else, would not it be the end of his bloodline? Su Chen felt she was just trying to scare him. What kind of scheme is she plotting? Forget it, no use thinking about it. He would not figure it out anyway, so he might as well keep eating. If you are not enthusiastic about eating, there is something wrong with your head. Su Chen lowered his head and continued eating. As a slacker who just wanted to lie flat, his favorite things were eating, sleeping, and playing video games. Li Ruobing sat on the sofa with her legs crossed, glaring resentfully at Su Chen. This silly little brother is eating so seriously. Is the food really that delicious? No matter how delicious it is, could it be as tasty as a fair, tender, and radiant beauty like her? He really is a blockhead, completely oblivious to romance. But the way this silly little brother eats so seriously is also so handsome and charming. Why did my silly little brother suddenly become so attractive? Over the past 2 years in the entertainment industry, Li Ruobing had seen her fair share of handsome men. Whether they were fresh-faced idols or mature, charming, award-winning actors, she felt none of them were even half as handsome as her silly little brother. Could it be because beauty is in the eye of the beholder? Bai Chen was focused on his food, but he inexplicably felt a gaze fixed on him, sending chills down his spine. He knew this was Li Ruobing's death stare. After eating, Su Chen stayed in Li Ruobing's villa the whole time. During this time, Li Ruobing was reading scripts while he was playing games in the computer room. It was actually quite comfortable. Su Chen was playing a game called PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, commonly known as PUBG. Li Ruobing's villa had top-of-the-line computers, making the gaming experience incredibly smooth and comfortable. Li Ruobing was alone in the living room picking out scripts. After looking through them, she could not find anything she was satisfied with and felt very irritated. These scripts were all idle romance dramas, focusing on the affection between the male and female leads. Li Ruobing did not like these scripts. There were too many intimate scenes between the leads, and the female lead was constantly being forcibly kissed. Since her debut, Li Ruobing had one strict rule: she would not take on any kissing scenes. Because she did not like it, and her silly little brother would get jealous. The 2 hit TV dramas Li Ruobing had starred in since her debut, one as the second female lead and one as the main lead, were both plot-driven suspense and detective dramas with barely any romance. Both of these dramas were written by the mysterious top-tier screenwriter S. However, this big shot S had a very low output, producing only 1 script a year. Because of this special rule, Li Ruobing had turned down many great scripts that came her way. If it were not for this special rule, Li Ruobing would have become even more massively popular a long time ago. Getting annoyed from looking through the scripts, Li Ruobing stood up from the sofa. What is my silly little brother doing right now? Li Ruobing walked towards the computer room. Before she even got close, she heard Su Chen's furious voice coming from the room. Damn you sneaky camper. If you have the guts, drop at the military base, let us shoot it out. Run, a cheater is coming. Li Ruobing knew about this game. It was one of the most popular games at the moment. Li Ruobing remembered reading in a book that when your boyfriend is playing games, you should not complain about him being addicted and not spending time shopping or watching movies with you. Instead, you should join in, play with him, and share in his joy. For girls, shopping is a hobby, but for boys, gaming is life. She did not completely agree with these words, but if it was for her silly little brother, she was willing to do it. Li Ruobing walked over and said to Su Chen, "Su Chen, I want to play PUBG." Su Chen was wearing headphones and did not hear her clearly. It was only after his character died that he took off his headphones and asked, "Sister Bingbing, what did you say?" Li Ruobing said, "I want to play PUBG with you." Li Ruobing pointed at the computer screen. She wanted to play a sweet duo match with her silly little brother. Su Chen looked at Li Ruobing's stunningly cold and beautiful face. No matter how he thought about it, why would a big star like her play such a violent shooting game? Alright, Sister Bingbing, log into your account. We will play the next match together. Su Chen did not refuse. Who would not like playing games with a girl? Especially since Li Ruobing's voice was so pleasant to listen to. Is not this way better than paying for a gaming companion? Li Ruobing sat down at the other computer desk next to Su Chen. Instantly, a fresh and pleasant fragrance wafted into his nose. Su Chen's heartbeat quickened slightly. The computer room in this villa was equipped with 2 top-of-the-line computers. There was one thing Su Chen really did not understand. Li Ruobing lived in this villa all by herself, so why did she set up 2 computers? Do not ask. If you ask, the answer is just that she is a rich woman doing whatever she wants. Sister Bingbing, drop with me later. You just focus on looting supplies and leave the enemies to me. If you get knocked down, crawl to a safe spot and I will come revive you after I finish them off. As a guy, he naturally had a bit of a desire to show off in front of a girl. Su Chen was no exception. After all, he was a veteran player with over 3,000 hours of playtime.
No.
Li Ruobing replied coolly. She logged into her account. She actually knew how to play this game. Because she knew her silly little brother liked it, she had secretly practiced it on her own. The game officially started. Dropping in. Landing. The screen went black. Oh my god, I do not have a gun. Sister Bingbing, that guy is one shot. I punched him so many times, he is super low, definitely super low. Su Chen never expected to stumble right out of the gate and be the first one to go down. Was his secret of having a 1 KD after 3,000 hours about to be exposed. Sister Bingbing, do not be nervous, take your time, if things look bad just run. Su Chen acted as the commander. Li Ruobing was very calm at this moment. She picked up an M assault rifle with no attachments, not even a basic scope. Across the alleyway in Pachinki, she instantly headshot and wiped out the 2 enemies on the other side. Su Chen, is she hacking? After getting the kills, Li Ruobing did not even loot their boxes. Instead, she came straight over to revive the downed Su Chen. The game continued. Over the next few matches, Sister Bingbing, save me. Sister Bingbing, I am knocked down again. Sister Bingbing, hurry and save me, I am practically breakdancing on the floor. Sister Bingbing, do you want a kark? Sister Bingbing, do you want a level 3 helmet? Sister Bingbing, do you want a med kit? Li Ruobing replied aloofly no. Su Chen asked then what do you want? Li Ruobing replied I want you. Su Chen, today's gaming experience was excellent. Being carried to a win felt amazing. Lying flat and being a slacker really suited him best. He had a weak stomach. He was perfectly suited for living off a woman. While they were gaming, Li Ruobing received a call from her best friend Shen Kyukyu. My beautiful Bingbing, let us go shopping. Hermes just released some new bags that look absolutely gorgeous. Also, a new dessert shop just opened up and I heard their treats are super delicious. Li Ruobing pursed her lips and replied coldly, I am not going. Shen Kyukyu was puzzled, my beautiful Bingbing, why not? Do not you have a clear schedule today? Li Ruobing said in a cold voice, acting every bit the iceberg goddess, I do not have time. I am playing video games with my silly little brother. Shen Kyukyu. The love is gone. Shen Kyukyu is an A-list singer, the kind who would be forced to go home and inherit billions in family assets if she did not work hard at her singing career. Shen Kyukyu and Li Ruobing were college classmates and are very close, so she knows exactly what kind of personality Li Ruobing has. Do not let Li Ruobing's gentle and sweet image on camera fool you, the one fans call the sweet goddess, because in reality she is an ice queen. Back in college, there were countless seniors and juniors chasing after her. But Li Ruobing did not think much of anyone. She never even gave anyone a pleasant look, which even made her wonder if Li Ruobing was not into men at all. She was like an iceberg at the poles, bone-chillingly cold and destined never to melt. Little brother. Shen Kyukyu paused for a moment before saying, beautiful Bingbing, is that the little brother you said you were going to win over? Yeah. Li Ruobing replied indifferently. Beauty, what kind of divine being is this little brother of yours? Can you bring him out so we can take a look? What kind of man could actually make a goddess like you fall for him? Shen Kyukyu was truly extremely curious. It was probably not long ago that Li Ruobing suddenly asked her how to pursue a boy. That question completely shattered Shen Kyukyu's worldview at the time. This is the famous superstar Li Ruobing. That cold and aloof goddess. She actually wants to take the initiative to chase a guy. Does she even need to chase? The men lining up to pursue Li Ruobing could circle the earth. With a mere crook of her finger, business elites, entertainment superstars, or wealthy heirs would all obediently stand before her, waiting to be chosen. Hearing Shen Kyukyu's words, a look of wariness appeared in Li Ruobing's cold eyes, and she refused mercilessly, do not even think about it. My little brother is for me alone to appreciate. Shen Kyukyu. That damn domineering CEO vibe. So possessive, but so cool. Even she, a girl, was obsessed. Shen Kyukyu changed the subject and asked, beautiful Bingbing, what game are you playing? Li Ruobing glanced at the screen, PUBG. On the other end of the phone, Shen Kyukyu immediately got excited and shouted, beautiful Bingbing, count me in. I want to play too, I love playing PUBG so much. Besides being a singer, Shen Kyukyu is also a gaming enthusiast. She belongs to the type who is terrible at the game but loves it anyway. Never mind her skill level, she has to own every single game skin. Master Bingbing, carry this little noob. I can block bullets for you, draw fire, and buy you skins. Shen Kyukyu was quick to latch onto a pro player. Goddess Bingbing is a master-level player with a KD of 7. Li Ruobing's expression was cold, no, I cannot take you with me. Shen Kyukyu was stunned and asked, why? Beautiful Bingbing, take me along, I can be your dedicated follower. Li Zia glanced at Su Hmph seat. He had just gone to the restroom. I only want to have a sweet duo session with my little brother. I do not want a third wheel. Shen Kyukyu. She said indignantly, beautiful Zia, we have been best friends for years. Does our friendship really not compare to a man? Li Ruobing was ruthless, it does not. Shen Kyukyu. She should not have asked for such humiliation. At this moment, Su Chen returned. Li Ruobing said, alright, I'm done talking to you. I'm going to play my game. Hey, goddess Bingbing beauty, carry me. Beep beep. The call had been ruthlessly hung up. Shen Kyukyu was fuming. That stinky little brother stole her goddess Bingbing away. Give her cold goddess back. Su Chen and Li Ruobing played games for the entire afternoon. This was the most enjoyable gaming experience Su Chen had ever had. The girl had a lovely voice. The girl was also beautiful. And most importantly, she was crazy good. He suddenly felt that if he could stay with Sister Bingbing forever, it would be pretty great, and he could play games for the rest of his life. Getting a pro gamer girl to play with him for free. Su Chen checked the time and realized it was almost dinner time. He asked Sister Bingbing, should we order takeout or cook for ourselves? Li Ruobing took off her headset and glanced at the night falling outside the window. She said, we will go out to eat later. Su Chen was puzzled. Go out to eat? We can just eat at home, it is such a hassle to go out. Su Chen is a lazy guy who does not want to leave the house just for a meal. Li Ruobing raised an eyebrow, cold as frost. We are going out to eat. What, do you have an objection? Su Chen shook his head, no. Around 7 o'clock. Sister Bingbing, are you ready? We should head out. Su Chen asked at the door of Li Ruobing's room. Coming. Li Ruobing walked out. The moment she appeared, Su Chen, standing at the door, saw her outfit and his eyes lit up. So beautiful. She wore a light black dress with her hair up, revealing a beautiful oval face. She had put on some light makeup, making her already pretty face look even more refined and three-dimensional. Stepping in high heels, she who was already tall looked even more imposing. Her temperament was noble and elegant, like a queen about to attend a banquet. Stunning. Su Chen could not help but stare in a daze. This was the first time he had seen Li Ruobing fully dressed up in person, and it was even more impactful than seeing her on screen. Little Chen, am I beautiful? Li Ruobing looked at Su Chen's mesmerized expression with satisfaction. She curled her lips, her eyes sparkling and dazzling. Su Chen snapped back to reality. He looked away, turned around immediately, and said, so, just a little bit better than an average person. He could not praise her or she would get arrogant. Seeing Su Chen turn away, the smile on Li Ruobing's lips became even more doting. Is the silly little brother shy? So cute. What a lecherous little brother he is. She only dressed up a little and he was already captivated. Put this on. Li Ruobing handed Su Chen a set of clothes. Huh? Su Chen took the clothes and saw it was a high-end black suit and a pair of black leather shoes. Su Chen was very confused and asked curiously, Sister Bingbing, we are just going out for a meal, why dress so formally? Li Ruobing shot him an icy glare, are you going to wear it or not? Su Chen, wear it. Su Chen went into the room and immediately put on the suit. It fit quite well. Su Chen rarely wore suits because they felt too restrictive, not matching his lazy and laid-back personality. After changing into the suit, Su Chen stood in front of the mirror and took a look. Then his gaze froze. He looked at himself in the mirror, dressed in a suit and exuding elite charm, and for a moment he could not look away. Damn, he is so handsome. It is not bragging, but Su Chen had never seen such a handsome man in this life or his last. Li Ruobing outside the door was also very expectant. She wondered what the silly little brother would look like in a suit. He must look very dashing. So looking forward to it. Amidst Li Ruobing's anticipation, Su Chen walked out of the room in his handsome suit. The moment she saw Su Chen, Li Ruobing's cold, ascetic eyes were stunned. Silly little brother, he is so handsome. Li Ruobing felt a bit of regret. She regretted letting Su Chen look so handsome. If she takes him out like this, he will be targeted by those shameless women. Sister Bingbing, how is it? Su Chen stood in front of Li Ruobing, deliberately showing off his physique. This girl must be stunned by his handsomeness, right? Go back and change into your regular clothes. You do not look good in this. Not good at all. Li Ruobing walked over and unreasonably pushed Su Chen back into the room. Li Ruobing's tone was not as calm as usual, carrying a hint of irritability. Hey. Sister Bingbing, slow down, be gentle. Half an hour later, Su Chen and Li Ruobing got out of the car and arrived at a high-end restaurant. Li Ruobing was wearing sunglasses and a black mask. Even though her face could not be seen, her tall figure and cold, glamorous aura easily attracted many gazes. Su Chen, standing beside her, was low-key but also attracted quite a few looks. He was wearing casual clothes, lacking the impact of the suit, but he was still full of charm, drawing the attention of many girls. Su Chen looked at the restaurant curiously. The guests coming and going were all couples. He knew a little about this restaurant. It was the most famous dating spot for couples in the capital. This restaurant was not only expensive, but also required reservations in advance. Su Chen asked Li Ruobing beside him, "Sister Bingbing, this place does not seem suitable for us, does it?" He and Sister Bingbing are not a couple. Li Ruobing, wearing sunglasses and a mask, looked truly cold and glamorous, exuding an aura of untouchable distance. She said calmly, "A friend gave me 2 coupons and they expire today. I just remembered it and you happen to be at home." Su Chen noticed the key words. In other words, Sister Bingbing bringing him here for dinner was just in passing, obviously telling him not to overthink it. The two walked into the building in front of them and took the elevator to the 79th floor. The lighting in the restaurant was dim, illuminated by many candles. The background music was a live piano performance, making it quite romantic. It really had the atmosphere of a candlelit dinner, truly worthy of being the #1 dating spot. Su Chen had never been on a date, nor had he ever had a girlfriend. Although many girls had given him love letters growing up, he had never accepted any of them. Perhaps because being tormented by Li Ruobing since childhood had left a shadow on him, he was not very interested in these girls. Moreover, he had watched Li Ruobing grow up beautiful. Having such a great beauty by his side, his taste had become extremely picky. Those class beauties and school beauties who confessed to him were not even half as pretty as Sister Bingbing. If they became his, Su Chen's, girlfriend, would not Li Ruobing mock his poor taste when he brought them home? That was absolutely unacceptable. So Su Chen set a goal for himself. When he looked for a girlfriend in the future, he must find someone prettier than Li Ruobing. Well, this requirement was very difficult. Lower it a bit. At the very least, she had to be on par with Li Ruobing. Their seats were by the window. The restaurant was located very high up. Looking out from the window, one could take in more than half of the imperial capital's cityscape. The lights of thousands of homes shone brightly like a starry sky, a truly beautiful sight. However, Su Chen's attention was not on the cityscape outside the window. The woman in front of him had a delicate oval face, willow leaf eyebrows with light makeup, and eyes as bright as the starry sky. Her beautiful hair was pinned up, revealing a slender, jade-like neck. Her facial features were like the most exquisite artwork in a gallery, possessing a refined sense of high class. Her elegant posture and aloof aura made her seem like a fairy who had strayed into the mortal realm. Her otherworldly temperament, free from worldly desires, gave off an unreachable sense of distance, meant only to be admired from afar. Truly beautiful and ethereal. Su Chen could not help but wonder, how could there be such a beautiful woman in this world? "Little Chen, what are you looking at?" Li Ruobing was ordering food and asked for Su Chen's opinion, only to find him spacing out, not paying attention to her words at all. This made her frown slightly. Hearing Li Ruobing's voice, Su Chen finally snapped out of it and hurriedly withdrew his gaze. Su Chen sat up straight and said with a serious face, "Sister Bingbing, the moonlight outside is so beautiful, I accidentally got captivated by it." The temperature in Li Ruobing's eyes dropped. She pursed her lips. "Here, order whatever you want to eat yourself." She suddenly threw the menu in her hand in front of Su Chen with unusual roughness. "This stinky little brother. What is so good to look at about the moonlight outside? No matter how beautiful, could it be more beautiful than her? Look at her, look at her." She rarely put on makeup so seriously. If he did not look, then what was the point of her wearing makeup? It was infuriating the fairy. Li Ruobing's icy gaze was particularly fierce, making Su Chen feel as if he had done something unforgivably evil. He had not done anything right. Although it was said that girls would have a few days of unusually irritable moods, which were the days when their auntie visited. However, Su Chen remembered the days when Li Ruobing's auntie visited, and it was definitely not today. "So weird." Su Chen silently stopped talking. "Speak less, make fewer mistakes." Su Chen ordered his food, then picked up his phone and silently started playing a game. Mainly because Sister Bingbing's aura was too strong, making him feel like he was sitting on pins and needles. Li Ruobing saw that after Su Chen put down the menu, he actually took out his phone and was playing a game. No way. This was their first official date, sitting and eating with a great beauty like her who had dressed up so exquisitely, and he was actually playing a game. In the restaurant, other girls' boyfriends could not help but secretly look at her. But this silly little brother. Li Ruobing's eyes widened. She could not believe it. Her cheeks puffed out in anger, gritting her teeth, revealing 2 little canine teeth. Li Ruobing was usually an aloof goddess. She normally did not smile at all, so these 2 little canine teeth were always hidden. Su Chen was still silently playing his game at this moment. It would take a while for the food to be served, so Su Chen opened King's Pesticide and started a fast-paced brawl mode match. Su Chen was a veteran player of King's Pesticide. He had played for thousands of hours and was now a prestigious start-year master. Su Chen. Just as Su Chen entered the game and was about to control his character, he suddenly heard a pleasant yet icy voice sound above his head. It sounded like a devil demanding his life. Su Chen looked up, looking completely bewildered. Sister Bingbing, what is wrong? Could it be that he was playing a game without inviting Sister Bingbing, so she got bored and angry? Having lived 2 lives, Su Chen still had some emotional intelligence. He immediately said, Sister Bingbing, do you want to play together? But I have already started the match and cannot invite you. Wait a moment, if the food has not arrived by then, I will invite you. Li Ruobing. Who cares about your stupid game? Spend the rest of your life with your stupid game and let your stupid game have your babies. Li Ruobing was so angry she was about to go berserk. Su Chen, give me your phone. Li Ruobing's voice grew a few degrees colder, carrying a strong sense of oppression. What do you want my phone for? Although he found it strange, Su Chen still handed his phone to Li Ruobing. Click. Li Ruobing took the phone and, without saying a word, turned it off directly, turning the screen black. Su Chen. Li Ruobing placed the phone on the table and stared coldly at Su Chen. Look up, look at me. Su Chen looked over. Li Ruobing questioned, Su Chen, am I not pretty? Under Li Ruobing's kind gaze, Su Chen was very honest and answered loudly, pretty. Sister Bingbing is the prettiest person I have ever seen. Su Chen was not forced to say this, he was just telling the truth. Sister Bingbing was indeed the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. Even in the entertainment industry, her looks were a cut above those other female stars. Su Chen was also looking at Li Ruobing seriously at this moment. His dark eyes were exceptionally deep and charming, as if they could suck someone in. He is really so handsome. Li Ruobing's pretty face, which had been as cold as frost due to anger, was instantly covered with a charming blush. Although she felt sweet inside, she still said awkwardly, Little Chen, do you really think I am beautiful? And she cast a very friendly look at Su Chen. Silly brother, praise me more, I love hearing it. Su Chen sensed a dangerous aura and immediately raised his voice. Sister Bingbing, your beauty can only be described with a few lines of poetry. Li Ruobing looked at him with interest, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Let's hear it. Su Chen immediately began speaking. A face like a silver moon, eyes like watery apricots, lips naturally red without rouge, and eyebrows naturally dark without makeup. There is a beauty in the north, peerless and independent. One glance overthrows a city, another glance ruins a nation. A beauty that makes fish sink and birds fall, that eclipses the moon and shames the flowers. Such a woman should only exist in heaven, rarely found in the mortal realm. Su Chen racked his brains and blurted out all the poems he knew about praising beautiful women, regardless of whether they were appropriate or not. Anyway, just go for it and get it done. After speaking, Su Chen quietly observed Li Ruobing. Sister Bingbing should be satisfied, right? Because it was lit by candles, the environment was dim and reddish, so Su Chen could not see Li Ruobing's expression very clearly. For a moment, it was hard to judge whether she actually liked these poems or not. As for Li Ruobing sitting opposite him, although her expression remained calm, her heart was thumping wildly. Her face was already completely red. Fortunately, the candlelight hid it. This silly brother is so good at this. These poems praising her are so beautiful. I have never heard these poems before. Are they my silly brother's own original creations? To praise my beauty, he actually came up with such beautiful poetry. Compared to those great literary masters, these poems are not inferior at all. He must have pondered over these poems word by word in private for a long time, right? Just for a moment like this, to praise her to her face and win her favor. My silly brother's little thoughts. But she really liked it. Just then, a round of applause suddenly rang out in the restaurant. Good poem, good poem. These are the most beautiful poems praising a girl's beauty I have ever heard. So special, so thoughtful, these poems carry deep affection. This young man must really love the girl in front of him. Su Chen was speechless. Which ear heard affection? This is clearly a desire to survive. Look at you guys, see how this handsome young man praises his girlfriend. Exactly, you guys should learn from him. He is more handsome than you and better at complimenting people. Are not you ashamed of yourselves? He's so charming, I want to kick away the smelly man next to me. This young man is definitely a great modern writer. That girl is so lucky. It turned out that when Su Chen was reciting those poems just now, he could not help but raise his voice, and everyone in the restaurant heard him. Gaze after gaze turned toward Su Chen's table, instantly making them the center of attention. Listening to the discussions around them, Li Ruobing's small face turned crimson. She bit her lip lightly and glared at Su Chen with a hint of complaint. Su Chen, a compliment is a compliment. Why did you yell so loudly? Everyone is looking at us. Fortunately, the restaurant's lighting was dim, and Li Ruobing was sitting sideways, so people did not get a clear look at her face. However, just looking at her silhouette and back, this girl was definitely a great beauty, completely worthy of the poetic praise just now. Su Chen smiled, not feeling embarrassed at all. Sister Bingbing, who told you to be so beautiful? I could not help but raise my voice. Su Chen stared at Li Ruobing with a burning gaze, revealing a smug smile. This little girl is shy, is not she? He just loved seeing this usually domineering and cold iceberg beauty looking so flustered and helpless in front of him, letting herself be teased. Su Chen seemed to understand why Li Bai, this demon, loved teasing him so much. Because it was really interesting. Why does this feel a little bit perverted? Under Su Chen's deep and charming gaze, Li Ruobing became even more embarrassed. My silly brother is so bad. Her cheeks burned with a bright blush, her eyebrows seemed a bit lighter, and she lowered her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering gently. Su Chen could not help but be mesmerized. Oh no, it is the feeling of a beating heart. Aside from her terrible and violent personality, Sister Bingbing's looks are really too unfair. Just eat your food. Li Ruobing with a flustered face was truly extremely embarrassed. It had always been her teasing Su Chen like this. She was getting anxious. She directly picked up a banana from the table and without even peeling it, very rudely stuffed the whole thing into Su Chen's mouth. MMPH. Su Chen let out an uncomfortable sound. The banana almost reached his throat. Cough, cough. Su Chen took the banana out of his mouth, feeling incredibly uncomfortable. He blinked, seeing stars. Sister Bingbing, you. Li Ruobing glared at him fiercely. What, you got a problem with that? She opened her pink lips and looked at him provocatively. If you have the guts, use that banana in your hand to stuff my mouth. Su Chen was speechless. He knew it, the woman in front of him was no delicate and charming fairy. She was a female demon. This was her true personality. Violent. He almost fell for it just now, almost deceived by her shy appearance. 10 minutes later, the waiter brought the dishes over. Li Ruobing really felt her cheeks burning, so she picked up the iced drink the waiter had just brought to the table. Just as she was about to drink, her wrist was grabbed and Su Chen's serious voice sounded. Sister Bingbing, have you forgotten? You are not in good health, you cannot drink cold water. Li Ruobing glared at Su Chen. Little Chen, I am thirsty, just let me have one sip. Su Chen was very firm at this moment, looking at her with strict eyes. No. Little Chen, just one sip. Li Ruobing dropped her aloof look and looked at Su Chen with a pitiful expression. No, pretending to be pitiful will not work. Su Chen was unmoved. When it came to Li Ruobing's health, he would not compromise. Not even one sip. Li Ruobing felt helpless. Usually so domineering, she obediently listened this time. Fine. Su Chen stopped a passing waiter. Hello, please bring a glass of warm water. The waitress looked at Su Chen's handsome face and froze for a moment before blushing and saying, Oh, okay. This guy is really so handsome. But then her eyes dimmed as she realized that this handsome man did not even spare her a second glance. His eyes were entirely filled with the reflection of the beautiful girl opposite him. That girl, she is so beautiful. Is not that the big star Li Ruobing? What is their relationship? Are they siblings? The waitress was stunned for a moment, but she quickly recovered and did not say anything more. In this restaurant, celebrities often came to dine. The first rule for the waiters here was to mind their own eyes and mouths. A moment later, the waitress brought the warm water over. Su Chen took the glass. He took a sip first and found it a bit too hot. He blew on it himself, waiting for the water to cool down a bit before handing it to Li Ruobing. Li Ruobing took the glass Su Chen handed her, and without minding that he had drunk from it, drank from it directly. This water is really sweet. Their movements were very natural and harmonious. Su Chen testing the water temperature for Li Ruobing had long become an instinct for him. Because similar things had happened countless times over the years, this was just one small detail. After Li Ruobing finished drinking her water, Su Chen had already cut her steak. Li Ruobing took a look, the steak was cut neatly. Li Ruobing raised her eyes and looked at Su Chen. Su Chen was looking down, cutting his own steak. As if sensing something, he looked up and saw Li Ruobing staring at him with a faint gaze. Su Chen felt wary. Sister Bingbing, why are you looking at me? Li Ruobing showed a rare, faint smile. Beauty's smile could make the world pale in comparison. Li Ruobing said with a roguish tone, looking at a handsome guy. Su Chen. Li Ruobing picked up her fork and started eating the steak. This silly younger brother was so considerate. If she left him, how would she live? She had gotten used to his presence. In this lifetime, it is impossible to let him slip away from her hands. Next was a quiet dining time. The background piano music was melodious and pleasant. Su Chen really enjoyed this moment. Very relaxing. Not just the body, but the mind was also in a relaxed state. Sister Bingbing, you cannot drink too much of this wine, just a little. During the meal, it was inevitable to drink a little wine. But Li Ruobing's health was not good, so Su Chen could not let her drink too much. When it came to managing her health, Su Chen was always very strict. Don't worry, I will just drink a little. Li Ruobing showed a faint smile. Her silly younger brother's serious look was also very charming. Being disciplined by him like this occasionally was quite nice. Sister Bingbing, I am going to the restroom for a bit, Su Chen said as he stood up and walked towards the restroom, brushing past a man wearing a suit with dyed blonde hair. Damn, watch where you are going. The blonde-haired man in the suit looked at Su Chen's retreating back and cursed irritably. The blonde guy walked towards the inside of the restaurant. Suddenly, the blonde guy stopped and glanced towards the window seat. Then he frowned deeply. Li Ruobing, why is she here? He called her today to ask her out, did not she say she was busy? Did she come alone? Feeling curious, the blonde guy walked towards Li Ruobing's direction with an excited smile on his face. After returning to the country at his family's company from the first moment he saw Li Ruobing, the blonde guy was attracted by her stunning face and perfect figure. He swore he would definitely win Li Ruobing over. He originally thought that winning Li Ruobing over would be easy. He had played with other female stars before, it was nothing more than a matter of money. In the big melting pot of the entertainment industry, he did not believe there were any clean stars left. However, he was quickly frustrated. No matter how he pursued Li Ruobing, she never looked him straight in the eye. When he sent her flowers, she accepted them and threw them into the trash can right in front of him. When he gave her gifts, she also threw them into the trash can right in front of him. This made the blonde guy very angry, but at the same time it aroused his desire to conquer. The blonde guy walked to the side of Li Ruobing's seat and stood there. His face was a bit gloomy, but he still managed to squeeze out a smile. Bingbing, why are you here? Who did you come with? This is a holy place for couples dates. The blonde guy felt a sense of betrayal. Li Ruobing was the one he had his eyes on. He had not even gotten his hands on her yet. A beauty that overthrows cities and states. This woman should only exist in heaven. Li Ruobing was recalling the poem Su Chen wrote for her. That noble and glamorous face now looked very sweet and gentle. However, this sweet smile did not stay on her face for long. When she heard the blonde guy's voice, Li Ruobing frowned. Her stunning face immediately became as cold as frost, exuding an aura that kept people thousands of miles away. Does it have anything to do with you? Li Ruobing's beautiful eyes, covered with frost, looked at the blonde guy without a trace of emotion. This aloof attitude made the blonde guy even more furious inside. This Li Ruobing is popular now, so she looks down on people, right? Do not forget, the reason she became popular was because his family's company promoted her. The blonde guy said again, Bingbing, I do not care who you came with, come with me right now. Li Ruobing's face grew colder. Except for Su Chen, her patience was very limited. Why are you such an annoying fly? The blonde guy's face stiffened. He narrowed his eyes and then threatened, Bingbing, do not forget whose artist you are. My family's company can make someone popular and it can also blacklist someone. Everyone is in the entertainment industry who does not know how messy this circle is. What is she acting so aloof for? After the blonde guy finished speaking, he looked at Li Ruobing smugly, waiting for her choice. In the past, there were female stars who acted aloof towards him just like her, and did not they end up obediently becoming his playthings? Li Ruobing's cold, beautiful eyebrows were tinged with a hint of irritation. If this idiot said one more word, she would smash his mouth, or her last name was not Li. Just then, Su Chen's voice came over. Sister Bingbing, what is wrong? Su Chen came back from the restroom and saw a young man in a suit standing next to Li Ruobing's seat, saying who knows what. Su Chen frowned. His face instantly turned cold. Su Chen walked over, stood in front of the blonde guy, separating them and shielded Li Ruobing behind him. Who are you? Su Chen, who was over 1.8 meters tall, was half a head taller than this blonde guy. He looked cold and sharp at the moment, very intimidating. The blonde guy looked at the appearing Su Chen, frowning deeply. This guy is so damn handsome. Is he some star? Standing in front of him made him feel a bit inferior, and then the inferiority turned into anger. I'm Wang Chang, the son of the boss of Bingbing's agency. Who are you, and what is your relationship with Bingbing? The blonde guy introduced himself, wanting to use his identity to scare this young guy. Su Chen instantly understood. This was Sister Bingbing's suitor, the idiot she had mentioned before. The blonde guy originally thought Su Chen was also in the entertainment industry. After introducing himself, he figured Su Chen would be afraid of his family background. Who knew? Su Chen still had a cold face. He was serious and imposing. I do not care who you are. Sister Bingbing does not want to talk to you, and also do not disturb our meal. Su Chen's attitude made the blonde guy even more furious. He glared at Su Chen. So Bingbing came with you. What is your relationship? Su Chen felt annoyed. You are an outsider. What does it have to do with you? Damn, you are pretty arrogant. Do you fucking know who I am? It was the first time the blonde guy had been provoked like this. He reached out, wanting to push Su Chen. Li Ruobing, sitting in her seat, saw the blonde guy trying to lay a hand on Su Chen. The temperature in her cold, beautiful eyes instantly dropped to the lowest point, and the hand holding the fork could not help but exert force. Crag. Before the blonde guy's hand could touch Su Chen made a move. He also reached out with lightning speed and grabbed the blonde guy's wrist. Su Chen had practiced Taekwondo and Sanda with Li Ruobing since childhood. Although he was not as good as Li Ruobing, he was much stronger than ordinary people. Not to mention he had now drunk the physique enhancement potion. Ugh, it hurts. A sharp pain came from the blonde guy's wrist. He cried out subconsciously and his face, which looked weak from the start, became twisted in agony. This kid looked gentle and so handsome, he seemed like he would be easy to bully. Who knew his fucking grip would be so strong? Get lost. Su Chen flung his arm forcefully, almost throwing the blonde guy to the ground. Fine, just you wait. The blonde guy looked at Su Chen warily. He knew well that he was no match for this handsome man, so he did not force it. Instead, he dropped a harsh threat and left. Anyway, with Li Ruobing around, it would not be hard to find out who this kid was and what his identity was. There would be plenty of opportunities to deal with him. And this kid, by the looks of it, was probably a rich second generation too. He still needed to investigate first and see if his background was tough. If it was not tough, he was dead meat. After the blonde guy left, Su Chen pulled out a few tissues and wiped his hands with considerable disgust. After throwing the crumpled tissues into the trash can, he then looked at Li Ruobing and asked, "Sister Bingbing, did that blonde guy do anything to you?" Just as Su Chen asked this question, his attention was drawn to an iron fork on the table in front of Li Ruobing. The iron fork, which was originally very hard, was now bent in half, as if it had been forcefully bent by hand. Well, his worry was unnecessary. Sister Bingbing. Why did Sister Bingbing's eyes look so strange? Sister Bingbing, there is drool at the corner of your mouth. No, there is jade nectar flowing out. Su Chen switched to a more elegant term. Li Ruobing, who was intoxicated by Su Chen's handsome wife-protecting appearance just now, instantly woke up upon hearing this and quickly pulled out a tissue to wipe it. Then, her stunning little face instantly turned completely red. Dizzy, my head is so dizzy I think I am drunk. Li Ruobing seemed to lose consciousness, laying her entire pretty face on the table. Zub zub zub. Too embarrassed to see anyone. Su Chen. Sister Bingbing. Sister Bingbing, can you hear me? Su Chen hurriedly called out a few times, but Li Ruobing did not respond. There was a faint scent of wine on her. Su Chen frowned. How much did she drink? Looking at Li Ruobing, who was already drunk, Su Chen felt a headache coming on. He had only intended for her to have a little wine to warm herself up. Who would have thought she would actually get drunk? Su Chen looked at Li Ruobing's profile. It was flawless from every angle, still incredibly beautiful, like a fairy who had wandered into the mortal world. Perhaps because of the alcohol, her little face was flushed, looking like a soaked cherry. It made one want to take a bite, surely it would be sweet and juicy. Su Chen reached out and placed his finger on Li Ruobing's fair rosy cheek, then gave it a gentle poke. His fingertip sank in slightly, her face, full of collagen, felt so soft. It was a rather bold and arrogant gesture. Su Chen warned Li Ruobing, if you dare to sneak this much alcohol again, see how I deal with you. Li Ruobing, the big star who was faking drunkenness because she was too embarrassed to face anyone, moved slightly. Su Chen instantly pulled his finger back. He stood up straight. He watched Li Ruobing's movements cautiously, but he found that she had only moved a little and then remained unconscious. Damn it, you really are something, Li Ruobing, daring to scare me even when you are drunk. After Su Chen let out a sigh of relief, he suddenly felt a bit mischievous and reached out his devilish hands toward her soft, collagen-filled face. A poke here, a pinch there. It really is so soft. Su Chen had wanted to do this for a long time. He had been oppressed for too long and had long wanted to turn the tables and be the master, really wanting to tease her to his heart's content. Li Ruobing. Whimper. Su Chen played with Li Ruobing's little face for about 3 minutes, and only when he saw her face turning bright red did he reluctantly move his hand away. Su Chen called the waiter to settle the bill. The meal cost 52,000. It might have been a bit pricey, but as an ordinary college student, Su Chen paid it calmly, feeling no pressure. After paying, Su Chen called out again, Sister Bingbing, wake up, it is time to go home, Sister Bingbing. Li Ruobing still did not respond. Su Chen felt even more of a headache. This girl's alcohol tolerance was already poor, yet she dared to get drunk. Every time she got drunk, did not she wake up with a terrible headache? Su Chen was debating whether to take her home directly or wait here for her to sober up. Suddenly, Li Ruobing lifted her face from the table and said to Su Chen in a soft, cute voice, Su Chen, hug me. Little Chen, hug me, I want to go home, I want to go home, hurry and hug me. Husband, hug me. Husband Chen, hug me, I want to act spoiled in your arms. Li Ruobing's voice at this moment was not like her usual cold, dominant self, but had become soft and sweet. The voice was pleasant and alluring enough to make your bones melt. She had transformed from an unapproachable, cold queen into a spoiled, soft girl. It could melt your heart. It was extremely tempting. Any man hearing this would want to give her everything, even his life. But when Su Chen heard this voice, his body stiffened, and his handsome face showed a look of helpless pain. It is over. This girl's drunk mode has been activated. The torture begins again. Do not be fooled by Li Ruobing's usual cold demeanor. When she gets drunk, she becomes a completely different person. She becomes very clingy, very spoiled, and incredibly soft and cute. Is that not a good thing? It is good, sure. But she is too clingy and too spoiled, wanting to nestle in your arms every single second. Being nestled in the arms of the super beautiful star Li Ruobing while she acts all cute. Is not that enviable? It sounds enviable, but outsiders do not know the suffering involved. Every time Su Chen has to be tormented and entangled by her until he feels like he has lost a layer of skin. It is exhausting. This is another reason why Su Chen does not let her get drunk. Because when she gets drunk, the one who suffers and gets exhausted is himself. Her face is just too beautiful. No matter when you look at it, it will make your heart skip a beat and leave you stunned. Su Chen was only stunned for a moment before he said in a tone used for coaxing a child, "Sister Bingbing, let me carry you on my back, let us go home." He could not be harsh in his tone right now. Li Ruobing was very fragile and delicate at this moment. If he were even slightly harsh to her, she would cry, and it would be the kind of crying that no amount of coaxing could fix. Su Chen knew this from experience. They could not stay in the restaurant any longer. There was no telling what kind of big news she might cause. Li Ruobing looked at Su Chen with blurry, alluring eyes. Then she sat in her seat and opened her arms to Su Chen. "Little Chen, I do not want to be carried on your back. I want a hug, the bridal carry kind." Su Chen persisted, "Sister Bingbing, let us just do the back carry. Holding you is not convenient." "Little Chen, if you do not hold me, I will cry for you to see." Seeing Su Chen refuse, Li Ruobing's beautiful eyes immediately became watery, with crystal-clear tears swirling as if she would cry the next second. Su Chen, with her looking so pitiful and teary-eyed, who could bear to refuse her? Su Chen could only helplessly say in a very reluctant tone, "All right, fine, I will hold you." "Li Ruobing, look at you, you are drooling." Once Li Ruobing was drunk, Su Chen had to be firm. "Li Ruobing, meow." He pulled out a few tissues and carefully and thoroughly wiped the corner of Li Ruobing's mouth. Although his tone was annoyed, his wiping movements were exceptionally careful and gentle, for fear that a little too much force would hurt her. Su Chen's deep, bright eyes were filled entirely with Li Ruobing's figure. Li Ruobing was also looking at Su Chen. Her eyes were filled with only him. Su Chen put a mask and sunglasses on Li Ruobing, then took off his own jacket and put it on her so she would not catch a cold. "Li Ruobing, you are way too light. Have you not been eating properly for the past 2 years?" Su Chen held Li Ruobing in his arms. Her soft body was as light as a feather, making him frown. "This will not do. I have to find a way to feed her until she is nice and healthy." Picked up by Su Chen, Li Ruobing was like a dazed little kitten. She shifted in his arms, found a comfortable position, and then nestled there without moving. Su Chen looked down at her. "Sister Bingbing, being this obedient is really so cute. Why is it that an iceberg goddess, a violent maniac, a tigress, can become so cute just by getting drunk?" Su Chen carried Li Ruobing out of the restaurant. Su Chen was already handsome, but after drinking the charm potion, his aura was maxed out, easily attracting the attention of the young women. Especially since he was currently holding Li Ruobing in his arms, although she was wearing sunglasses and a mask, making her face hard to see. But from her snow-white skin and perfect figure, one could vaguely tell that this was definitely a beauty with fair skin and long legs. Carrying Li Ruobing, Su Chen became even more eye-catching. Being stared at by so many people, Su Chen did not feel embarrassed at all. His deep eyes were sharp and spirited, looking straight ahead fearlessly. "This guy is really so handsome, even more handsome than my idol. Is he some star or actor? I am going to switch my bias. Wow, this guy is so handsome. Is the girl in his arms drunk? Wow, a Princess Carrie. Yeah, not only is he handsome, but he also has a great body. He looks so strong and gives such a sense of security. He carries that girl without any effort at all. His boyfriend material is off the charts. Wow, it is really so romantic. Is this a scene from a fairy tale, or are they filming a TV drama? He is spoiling her too much. The girl in his arms is so lucky. Having her boyfriend carry her when she is drunk, that is just too wonderful. Yeah, if only my boyfriend could carry me like this when I get drunk." Looking at his girlfriend, who weighed almost 200 pounds, a certain man felt immense pressure. He really pampers his girlfriend. He must love her a lot, not willing to let her suffer even a little bit. The girls looked at Li Ruobing in Su Chen's arms full of envy, wishing they could take her place. But the girl in his arms has such a great figure. She looks so soft and cute. Her skin is so white and her face is so small. She must be a huge beauty. While her voice is so soft, the way she acts spoiled is just too adorable. Hearing these commotions, Su Chen frowned, showing a strange expression. Are these people blind? Or did they get the idea that he and Sister Bingbing look like boyfriend and girlfriend? It is just a normal older sister and younger brother relationship, okay? No, there's also the relationship of oppressor and oppressed. How is this love and pampering? This is clearly out of necessity, being threatened by her, okay? He was afraid she would make a drunken scene and embarrass herself here, so he had to carry her away. And also, Sister Bingbing is cute and soft. Well, although the current Sister Bingbing is indeed very cute and soft. But this is not her true colors. This is a violent tigress. Carrying Li Ruobing in his arms, Su Chen walked to the corridor and arrived at the elevator waiting area, very relaxed and at ease without blushing or panting. He was truly very relaxed. Li Ruobing was 1.7 meters tall and felt like she weighed around 120 pounds. It was quite a distance from the restaurant to the elevator, but Su Chen felt very relaxed, not exerting any effort at all. This was the effect of his enhanced stamina. He felt his whole body filled with power, feeling like he could punch a cow to death with one blow. Li Ruobing's body was really very soft. Holding her in his arms and feeling her against his body, that soft touch was truly comfortable, making one wish to hold her like this for a lifetime. She also carried a faint scent of alcohol and a delicate fragrance, which made Su Chen a bit intoxicated and fascinated. Along the way, Su Chen's head-turning rate was 100%. Many people were even struck by this scene, taking out their phones to record a video and posting it on the popular video app Douyin. The keywords were roughly: encountered a peerlessly handsome guy, boyfriend material off the charts. The role model for men all over the world. Godly looks, godly boyfriend. Dream boyfriend series. Public display of affection, torturing the singles. The luckiest girl. Super high attractiveness, a beautiful pairing of a man and a woman, and a fairy tale-like romantic atmosphere. Each element tugged at the girls' heartstrings, making them envious and yearning. These videos went viral on the video app at an incredibly fast speed. The view counts of these videos on Douyin also grew at a terrifying rate, from hundreds of thousands to millions, and then tens of millions. As the male lead who showed his face, Su Chen became an internet celebrity. And the female lead who did not show her face also aroused the netizens' curiosity. Of course, all of this is a story for later. At this moment, Su Chen was carrying Li Ruobing while waiting for the elevator. Li Ruobing in his arms seemed to have fallen asleep, very quiet. Su Chen looked down and a doting smile curled at the corner of his mouth, which even he himself did not notice. Sister Bingbing being this quiet was just like a soft little kitten. So sweet. It did not take long for the elevator to arrive. The doors opened and Su Chen walked in carrying Li Ruobing in his arms. This was the top floor and there was only a young girl inside the elevator. Since Su Chen was holding Li Ruobing with both hands, he could not free up a hand to press the floor button. So he put on a handsome and charming smile and politely said to the young girl, "Miss, I need to go to the basement parking lot on the first floor down. Could you help me press the button?" The young girl seemed to be a college student. Seeing Su Chen smile at her, for a split second she thought she had seen a glowing god. "This guy is so handsome." Blushing, the young girl replied to Su Chen with a hint of shyness, "Oh, okay." Su Chen smiled politely, "Thank you." Even though it was just a polite smile, he was simply too charming for a young girl like her to handle. The girl's face grew even redder. She lowered her head, not daring to look at Su Chen, and replied softly, you are welcome." No. Just then, the gentle smile on Su Chen's face froze, replaced by a painful frown. The young girl asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" Su Chen shook his head and forced a calm tone, saying, "I am fine." After that, Su Chen fell silent. He silently looked down at his arm. There was a red patch on it. His Li Ruobing, this demon, she really hits hard. Even when drunk, she could not behave and still tortured him. The elevator fell quiet. In the enclosed space, the young girl somehow suddenly felt a chill down her spine, as if she were being stared at by the Grim Reaper. It gave her the creeps and filled her with immense fear. Could there be a ghost? The more she thought about it, the more scared she became. She immediately pressed the button for the next floor. As soon as the elevator stopped, she ran for her life. Su Chen was speechless. What was up with that girl looking like she just saw a ghost? Was he that scary? How weird. After that, people gradually walked into the elevator. When they saw Su Chen holding a woman in his arms, they all took a few extra glances at him. Su Chen looked calm, letting those strange gazes size him up. He was very confident. "I am so handsome, why should I be afraid of you looking?" Although he had a laid-back personality and liked to stay at home, he was not socially anxious. "Young man, you are quite something, you dote on your girlfriend so much. Are not you tired holding her like that?" "That is right, this young man is so handsome and strong. That is rare these days. The boys I see on TV are all more delicate than girls." This girl really hit the jackpot finding such a handsome young man. "It is really a pity. What a great young man. If he did not already have a girlfriend, I would want to introduce my daughter to him." A few middle-aged women looked at Su Chen with admiration. Su Chen said politely, "Hello, aunties, I am not tired." Then he explained, "We are not a couple. She's my older sister and I am her younger brother. We are family." "So it is your sister? Then, young man, you do not have a girlfriend yet. Do you want to consider my daughter? She's still in college and I hear she is the campus belle." The aunties instantly became interested. They looked at Su Chen with bright, shining eyes as if they had found a treasure. Just then, Li Ruobing in Su Chen's arms seemed to wake up. She mumbled groggily, "Darling hubby, are we home yet?" Su Chen was speechless. The aunties were also stunned. Then, feeling a bit awkward, the aunties laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, young man, and you said she was not your girlfriend but your sister. More like a romantic sister and brother, right? Young people really know how to play, calling each other that must be a little couple's kink. I heard young people nowadays all like to play that thing, what is it called? Role play." Yes, that is it, role play. This young couple is probably doing that sibling romance role play, very kinky. Ha ha ha, young man, you should cherish your wife. The aunties laughed. The other people in the elevator laughed too. The elevator was filled with a joyful atmosphere. Su Chen fell silent. Well, as long as I am not embarrassed, it is the others who are embarrassed. As the elevator went down to the lower floors, more and more people got in. The elevator became crowded and the air inside became unpleasant, with a pungent smell of smoke. Su Chen noticed Li Ruobing in his arms. Her cute, delicate nose twitched under her mask and she rubbed it with her hand, looking very uncomfortable. Li Ruobing's sense of smell was very sensitive and fragile. Even a slightly irritating scent could easily cause her nose to have an allergic reaction. Su Chen looked at the floor number. They had just descended to the 20th floor. Seeing Li Ruobing's discomfort, Su Chen made up his mind and said to the people in front, "Excuse me, please make way. I am getting off at this floor." "Young man, are not you going to the basement parking lot? This is only the 20th floor." Someone asked in confusion. "No, I am just going to this floor," Su Chen briefly explained. Then Su Chen turned sideways and squeezed through the crowd, trying his best to prevent anyone from bumping into Li Ruobing in his arms, protecting her with his tall and strong body. Once out of the elevator, the fresh air made Li Ruobing's complexion look a bit better. Seeing her looking more comfortable, Su Chen could not help but smile. Then he complained, "Li Ruobing, you little brat, just keep torturing me. Did I owe you in my past life or something?" Despite his complaint, there was not a trace of disgust or annoyance in Su Chen's deep eyes. At this time and on this floor, the elevators were basically packed. "It is just 20 floors, right? Let us just do it." Su Chen gritted his teeth, held Li Ruobing and headed toward the stairwell. Su Chen walked towards the corridor. Looking at the seemingly endless stairs, he did not hesitate at all. He picked up Li Ruobing and started going downstairs. He felt like he had endless energy. Meanwhile, nestled in Su Chen's arms, Li Ruobing had indeed had a little to drink and was slightly dizzy, but her mind was still clear. When she realized that Su Chen was going to carry her down 20 flights of stairs, she instantly sobered up a lot, unable to stop complaining in her heart. This silly little brother is so stupid. Why take the stairs when there is a perfectly good elevator? 20 flights of stairs would exhaust a normal person just walking down, not to mention her silly little brother is carrying her. He will be even more tired. His body is so weak and he could not even take a punch before. How could he possibly carry her down 20 flights of stairs? Should she get down and walk by herself? Pretend that she had sobered up. But she really could not bear to leave his embrace. She did not know when, but his arms had grown so strong and gave her such a great sense of security. In his arms, she could feel his strong heartbeat and smell his pleasant scent. She simply could not bear to leave. How about pretending a little longer? Wait until this silly little brother is completely exhausted and then get down. Li Ruobing made up her mind. So she continued to pretend to be drunk. Li Ruobing truly deserved to be a big star and an award-winning Best Actress. Her acting skills were indeed excellent. Even though Su Chen was the person most familiar with her, he could not tell that she was faking it. Su Chen started going down the stairs. Tap tap. His footsteps sounded very loud in the quiet stairwell. The exterior of this building was made of glass. The dazzling lights outside shone through the glass and illuminated Su Chen. The light fell on him, stretching his shadow and creating a romantic atmosphere. And in the shadow, Li Ruobing and his arms merged into one with him. Su Chen continued downstairs. He still did not feel tired, only his breathing became slightly heavier. Meanwhile, Li Ruobing in his arms widened her eyes in surprise. Her pink lips under the mask parted in a cute, dazed manner. This silly little brother has such good stamina. What was pressing against her back? So hard. It was his abs. She could clearly feel that his abdominal muscles were incredibly firm and powerful, just like steel. Li Ruobing secretly glanced at the floor number. They had already reached the 10th floor, yet her silly little brother still seemed to be full of energy. When did he become so strong? Li Ruobing had originally planned that once she won this silly little brother's heart, she would consult some old traditional Chinese medicine doctors for prescriptions to nourish his body. But looking at it now, tonics seemed unnecessary. Her silly little brother's strength and endurance exceeded her imagination. Li Ruobing suddenly became worried. Her body was so delicate, would she be able to handle this silly little brother? No. She needed to work out and get fit, for the sake of a harmonious married life. By the time Su Chen reached the underground parking lot on the first basement level, he basically felt nothing, merely taking a slight breather. This physical enhancement is just too insane. Su Chen carried Li Ruobing to where they parked. Standing next to the car, Su Chen remembered that he had left the car keys in his jacket. And right now, his jacket was being worn by Li Ruobing. Su Chen carefully laid Li Ruobing on a bench in the parking lot, then crouched beside her and reached his hand toward her. At this moment, Li Ruobing, who was pretending to sleep, could not help her heart pounding wildly when Su Chen laid her down on the bench. What is this silly little brother trying to do? She stealthily peeked at the surrounding environment. A dimly lit underground parking lot. It was a deserted corner, and she was a great beauty who was dead drunk. Could it be that her silly little brother wanted to do something to her right here? Is not he being a bit too lustful? Is not he being a bit too bold? Rationally speaking, Li Ruobing should stop this silly little brother. But, her heart was beating so fast, why was she inexplicably looking forward to it? She felt so shy. Li Ruobing's hand quietly gripped the corner of her skirt. The skin on her face also turned pink. She could not help but close her eyes. Whatever, she would not resist anymore. It was not that she wanted to give herself away for free, but her silly little brother's body was so strong and powerful. How could a delicate woman like her resist? Just let him do whatever he wants. What a perverted little brother. Waiting quietly in anticipation. However, after Su Chen reached out and quickly took the car keys from his jacket pocket, nothing else happened. Li Ruobing waited and waited, but she did not get Su Chen's next move. Then Su Chen's extremely puzzled voice rang out. Strange, I just took a moment to grab the car keys. How did Sister Bingbing's face get so red? Could she have caught a cold? Su Chen reached out, touched her forehead, and found that it was indeed a bit hot. Li Ruobing. What on earth was she expecting? Zob. It is too embarrassing to face anyone. Su Chen opened the car door, bent down to pick Li Ruobing up from the bench, and looked down at her quiet and well-behaved figure in his arms. Su Chen felt as if his heart was filled with something. Carrying Li Ruobing to the passenger seat, Su Chen carefully fastened her seatbelt. Throughout the whole process, Li Ruobing was very obedient, letting Su Chen handle her like a delicate and beautiful porcelain doll. Su Chen sat in the driver's seat and reached out to take off her mask and sunglasses, revealing her exquisite and stunningly beautiful little face. Su Chen's movements paused. This girl is really beautiful. As expected of his older sister. As Su Chen looked at her, he could not help but become mesmerized. Meanwhile, Li Ruobing, who was pretending to be drunk, could feel Su Chen's gaze fixed on her even though her eyes were closed. At the thought of her silly younger brother staring at her, Li Ruobing could not help but feel nervous. What is this silly brother going to do? A man and a woman alone together. Is he going to kiss me? The silly brother made a move. He is getting closer to her. Oh my. The silly brother is really a pervert, only bullying a weak, drunk woman like her. Fine, just kiss me. She cannot resist anyway. Li Ruobing even slightly parted her pink lips. Right at this moment, a sudden pain came from her cheek. Then she heard Su Chen's scolding voice, Li Ruobing, you are not allowed to get drunk next time. What if you get drunk outside? What if I am not around? Su Chen applied a little force and pinched Li Ruobing's soft and moist cheek. Li Ruobing was speechless. At this moment, Li Ruobing looked so delicate and charming. She was obedient, fragile, completely defenseless, and yet incredibly tempting. Even he, a victim who had been tormented by her since childhood and had psychological trauma from her. Even he easily lost his composure facing Li Ruobing in this state, let alone other men. However, right after scolding her, Su Chen felt like he had just said a bunch of nonsense. Even if this female demon was drunk, she was not someone an ordinary man could easily approach. When Li Ruobing got drunk, she would only be this obedient and clingy in front of him. If she got drunk in front of other men, she would be extremely fierce. Once when she was drunk, Uncle Li tried to help her up, but she twisted his arm behind his back and dislocated it. That scene was truly a display of a loving father and a filial daughter. Also, when she first entered the entertainment industry as a rookie, she attended a company party for the first time and had a little to drink. A boss had dirty thoughts about her. He tried to touch her, but before he could even lay a finger on her, she kicked him hard to the ground. That boss suffered multiple fractures and ended up lying in a hospital bed for a month. Li Ruobing's acting career almost ended before it even began. Fortunately, at that time, Su Chen was in the entertainment industry and had gained some influence by writing scripts. He secretly settled the matter with that boss, allowing Li Ruobing to continue her career in the industry. Ever since then, this incident spread within the circle. No one in the industry dared to force Li Ruobing to attend drinking parties anymore. As for why she was fierce to others but clingy and affectionate to him when drunk, Su Chen thought it might be a kind of contrast, a psychological suggestion from Sister Bingbing. The more clingy and affectionate she was to him when drunk, the more fierce and ruthless she would be in tormenting him when sober. "Little Chen, let us go home." The sleeping Li Ruobing suddenly murmured, opening her arms to hug Su Chen, just like a little kitten wanting to be intimate with its owner. "Li Ruobing, let go of me. How can I drive if you hug me like this? And look at yourself, where is the image of an aloof big star? You are basically giving yourself away." Li Ruobing was speechless. Meow, meow, meow. She was indeed giving herself away. "Little Chen, I want a kiss. If you do not kiss me, I will not be good and I will cry." Li Ruobing acted coquettishly, her soft and teasing voice incredibly sweet. It could melt a person's heart, making it absolutely impossible to refuse any of her requests. Su Chen felt helpless and said in a very reluctant tone, "Fine, I will kiss you." He knew her well. If he did not kiss her, she would cling to his arms all night. That would be very troublesome. Zmoj. Su Chen kissed Li Ruobing's fair and tender cheek. He looked very nervous, constantly watching her reaction. Although Li Ruobing was very soft and cute right now, she had violent genes in her body after all. Who knew when they would awaken and give him a severe beating? After the kiss, Su Chen looked at Li Ruobing with trepidation and said, "All right, can you sit nicely now?" Li Ruobing was speechless. "That is it. Are you dismissing a child?" "No?" Li Ruobing glared at Su Chen with teary eyes, looking pitiful and full of resentment in her beautiful eyes. Like an unsatisfied little wife. Very alluring. This kind of expression was absolutely lethal to men. Su Chen took one look and his heart pounded wildly. He did not even notice that his voice was trembling slightly. "Li Ruobing, I already kissed you. What else do you want?" As he said, a drunk Li Ruobing was very troublesome in front of him. She was too clingy. Such a headache. Li Ruobing looked at Su Chen softly, tapped her lips with her slender finger, and looked at him with an extremely charming gaze. "No, I want a kiss here." Su Chen was speechless. His internal engine was getting more and more restless. His sexy Adam's apple bobbed with difficulty. At this moment, his mouth felt inexplicably dry. "Li Ruobing, do you know what you're doing? How dare she?" Li Ruobing showed an infatuated smile, looking like a seductive little wife. "Darling husband, of course I know what I am doing. I am asking my darling husband to kiss me." Su Chen was speechless. "You drunk maniac, you do not know a damn thing. Li Ruobing, let me make this clear first. You are the one pestering me for a kiss and you would not take no for an answer. I do not want to kiss you at all. If you cannot get married in the future, do not blame me." Su Chen swallowed hard. This teasing little goblin Li Ruobing was sent by heaven to torture him. He leaned in. Su Chen kissed Li Ruobing's sweet, soft, and crystal-clear moist lips. That soft and sweet touch made Su Chen's heart skip a beat. At this moment, Su Chen could feel his heart beating wildly. If Sister Bingbing was this clingy to him when she was sober, it seemed pretty good too. "Wait, Su Chen, you are daydreaming. If this female demon Sister Bingbing was sober and you dared to defile her like this, you would have been artificially disabled by now, lying in a hospital bed for the rest of your life. If it was more serious, the whole village would be attending your funeral banquet. How could a sober Sister Bingbing give herself away like this?" The kiss ended and they pulled apart. Su Chen's heart was pounding wildly at this moment. The feeling of kissing is truly addictive. It was such an amazing experience. Everything about it was so immersive and I just could not pull myself away. Sister Bingbing is such a terrifying woman. Su Chen shook his head to clear his thoughts, then looked at Li Ruobing with vigilance. Li Ruobing was leaning back in her seat, her beautiful face so captivating that one could not look away. Her eyes were hazy with intoxication. Su Chen felt relieved. Thank goodness Sister Bingbing was still drunk. He looked around guiltily like a thief, and only felt truly at ease after confirming there were no cameras or anything like that in the car. He looked just like a petty thief. Su Chen sat up straight, staring ahead, trying his best not to look at Li Ruobing, for she was simply too beautiful. "Sister Bingbing, I am starting the car now." When Su Chen had just turned 18, Li Ruobing forced him to learn to drive in the sun, helped him get his license, and made him her exclusive driver. Li Ruobing's eyes were alluring, and paired with her pure, sweet face and perfect figure, she was truly both innocent and seductive. She really is a little enchantress. Who would have thought that when she is sober, she is a cold and ascetic superstar? "Sister Bingbing, it is cold outside. Cover yourself with this coat." Su Chen gritted his teeth and draped his coat over Li Ruobing, trying not to let himself get distracted. He would end up driving dangerously. "My dear husband, I am not cold." Li Ruobing uncooperatively tossed the coat aside. My dear husband, am I pretty? Do you like me? Although her tone was hazy, her watery eyes were sparkling, cunning like a little vixen. She was confident and proud. Hey, you silly boy. Mesmerized by your sister's beauty, are not you? Cannot take your eyes off me, right? You are really being naughty. Is not your sister beautiful? Are you bewitched? Do you really want to kiss me? Are you shy, my silly boy? You are so cute. Husband, are you harboring any bad intentions? Little Chen, you are so indecent. Li Ruobing looked at Su Chen with an innocent expression. Despite her pure face, the things she said were so seductive, bold, and incredibly hot. This contrast is absolutely lethal. Su Chen's face burned with heat. He looked away awkwardly and said righteously, Sister Bingbing, I, Su Chen, am not that kind of person. I will not take advantage of someone in this state. I am a man of honor. Su Chen gulped, his mouth dry. She is too good at flirting. She did not just drink alcohol, she must have taken the wrong medicine. Stop it. Su Chen grabbed the coat forcefully and put it on Li Ruobing in a very rough manner. Li Ruobing, do not you dare take it off. If you try to take it off, I will kill you. Su Chen warned her fiercely. He could not let her keep unleashing her charm like this. He was not some saintly monk. He could not hold on much longer. Husband, you are so fierce, you scared me. Li Ruobing whined unhappily. She could barely hide the smile at the corner of her mouth. He is flustered. But my silly boy acting all rough and tough is also so charming. I love it. Veins bulged on Su Chen's handsome face. He was truly being driven crazy by this little enchantress. This is not just clingy flirting. This is pain and torture. Going home, Su Chen officially started driving. Fortunately, during the drive, Li Ruobing did not continue to torment him. She quieted down as if she had fallen asleep again. Quiet, she looked like a fairy with red lips, white teeth, and beauty that could sink fish and drop geese. A tigress before drinking, a little kitten after. Su Chen could not help but reach out and pinch Li Ruobing's delicate nose. His tone was very doting. Very natural. Li Ruobing. A tigress? Who is this silly boy calling a tigress? How am I a tigress? I am so mad. Li Ruobing is clearly a gentle, kind, and sweet fairy, okay? You silly boy, I will beat you up. Su Chen, who was driving carefully, suddenly felt a chill down his back, as if a death-like gaze was fixed on him. Could it be haunted in the middle of the night? Su Chen felt a bit nervous. But then his gaze fell on Li Ruobing beside him, and his uneasy heart immediately calmed down, feeling very secure. With a demon like Sister Bingbing here, even ghosts would be afraid of her. Traffic jam ahead. On the road, Su Chen saw the cars in front stopping, so he slowed down and stopped behind them. Su Chen rolled down the window. It seemed like there was a traffic jam ahead, stretching out in a long line. Looking at the congestion, it probably would not clear up anytime soon. Not far away, Su Chen saw a female reporter holding a microphone, followed by a cameraman as if they were conducting interviews. Seeing this, Su Chen glanced at Li Ruobing, who was sleeping in the passenger seat. He prepared to roll up the window. If he and Sister Bingbing were caught on camera, it would likely be a guaranteed spot on tomorrow's trending list. Superstar Li Ruobing on a late-night date with a handsome young man. The untold secrets between a superstar and a young idol. Those would probably be the types of headlines. However, it was already too late. His appearance was too striking, and the beautiful reporter was attracted to him at first glance. She shouted at him with the microphone, handsome, wait a moment. We are from Orange TV, we would like to ask you a few questions. The reporter's eyes lit up when she saw Su Chen. This guy was so handsome. 100 times more handsome than those A-list movie stars she had interviewed before. If she could interview him, the ratings for this episode would definitely explode. After all, their program was primarily aimed at female viewers. The reporter was indeed very quick. Just as Su Chen was about to close the window, she placed her hand on the frame, stopping him. Damn! Su Chen cursed inwardly. Then he poked his head out and gave the camera and the reporter a gentlemanly, charming smile. Hello, is there something I can help you with? Looking at Su Chen's charming smile, the reporter's eyes were glowing. Hola? He is so handsome. So polite. The reporter came to her senses and said, Young man, hello, we are from Orange TV. We have a few questions we would like to ask you. Do you have a moment? Su Chen refused directly, no. Reporter, why does not this person play by the rules? Orange TV is currently the hottest station in the country. How could someone turn down the chance to appear on it? Young man, just a few questions, just a few. The reporter really did not want to miss out on such an incredibly handsome man. Su Chen blocked Li Ruobing with his body. Seeing the reporter's persistence, he figured it would be hard to get rid of her if he did not agree. He frowned and said coldly, fine, make it quick, I am in a hurry. The reporter said excitedly, okay. Well, a cold, aloof heartthrob. So handsome. The reporter immediately asked, "Young man, have you watched the recently popular suspense drama Night Escape?" Su Chen nodded, "Yes, I have." The reporter's eyes lit up then. "Young man, what do you think of the performance of the lead actress, Li Ruobing?" Li Ruobing became incredibly popular because of the show. She not only has a sweet face but also outstanding acting skills, winning many prestigious awards. She is truly a powerhouse with both looks and talent. Both the audience and the media have given her nothing but praise for this show. When Su Chen heard this question, his previously annoyed expression vanished and his eyes lit up with interest. "This is right up my alley." Su Chen immediately said, "The script is good. The screenwriter must be the most talented one in the world." Then he frowned. "Many aspects of this show are perfect, but there is one major flaw. I think the lead actress is terrible. She ruined the show." The reporter was stunned. "Huh?" Su Chen continued, "Li Ruobing is just a pretty vase. I do not understand why you media people keep praising her acting. Is that good acting? Her performance is clearly exaggerated and over the top. I think the media outlets that gave her those awards must have been bought off by her. And I have also heard that Li Ruobing acts like a diva on set. As an ordinary viewer, I really hate that kind of behavior." Su Chen got more and more into it. Meanwhile, the reporter was a bit dazed. Originally, this interview was meant to boost Li Ruobing's popularity and public image. Who would have thought? I have interviewed a hater. Su Chen was on a mission, a difficult task given to him by Uncle Li. That is, to make it impossible for Li Ruobing to stay in the entertainment industry and force her to quit. Su Chen had always been a hater of Li Ruobing, often bashing her on various platforms. He was a leader of the haters. This TV interview gave him a perfect platform to showcase that. He wanted to show Uncle Li his determination, that he had not forgotten the difficult task he was given. He wanted to use the power of the haters to make Li Ruobing lose hope in the industry and retire. To all the rational viewers out there, do not be blinded by the mainstream media. We must stand up and say no to actors like Li Ruobing who only rely on their looks. Su Chen called out to the camera, urging the haters to unite and drive Li Ruobing out of the entertainment industry. Well, I am done. Do you have any more questions?" Reporter. She was completely dumbfounded. The reporter managed to force a smile. "Young man, I have no more questions." She would not dare ask anything else. Su Chen reminded the reporter, "By the way, remember to use a computer to process my voice and appearance. I value my privacy." "Oh right, okay." The reporter felt dizzy. Can this interview even be aired? Just as the reporter left, the traffic began to move. Su Chen prepared to start the car. Then his body trembled. So cold. The feeling of being stared at by the Grim Reaper returned. "With Sister Bingbing here, no ghosts can touch me." Su Chen muttered to himself. Fairy Li, who was faking sleep, meow. After starting the car, Su Chen looked at Li Ruobing in the passenger seat. Seeing that she was sleeping soundly, he could not help but feel relieved. If that demon Li Ruobing had heard what he just said and knew he was badmouthing her, he'd probably be skinned alive and bedridden for 3 days. "Li Ruobing, you sleep so dead, are you a little pig?" Su Chen could not resist pinching her soft nose again with his fingers. That touch was truly addictive. "Li Ruobing, bear with it. This brat is getting too presumptuous." Su Chen had his fill of teasing her. "But why is it so cold in the car?" Under an inexplicable death stare, Su Chen finally drove back to Li Ruobing's villa. After parking the car, Su Chen tilted his head to look at Li Ruobing and found she was still asleep. "Sister Bingbing, we are home." He leaned over, shook her body, and called out in a magnetic voice. "Though?" Li Ruobing looked like she had just woken up. With her sleepy eyes, she looked especially adorable and soft, making one's heart flutter. Seeing that Li Ruobing was awake, Su Chen got out of the driver's seat, walked around the front of the car to the passenger side and opened the door. "Sister Bingbing, come on out." Su Chen held the car door with his hand. Li Ruobing opened her eyes, looking at Su Chen with watery doe eyes. Looking pitiful, she opened her arms toward him. "Su Chen, this little girl is still drunk." "Li Ruobing, you want me to carry you every time you get drunk. Do you know how tired I am?" Su Chen said with a look of utter disgust. Despite what he said, his tall body honestly bent down, extending his strong arms to scoop up the great beauty in the car. It was a very natural and harmonious Princess Carrie. His movement seemed to have been repeated countless times, already becoming an instinct. The curve of his arms and the position where he held Li Ruobing's body were adjusted perfectly, ensuring she would not feel uncomfortable in his arms. Su Chen walked very steadily, keeping his upper body as still as possible so that Li Ruobing would not feel uncomfortable from the shaking. Of course, for Su Chen to perfect a simple Princess Carrie to this extent, it was inseparable from the teachings of that demon Li Ruobing. This was growth born of blood and tears. Walking along the quiet garden path, Su Chen carried Li Ruobing to the villa's front door and stood in front of the facial recognition scanner. Beep. The villa's front door opened just like that. On the day Li Ruobing moved into this villa, Su Chen had already registered his face for the lock, because he was dragged over to do manual labor that day. As for why he had to knock yesterday, naturally, it was because Li Ruobing had deadbolted the door from the inside. Walking into the villa, Su Chen turned on the lights, and the room instantly became bright and spacious. "Sister Bingbing, we are home." Su Chen looked down at the beauty in his arms, his voice carrying a gentleness and doting tone he did not even notice himself. Su Chen added, "Sister Bingbing, I will put you down on the sofa." Li Ruobing murmured softly in his arms, acting coquettishly, "Little Chen, I just want to be held by you. I do not want to sit on the sofa." Her silly little brother's embrace was firm and warm, giving her a great sense of security. She did not want to leave it. Su Chen did not indulge Li Ruobing. Instead, he looked down at her and coaxed, "Sister Bingbing, you wore high heels today. Wearing them for so long will make your feet hurt. I will go get some hot water for you to soak them." Although Li Ruobing had formidable combat power and innate superhuman strength, her body was truly soft and fragile, like a porcelain doll that could not take even the slightest bump. She could not wear high heels and was not used to them. Li Ruobing only wore them on important occasions. Normally, she just wore flat shoes. Her skin was too tender, just like a newborn baby's. A slightly forceful pinch would leave a mark. Hearing this, Li Ruobing finally settled down, obediently letting Su Chen place her body on the soft sofa. Su Chen went to fetch a basin of hot water. He returned to the living room. He squatted down and first took off Li Ruobing's coat. His eyes darkened slightly. She was truly so beautiful. Delicate facial features, a slender and graceful figure, just like a fairy descending to earth. Whoever could marry her would definitely be the luckiest man in the world. When this thought arose, it seemed Su Chen had forgotten something. Su Chen just sighed emotionally for a moment, then squatted down in front of Li Ruobing. "Sister Bingbing, I am going to take off your high heels now. I am not doing anything beastly to you, so please do not kick me." Su Chen reminded her cautiously. Although Sister Bingbing was drunk right now, there was a precedent. He was afraid that if he touched her even slightly, she would give him a kick. Li Ruobing. Was she that violent? Oh, it seemed she really was. That time he took off her shoes, her feet were too sensitive. It was the first time a man had touched her there and her nerves were tense, so she accidentally kicked him. She really was careless and she really did not use much force. Who knew her silly little brother's body was so weak? After being kicked by her, he lay in bed for 3 days before he could barely get out of bed and walk. I will not kick you, I am just a weak woman." Li Ruobing looked at Su Chen with wet eyes, looking pitiful and wronged. As if Su Chen was slandering her. Su Chen, redefining the term weak woman. Su Chen reached out his fingers and took off Li Ruobing's sparkling high heels. He slowly grasped her snow-white, slender feet with his palms. He tested the water temperature and found it slightly hot. Such a temperature was just right for a foot soak. He also added salt to the water to relieve foot fatigue. He placed Li Ruobing's jade-like feet into the hot water. Under the shimmering ripples, her feet looked even more white with a hint of pink, like the finest porcelain and jade. Her toes, as if very sensitive, curled up shyly, looking extremely petite and cute. As soon as her feet were in the water, Li Ruobing felt stimulated and wanted to pull them back. Because the water was a bit hot. "Sister Bingbing, just bear with it for a moment. Be a good girl and do not move around." Su Chen was already prepared. Seeing her about to move, he hurriedly held down her fair and tender feet with his hands, preventing her from moving. Splash, splash. After a short while, Li Ruobing finally adapted to the temperature. She stopped struggling and let Su Chen touch her sensitive feet, feeling a bit shy. Her face blushed slightly. Her eyes flickered. "This is so embarrassing." Su Chen did not see Li Ruobing's delicate and charming appearance, because his face was covered in water at the moment. His clothes were also a bit wet. Su Chen grabbed a few tissues and haphazardly wiped the water droplets off his face. Then he held Li Ruobing's feet and started massaging them. Being held by the feet by Su Chen, Li Ruobing's face turned even redder, like it was fully ripe. She murmured softly, "Little Chen, when you do that, it tickles." Listening to Li Ruobing's soft moans, the light in Su Chen's deep eyes shifted like turbulent ocean waves. "It is not just you who is itching, I am itching too." What was itching was his heart. Her soft and seductive voice sounded in his ears like a jolt of electricity, making his entire body tingle. Su Chen shook his head and silently recited a calming mantra, shaking off the wicked thoughts in his mind. This was Sister Bingbing, the older sister he had treated like family since childhood. She trusted him so much and had her guard completely down around him. He could not do anything out of line and disappoint her. "Sister Bingbing, do you feel a little better now?" Su Chen used experienced techniques to gently massage Li Ruobing's feet. Li Ruobing frowned. Under his massage, her feet, which had just been a bit sore, were now truly completely free of any ache or pain. When did this silly little brother's massage skills get so good? Not long ago, when he massaged her, he would still occasionally hurt her. But now he had improved this much in such a short time. Had he been secretly massaging someone else? Realizing this possibility, Li Ruobing's originally shy and stunning face instantly turned as cold as ice, and a murderous aura filled the air around her. Su Chen felt it. His body stiffened. Was she going to kick him again? Su Chen did not move. If she wanted to kick, let her kick as long as she was happy. Besides, he wanted to test if his resistance to beatings had improved after drinking the physique enhancement potion. Su Chen, have you massaged other girls like this too? Li Ruobing's voice turned cold. Her previously seductive tone instantly became incredibly domineering, exuding a bone-chilling coldness. The little temptress instantly turned into an aloof queen. Su Chen froze for a moment, then shook his head vigorously, firmly proving his innocence. Sister Bingbing, absolutely not. In this world, other than the demon Li Ruobing who would force him to massage her like this, what girl would do such a thing? Seeing Su Chen's guarantee, Li Ruobing's cold eyes finally softened a bit. Then she fiercely warned, Su Chen, remember this. You are mine, and in this life you can only massage me, you can only serve me alone. If you dare to serve anyone else, I will chop off your hands and feet and feed them to the dogs. Su Chen was always pretty good at reading comprehension. In Su Chen's understanding, her words were like a warning saying, Su Chen, remember you are my slave, and in this life you can only serve me, your master. Su Chen felt a chill all over his body. He seemed to envision a terrifying scene. On a pitch-black night, Li Ruobing walking toward him with a smile, holding a knife in her hand. Tying him to her bed, chopping off his limbs bit by bit, his blood dyeing her white dress red like blooming flowers, possessing a bizarre romantic beauty. Su Chen felt that, based on his understanding of this female demon Li Ruobing, it was highly possible she would do such a thing. This was the dark side of her heart. This was dancing with the devil. Sister Bingbing, do not worry, I will definitely only massage you. Other girls simply are not qualified to be served by me. No girl in this world can compare to you, they cannot even compare to a single one of your toes. Su Chen said with utmost seriousness, wanting to show his determination. This female demon was so scary. HMPH, that is more like it. Under Su Chen's praise, Li Ruobing's cold and glamorous face reddened a bit more, and she looked away somewhat unnaturally. She replied with a rather tsundear tone. Dry them. Sitting on the sofa, Li Ruobing brazenly stretched out her jade-like legs straight in front of Su Chen, like a queen ordering her male concubine. Looking at those fair, long legs, Su Chen froze for a moment and said absent-mindedly, Sister Bingbing, let me get a towel. Li Ruobing raised an eyebrow slightly and said nonchalantly, no need. As she spoke, she placed her fair feet on Su Feng's body, using his clothes to dry the water droplets on her jade-like feet. Su Chen. Li Ruobing looked at him provocatively, what, you're not willing? Su Chen shook his head and then said, no, I am very happy to be stepped on by a great beauty like Sister Bingbing. This little girl had sobered up. But as he spoke, the look in Su Chen's eyes as he gazed at Li Ruobing became incredibly dark, flickering with a dim light. His gaze became extremely heated. Because he saw the most beautiful scenery in the world, enough to make the blood boil in any young, hot-blooded young man. Li Ruobing was sitting on the sofa, leaning against the cushions, while Su Chen was standing, creating a height difference between them. With Li Ruobing stretching her legs onto Su Chen's body, her beautiful legs formed a slanted angle. Since she was wearing a soft dress with her long legs tilted like that, gravity caused the hem of her skirt to slide down her legs all the way to the base of her thighs. Although Li Ruobing was wearing safety shorts, those slanted, straight long legs were nakedly exposed to his sight, white as jade, creating a truly intense visual impact. At this moment, Su Chen felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He was completely stunned, his mind going blank. His heart stopped. Su Chen, what are you spacing out for? Li Ruobing had not realized the issue yet. She called Su Chen a few times, but seeing him ignore her made her annoyed. She applied force to her feet, just about to kick him to get his attention. But just as she made this movement, her body stiffened. She saw her snow-white, slender legs exposed right under her nose. And Su Chen's gaze had been fixed on them the whole time. It was as if a ball of fire was burning fiercely in his eyes, and the heat seemed contagious, making her whole body burn up too. Li Ruobing's mind went completely blank. She was also completely stunned. So embarrassing. So shameful. Li Ruobing's aloof, queen-like face instantly turned red. Her entire face felt burning hot as if she had been boiled. Calm down. Li Ruobing, calm down. Hold it together. You are an actress, you can act like nothing happened. As long as you are not embarrassed, the one who is embarrassed will be that big pervert of a silly brother. Li Ruobing kept brainwashing herself. Looking composed, she moved her feet off Su Chen, then pulled her skirt down to cover her jade-like, alluring legs. She stood up, acting as if nothing had happened, and said to Su Chen, Little Chen, I am going to the bedroom. Go to the bathroom and draw the bathwater, I am going to take a shower later. She seemed very calm, but her voice trembled slightly in the air. Su Chen replied blankly, Okay. His mind and attention were still stuck on that erotic scene from just now. Unable to extricate himself for a long time. A moment later, Su Chen felt a warm flow in his nose. He touched it with his hand and it was all bright red nosebleed. Sister Bingbing, you are so tempting, how can your little brother handle it? But honestly, Sister Bingbing is truly your sister. Her psychological fortitude is just too good. To actually remain calm in such an awkward situation, acting like nothing happened, that is admirable. If it were any other girl, she would have been screaming by now. Could it be that in Sister Bingbing's heart, he was just her slave, just her little brother, and she did not treat him as a man at all, which was why she could remain so tranquil? Realizing this possibility, Su Chen felt a tiny bit uncomfortable in his heart. Meanwhile, Li Ruobing walked toward her room with a composed expression. At first, her steps were calm, but once she was out of Su Chen's sight, she could not hold it in anymore. She broke into a wild sprint. Bang! She slammed the bedroom door shut, making a loud noise. She leaned weakly against the back of the door, clutching her wildly beating heart with both hands. Her pretty face was now as red as if dyed with blood. She bit her lip lightly, looking shy and exquisitely charming. Oh, I am dying of embarrassment. Li Ruobing's hazy eyes showed a complaining, shy posture like a young girl in love. Finally, her body went as soft as water and she slumped onto the floor. Stinky brother, you big pervert, you might as well let your sister Bingbing die of embarrassment. Li Ruobing scolded with a blushing face. Although she was scolding, her expression did not show a hint of disgust. In the living room, hearing the loud bang from Li Ruobing's bedroom, Su Chen was startled, and the weird thoughts in his mind were instantly scared away. Sister Bingbing was angry. Would she kill him? Would she gouge out his eyes? Should he just run away? He looked at the villa's front door, a hesitant look appearing on his face. Forget it, better not run. If he ran, the outcome would be even worse. Then, with a resolute expression of facing death unflinchingly, Su Chen walked toward the bathroom to draw the bathwater for Li Ruobing. After running the bathwater for Li Ruobing, Su Chen came out of the bathroom and called out to her in the room. Sister Bingbing, the water is ready, come and take your bath. Inside the room, Li Ruobing replied calmly and composedly, got it. Then Li Ruobing opened the door and walked out of the room. She stopped beside Su Chen and said to him somewhat awkwardly, Little Chen, could you fix the door handle later? I accidentally pulled it off just now. Su Chen. At this moment, Li Ruobing did not dare to look Su Chen in the eye at all. Her gaze was wandering and her mind was still recalling the scene from just now. This stinky little brother is such a pervert. His eyes were totally glued to me just now. Silly brother, do you really like your sister Bingbing's long legs that much? She had read in books that men all have special fetishes in this regard. She wondered if her silly brother preferred black silk stockings or white ones. Or maybe she should buy both. Although she was very shy, seeing her silly brother being so lustful over her body made her feel inexplicably sweet inside. She wanted to let him look, but she was also very shy. These messy emotions filled her mind, making her feel like she was going to break down. Silly brother, just keep teasing your sister Bingbing. You will only be happy when you give your sister Bingbing a heart attack. Sister Bingbing, your face is so red, are you feeling unwell somewhere? Seeing Li Ruobing's pretty face flushed pink, Su Chen had no idea what messy thoughts were going through her mind right now, and actually thought she was feeling unwell. No, I am fine. Li Ruobing replied unnaturally. Her blushing appearance was incredibly moving as she hurriedly turned and walked towards the bathroom. Seeing Li Ruobing leave, Su Chen's expression became even stranger. Sister Bingbing must still be angry about what happened just now, right? Her gaze just now was so weird, making him feel like she wanted to eat him alive, without even spitting out the bones. Su Chen walked to Li Ruobing's room and took a look at the door handle she had accidentally broken. Good heavens, the entire door handle had completely fallen off. This strength is terrifying. Su Chen brought over the toolbox and started fixing the door handle. His movements were smooth and flowing, looking very skilled, clearly indicating he fixed it often. After fixing the door handle, Su Chen looked around Li Ruobing's room. Spacious, bright, clean, but not tidy. Her clothes were piled all over the large bed, thrown everywhere, obviously the result of her picking out clothes in the afternoon. Truly a messy beauty. Su Chen walked over and folded all the clothes on her bed, then sorted them and placed them neatly in the wardrobe. When organizing the underwear, looking at those bras of various colors and styles, Su Chen could not help but blush. Accidentally glancing at the size, it seemed Sister Bingbing had gotten bigger again over the past 2 years. Do not ask why Su Chen knew this so well. Of course, it was not because he often peeked at Li Ruobing, he definitely did not. It was because he was often forced to accompany her to lingerie stores and help her pick out styles. You can imagine a grown man appearing in a women's lingerie store being stared at like a monkey. It was the epitome of awkwardness. He was living in deep waters and scorching fire. After organizing the clothes, Su Chen looked around Li Ruobing's room. There were 2 cabinet shelves in the room, and one of them was filled with all kinds of medals and trophies. Although Li Ruobing was mischievous since childhood, she was genuinely smart. She had been a top student since she was little, and in her second year of high school, she was directly admitted to Qingbei University. After that, she studied at Qingbei all the way to her master's degree. Originally, Jianfo University, ranked first among foreign prestigious schools, even sent her an invitation for postdoctoral studies. Who knew this little girl must have had a loose wire somewhere, actually rejecting this opportunity that many people dreamed of. She gave up the chance to study abroad for her Ph.D., stayed in the country instead, entered the entertainment industry and became an actress. This was also the reason why Uncle Li always wanted her to quit the entertainment industry. But Li Ruobing had a strong personality. Once she made a decision, almost no one could change it. So he and Uncle Li discussed it, and the two formed an anti-fan alliance. Li Ruobing would never have imagined that her childhood sweetheart brother would be her head anti-fan, and her dad would be her deputy head anti-fan. Thinking of this, Su Chen felt refreshed. In reality, he was tortured in various ways by this demon Li Ruobing, but online he struck back hard. This feeling was actually pretty good. Next to the trophy cabinet, there was another cabinet which displayed some framed photos. These photos were not Li Ruobing's selfies, but photos of her and Su Chen. From top to bottom, every single one was a photo of the two of them together. And the content of the photos started from when he was still a bump, a photo of toddler Li Ruobing with his pregnant mom. The next photo showed him just born, with Li Ruobing watching him from the side. At that time, the very first thing Su Chen saw when he opened his eyes was not his mom and dad, but this little lowly Li Ruobing. Su Chen still remembered that she was looking at him with curious eyes back then. And then he heard this little lowly Li Ruobing say cutely, "Wow, this little brother is so ugly, all wrinkled up. How about we throw him in the trash can?" At that time, the hospital delivery room was filled with joyous laughter. Next, Su Chen's gaze fell on another photo. In the photo, a pale-faced little boy stood there with a snake wrapped around his body. A pretty little lowly, slightly taller than the boy, stood next to him, also holding a snake in her hands, except the little girl's face showed not fear but excitement. At that time, Su Chen was about 4 years old and Li Ruobing was around 7. Back then, she especially liked cold-blooded animals like snakes. She insisted on dragging Su Chen to the animal pavilion to see snakes. At that time, even though Su Chen had an adult soul, he was still afraid of snakes. In the end, the little lowly Li Ruobing was even more excited to take a photo with the snake. Not only did she take a picture with the snake herself, but she also made him join in. Holding a large snake that looked very cold-blooded, the little lowly with her delicate porcelain doll-like face said cutely, "I want to share the things I like with my little brother." Su Chen. These photos span from his birth to his growing up, with pictures from every year, all being various photos with Li Ruobing. These photos were like a two-person world. In this world, there was only him and her growing up together. Dodged. Su Chen was too scared to move. These photos were clearly evidence of this demon Li Ruobing toying with him. Although he thought this in his heart, when Su Chen looked at these photos, the corners of his mouth still could not help but curl into a smile. Right at this moment, buzz buzz. His phone vibrated, pulling Su Chen back from his memories to reality. Su Chen glanced at the screen. The contact name was Father of the Demon. Su Chen walked out of the room and sneaked a glance towards the bathroom. Only after confirming that Li Ruobing was still taking a bath in the bathroom did he answer the phone in the living room. Su Chen answered the phone and said respectfully, "Hello, Dad Li." Because the two families had such a good relationship, and the Li family only had Li Ruobing as their one daughter. So when Su Chen was little, he acknowledged Li Ruobing's father as his godfather, becoming half a son to the Li family. God-sister. Aside from being childhood sweethearts, this was another layer of relationship between Su Chen and Li Ruobing. Li Xing's voice came through, "Little Chen, how is our great cause progressing lately?" Although Li Xing had already retired, he had a habit of exercising every day. His body was very tough and his voice was full of vigor. The Li couple had Li Ruobing quite early. Mother Li gave birth to Li Ruobing at 20, and Father Li became a father at only 23. However, his own dad was even more impressive, becoming a father at 21, and his mom was 24 when she had him. Hearing Li Xing's words, Su Chen instantly knew the purpose of his call. The Great Cause was a secret code between the two of them, which actually meant getting Li Ruobing to quit the entertainment industry. He was asking how his recent anti-fan work was going. Su Chen immediately said excitedly, "Dad Li, I have good news for you. Today I took a revolutionary step forward in our great cause." Excitedly, Su Chen reported to Li Xing about his TV interview and how he wildly trashed Li Ruobing during it. Li Xing was very satisfied with Su Chen's work progress and told him, not bad, little Chen. You are doing a good job, keep up the hard work and strive to make our cause a success." Then Li Xing's tone shifted and he said with a hidden threat in his smile, Little Chen, Dad Li is warning you. Absolutely do not betray our organization because of the enemy's bewitchment. You should know the fate of a traitor without me saying it right. This was to remind him not to give up the anti-Fen cause and support her in the entertainment industry, just because of Li Ruobing acting cute and coquettish. Su Chen immediately promised, Dad Li, rest assured, I will never betray the organization. I will definitely do my utmost to complete our great cause. Li Xing's hearty voice came through, good, your awareness is very good, truly worthy of being my good son. Su Chen, his back inexplicably felt a chill. If one day Dad Li found out that the reason Li Ruobing was able to make it in the entertainment industry was because of his secret support, would Dad Li pull out his tendons and drink his blood? Just thinking about it was scary. He definitely had to hide himself well. Pausing for a moment, Li Xing asked with concern, Little Chen, where are you right now? At school or at Fairy Bingbing's place? Su Chen replied, Dad Li, I am at Sister Bingbing's place tonight. Li Xing then asked, where is Fairy Bingbing? Why do not I hear her voice? Su Chen glanced towards the bathroom and said honestly, Dad Li, Sister Bingbing is taking a bath. Being in his precious daughter's villa, and even saying that his precious daughter was taking a bath. If these words came from any other man, Li Xing, a total slave to his daughter, would definitely go berserk. But since it was Su Chen, he was very used to it and did not find it strange at all. Because in Li Xing's eyes, Su Chen was his own son, and he and his precious daughter were just like biological siblings. Then Li Xing lowered his voice and said to Su Chen, Little Chen, have there been any guys around Fairy Bingbing lately? Does she have a boyfriend, or is there anyone she is romantically involved with? Su Chen thought for a moment and decisively denied it, Dad Li, no. Li Xing was finally relieved, that is good. Fairy Bingbing is our family's treasure, we cannot let those bastards snatch her away. Li Xing said through gritted teeth, Little Chen, help me keep an eye out. If there are any suspicious guys around Fairy Bingbing, report to me immediately. Whoever dares to have designs on my precious daughter, see if I do not break that bastard's legs, I will snap them in half with my bare hands. Su Chen. He lowered his head and silently glanced at his own long legs, very strong, very healthy. The fact that he and Sister Bingbing were married must absolutely not be known by Dad Li. Guarding the treasure only to steal it oneself, the crime would be 1 degree worse. Logically speaking, he was the one who got snatched, he was the victim, but Dad Li would never believe such an explanation. He would lose his life. Just after hanging up the phone with Father Li, Li Ruobing's voice came from the direction of the bathroom. Little Chen, I did not bring my clothes, please fetch my pajamas for me. Li Ruobing's attractive magnetic voice rang out in the bathroom, but to Su Chen it sounded like a calling devil. This tigress was purely bossing him around like a servant. Sister Bingbing coming. Su Chen cursed fiercely in his heart, but as he turned around he still agreed out loud. And while answering, his body instinctively started walking toward the bedroom, just like a conditioned reflex. Su Chen grabbed a light gray nightdress from Li Ruobing's bedroom. It was a very plain and simple color without any excessive pattern decorations, which perfectly fit Li Ruobing's aloof style. Su Chen only took this nightdress, he did not grab her panties or bra. Because she was about to sleep, it would be uncomfortable for Li Ruobing to wear those two to bed. So she did not wear them when sleeping. Do not ask how Su Chen knew that. Su Chen walked to the bathroom. Seeing that the door was ajar and not locked, he could not help but frown and complain in his heart. Sister Bingbing is too careless, is not she? She does not even lock the door when taking a shower, is not she afraid of being peeked at? Little did Su Chen know, Li Ruobing left it unlocked on purpose, just so he would take a peek. She was even looking forward to it. Standing outside the door, listening to the splashing sound of water from the bathroom, Sister Bingbing should be standing up from the bathtub now, right? In his mind, Su Chen could not help but recall the scene he saw at noon today. A beauty emerging from the bath, too beautiful to behold. Su Chen's sexy Adam's apple bobbed, and his eyes showed a bit of unnaturalness. He asked inside, Sister Bingbing, should I bring the clothes in or leave them at the door? Li Ruobing's charming voice came out, you better just leave them at the door. Li Ruobing hesitated for a moment. Let us just leave it at this for today. She had already been teased so much today that her body was incredibly soft. If she got stimulated again later, she would really break down completely. Okay. Hearing Li Ruobing say this, Su Chen could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. He was also afraid that the erotic scene from this noon would happen again. If it did, he would really worry about his self-control. However, why was there a faint sense of regret along with his sigh of relief? Su Chen coughed unnaturally and looked up at the ceiling. He was not expecting anything at all. Su Chen walked into the living room, inexplicably feeling a dry mouth, and drank another large glass of water. At this time, Li Ruobing, hearing Su Chen leave, wrapped her snow-white body in a bath towel, walked to the door, and picked up the pajamas placed aside. She bit her lower lip slightly, looking like an unhappy tsundere. Seriously? Why is this silly younger brother being so obedient? She said no, and he really did not come in. Besides, she left the door unlocked on purpose, could not her silly younger brother tell. Why did not he come over to peek at the scene of a great beauty like her taking a bath? Is it because she is not charming enough? What a big idiot. Her silly younger brother is too dense in this regard. Once she wins him over as his older sister, she has the obligation to train him a bit in this area and teach him some romance. What? This fairy is so mad. Li Ruobing stood at the bathroom door, her tender white toes like lotus roots, could not help but stomp hard on the floor out of shyness. She was truly humiliated into anger. Looking exactly like an 18 or 19-year-old teenage girl. Shortly after, Li Ruobing changed into her pajamas and walked out of the bathroom to the living room. Her jet black hair had been dried with a towel, but it was still wet and draped loosely over her shoulders, giving off a messy, natural beauty. Her palm-sized oval face was exceptionally exquisite, making her look incredibly fresh and radiant. That extremely beautiful face looked particularly pure and clean. It was the face of the nation's first love. Su Chen took one look and his mind was shaken. This was truly a critical hit of beauty. With Sister Bingbing's pure face, she could play the role of an 18 or 19-year-old pure school beauty without any sense of incongruity. But still, she has a pure face, yet her aura is particularly aloof. And she is tall with a great figure. The moment she puts on a slightly cold face, her beautiful eyes gleaming with a chilling light, she looks extremely commanding. Capable of being both sweet and commanding, that probably describes Sister Bingbing's type right. Li Ruobing walked to Su Chen's side, sat down next to him, and turned her back to him. As soon as she approached, an addictively good scent permeated Su Chen's nasal cavity. This smell was not strong. On the contrary, it was very faint, but it was exactly this elusive fragrance that was the most seductive. Su Chen was stunned for a moment. Realizing something was wrong with himself, he hurriedly shook his head to sweep away the distracting thoughts in his mind. Su Chen picked up the hair dryer. He plugged it in and pressed the switch. Accompanied by a buzzing sound, a stream of scorching warm air blew out from the hair dryer. Holding the hair dryer in one hand, Su Chen used the fingers of his other hand to lift Li Ruobing's shiny, jet-black hair. While blowing with the hair dryer, he used his fingers to gently shake apart the hair sticking together, allowing it to fully contact the hot air and dry faster. Su Chen's movements in drying Li Ruobing's hair were highly skilled and professional. Why was he, a boy, so professional at drying a girl's hair? For no other reason than practice makes perfect. When Li Ruobing started growing her hair long at 14, every time she washed it, she would make Su Chen come over to blow-dry it for her. Since their families lived right across from each other, he simply could not escape. As for why she made him help blow-dry her hair, the devil Li Ruobing gave a very simple reason. She said that if a delicate girl like her held the hair dryer for too long, her weak and slender arms would get exhausted. Su Chen, oh, this was naked oppression and exploitation. While Su Chen was blow-drying Li Ruobing's hair, the only sound in the entire living room was the buzzing of the hair dryer. This sound had a certain magic to it, as if it could calm a person's soul. Li Ruobing closed her eyes, completely relaxed, clearly enjoying this moment. Harmonious and heartwarming. Su Chen was also serious and meticulous, although he called it forced labor in his heart. Su Chen's hand movements were very cautious, like an artist patiently caring for his most perfect piece of work. The nightdress Li Ruobing wore was made of fine silk texture, very thin and silky. The nightdress tightly wrapped around her alluring body, perfectly highlighting her flawless and charming curves. Moreover, she was wearing nothing underneath, forming a deep snowy valley. When Su Chen was blow-drying her hair, he could maintain his attention at first. But later on, his willpower wavered more and more, and his gaze drifted increasingly. His mouth and tongue felt terribly dry. The former Su Chen was not this lustful. The former Su Chen truly had psychological trauma when it came to Li Ruobing. He was too busy fearing her to ever harbor any crooked thoughts about this devil. Besides, he had always treated her as family. But starting from that kiss today, Su Chen discovered that his mindset had begun to undergo an abnormal change. When facing Li Ruobing now, although he would still be a bit cowardly, he would also look at Li Ruobing with the gaze of a man looking at a woman. That kiss was like piercing through a protective shield in his heart. Could it be that I actually like Sister Bingbing? This thought seemed to have been buried deep inside him all along, without him even noticing it. But after that forced kiss, some thoughts he should not have about Li Ruobing began to take root and sprout in his mind. And they were growing wildly at a rapid pace. These thoughts he should not have, these wicked thoughts, began to occupy his brain and affect his thinking. Su Chen was not a naive kid. He understood what had caused this change in his mindset. It seemed that he really had fallen for Sister Bingbing a bit. And it was the kind of romantic liking between a man and a woman. Realizing this thought, Su Chen's body stiffened and he felt a chilling sensation. It was more than a little terrifying. Holy crap. He fell in love with Li Ruobing, this devil. He must be sick, right? Stockholm Syndrome. Zio Chenchen, what are you doing? While Su Chen was lost in thought, the hair dryer in his hand kept blowing on one spot, which made Li Ruobing hum in discomfort. Although her tone was complaining, her magnetic and sweet voice showed no signs of anger. On the contrary, it carried a hint of playfulness. It was enough to melt your bones. Hearing this voice, Su Chen felt as if he had been electrocuted. A slight tingling sensation. It is over, he really must be very sick, starting to have hallucinations. Just a moment ago, he actually started to think that Sister Bingbing was acting coquettishly toward him. Sister Bingbing, it is done. Su Chen turned off the hair dryer, and once it was quiet, his heart became even more restless. Does he really like Sister Bingbing, or is he truly suffering from that illness? Only time will tell, and as it happens, he and Sister Bingbing have an agreement to divorce in 3 months. 3 months is enough time for him to test whether it is an illness or love. Su Chen was more inclined to believe he was just sick. He did not think he was a masochist, did he? Let us just let nature take its course. This was Su Chen's laid-back personality. He would not deliberately try to change anything. Besides, Sister Bingbing is actually quite nice. Wait, he really does have that serious illness. Otherwise, he would not have such terrifying thoughts. Sister Bingbing, give me the hair tie. Su Chen pulled himself together and reached out to Li Ruobing, speaking naturally. Li Ruobing took a black hair tie from her wrist and handed it to Su Chen. Su Chen took the hair tie, ran his fingers through her hair, gathered her long, straight black locks into a bundle, and finally secured them with the tie. Su Chen's movements while tying Li Ruobing's hair were still so practiced that it was heartbreaking. He had been oppressed since he was a child. He really is sick. After finishing her hair, Su Chen stood up and said to Li Ruobing, Sister Bingbing, all done. As he spoke, Su Chen sat on the nearby sofa, deliberately keeping some distance from Li Ruobing. Damn it. Once the beast in his heart awakens, it is impossible to hold back. His eyes keep wandering toward Li Ruobing, which is very wrong. Zhao Chenchen, why are you sitting so far away? Seeing Su Chen keeping his distance, Li Ruobing was very dissatisfied. She also stood up and sat down right next to him. As soon as she sat down, a fragrance invaded his nostrils, making him feel a bit lightheaded. Sister Bingbing, I am going to get some water. His mind was in such a state of turmoil that he felt extremely uncomfortable with Li Ruobing being so close. He made an excuse and prepared to stand up, intending to sit somewhere else. But the moment he moved, Li Ruobing's cold voice came. Su Chen, if you dare move another inch, I will break your legs. Li Ruobing said this through gritted teeth. Her eyes were full of resentment. This brat. Does he really dislike her being close that much? Great beauty like her is getting close to him, and he actually dares to dodge away. He really is completely oblivious to romantic cues. Su Chen did not dare to move anymore. Since Su Chen would not move, Li Ruobing made the move herself. Li Ruobing poured a glass of water and handed it to Su Chen here. Su Chen was confused. Sister Bingbing, why are you giving me water? He was not thirsty. His water intake today was already several times his usual amount. Li Ruobing flared up. Did not you just say you wanted to drink water? Su Chen. Su Chen was too embarrassed to meet Li Ruobing's eyes and casually explained, Sister Bingbing, I am not thirsty anymore. Li Ruobing's wet, beautiful eyes looked at Su Chen with an increasingly dangerous gaze. This brat was indeed looking for an excuse to distance himself from her just now. Does he want to hide from her that much? She is not some man-eating tiger. And she is not a demon that will drink his blood. This brat. It would be better to just let him anger Sister Bingbing to death. If she dies of anger, let us see where he finds such a beautiful, gentle, and considerate wife. Li Ruobing put down the glass and kicked her slipper far away. Then she lay directly on the sofa, with her head resting on Su Chen's lap. Su Chen's whole body stiffened. He swallowed hard and asked, Sister Bingbing, what are you doing? Does she know that getting this close will really make his condition worse? Li Ruobing said angrily, borrowing your lap as a pillow, what is that not allowed? The more he dodged her, the closer she would get. If he takes 1 step back, she will take 10 steps forward. Li Ruobing is just going to throw herself at him. So what? Li Ruobing lay on his lap, her face facing him. From this angle and position, Su Chen's gaze was slightly downward. Without any obstruction, he could see a pair of snowy white, undulating peaks. The summits of the peaks looming in and out of sight. Boom! A young, hot-blooded boy, how could he withstand such an impact? Su Chen's brain almost crashed. He hurriedly shifted his gaze, looking up at the ceiling. And at this moment, Li Ruobing also noticed Su Chen's gaze. Following his line of sight, she also saw her own picturesque scenery. Li Ruobing bit her lip lightly, and her fair, beautiful little face turned red all at once. Although she was blushing, Li Ruobing did not move away from Su Chen. She continued to lie there. This silly brother is a big pervert. If he wants to look, let him look. After all, the eyes are on his head. What can a weak woman like her do? Besides, her figure is so good, it is meant for this silly brother to see. Only for him to see. However, the look in the silly brother's eyes just now was really fierce, like a beast trapped for a day, almost pouncing on her. Even if he were to pounce on her, there would be nothing she could do, because she is just a delicate beauty. How could she possibly resist? Although still, it is still so embarrassing. Li Ruobing's face became redder and redder, and her eyes were dazed as if she were drunk. Finally, Li Ruobing was just too shy, but she did not want to leave. So she closed her eyes and pretended to be asleep. Yeah, that way she would not be embarrassed. That is just burying her head in the sand. Su Chen stared at the ceiling for a long time. He lowered his eyes quietly. It definitely was not because he wanted to peek. Asleep. Looking at Li Ruobing's sleeping form, Su Chen was a bit puzzled. Sister Bingbing. Su Chen called out a few more times, but Li Ruobing did not respond. She seemed to be in a deep sleep. Seeing this, Su Chen could not help but laugh and whispered, Li Ruobing, you really are a pig, being able to sleep for so long every day. Li Ruobing. Meow meow meow. This Sister Bingbing really trusts him, falling asleep in his arms just like that. Does she know how tempting she is? Or is it that the female demon Sister Bingbing really does not see him as a man? That is why she has no defenses. Realizing this again, Su Chen felt a little bit uncomfortable in his heart. Su Chen held Li Ruobing in his arms, walked to her bedroom, carefully placed her on that soft, large bed and covered her with the quilt. Good night, piggy. Su Chen stood by the bed, his deep dark eyes fixed intensely on Li Ruobing's stunningly beautiful sleeping face. A look of struggle appeared in his eyes. In the end, instinct overcame reason. He slowly leaned over, unable to help himself, wanting to secretly plant a kiss on her face. There is nothing wrong with a brother and sister giving each other a goodnight kiss, right? But just as he moved, a hand suddenly reached out, grabbed his clothes and pulled hard, causing him to fall right onto the bed. Sister Bingbing. Su Chen jumped in fright. He thought Li Ruobing had caught him trying to sneak a kiss and was about to beat him up. Sister Bingbing, listen to me, I can explain. Su Chen tried to calm himself down. The beating he imagined did not happen. Instead, as his body fell onto the bed, Li Ruobing hugged him tightly. She still looked fast asleep, but she pouted her lips as if she were sleep-talking. Such a comfortable pillow, let me hug it, do not run away, my pillow. Su Chen was left speechless. Still recovering from the shock, he realized it was a false alarm. Li Ruobing had not woken up, nor had she discovered his naughty intentions. This little lady was treating him like a human body pillow. Su Chen struggled a bit symbolically, not using much force. Sister Bingbing, I'm Su Chen, not a pillow, let me go quickly. Li Ruobing murmured, I will not let go of my pillow is mine forever, I will not let go even if I die. Su Chen was speechless. Good grief. This little lady, even when asleep, was just as bossy and domineering in her dreams. Sister Bingbing is so strong I cannot break free at all, I guess we will just have to sleep together tonight. Su Chen sighed helplessly. He was quite tired today as well. With a soft and fragrant beauty in his arms, he grew more and more sleepy. His eyelids became heavier, and holding Li Ruobing just like that, he drifted into sleep. Come to think of it, it had been a long time since he last shared a bed with this little lady. When they were younger, the two of them basically slept in the same bed every night. That was a tragic history of being a human body pillow. She was really so soft. Holding her in his arms felt incredibly satisfying. Good night, Sister Bingbing. Drowsiness gradually took over, and after a tiring day, Su Chen also fell into a deep sleep. Once Su Chen's breathing became steady, Li Ruobing, who was sleeping next to him, quietly opened her beautiful, moist eyes. She glanced at Su Chen with a hint of shyness. A triumphant look appeared in her eyes. Sharing the same bed. The first small goal achieved. Silly little brother, you will never escape the palm of my hand in this lifetime. Li Ruobing looked at Su Chen, her eyes sparkling brightly and full of fighting spirit. But the very next second, the hand Su Chen used to hold her body suddenly felt around the area over her heart. Deep in his dreams, it was as if he had touched something very comfortable. Unable to let it go, he stroked it again. He was still sleep-talking when this meat bun is so delicious. Li Ruobing was completely speechless. Her beautiful, pretty face flushed completely red in an instant. She was dying of embarrassment. Did this silly brother do it on purpose? He is such a big pervert. Fortunately, Su Chen did not do much else. After feeling around, he just rolled over and continued to sleep soundly. With a blushing face, Li Ruobing lowered her eyes and looked at the spot Su Chen had just touched. The fairy is no longer pure. Never mind. The next day, when Li Ruobing woke up, Su Chen was no longer beside her. The other side of the bed was visibly indented, making it clear that someone had slept there last night. Stinky little brother, what a coward. Sleeping with your sister and then running away. Thinking of the scene from last night, Li Ruobing looked down at her own figure. A blush crept back onto her fair and exquisite face. She had read in a book that if this area was stimulated, it would undergo a secondary development. Silly brother, he seems to really like it. Will it continue to grow from now on? She did not want it to keep growing. Her current state was already absolutely perfect. If it got any bigger, it would not look good anymore. Ah, Li Ruobing, you gorgeous beauty. What on earth are you thinking about so early in the morning? Li Ruobing's face was as red as a tomato. She fell weakly onto the bed, pulled the blanket up to cover her face, and flailed about under the covers, kicking wildly, utterly embarrassed. The way Li Ruobing kicked her blanket right now lacked any of her usual aloof goddess aura. That bashful and adorable look was exactly like a little woman deeply in love. She was unbearably soft and cute. Only, rip. The sound of fabric tearing echoed in the room. The seemingly high-quality blanket had been accidentally torn in half by Li Ruobing. Li Ruobing's flailing instantly froze because of this unexpected accident. Her pretty face looked incredibly blank at this moment, appearing both silly and cute. The air was filled with awkwardness. The quality of this tens of thousands of yuan blanket is truly terrible. I am going to file a complaint when I have the time. Li Ruobing muttered to herself. At the same time, the silly and cute look on her face vanished in an instant, becoming icy cold, switching from a ditzy girl to an aloof, mature beauty mode in a flash. She stood up casually as if nothing had happened. After washing up, Li Ruobing walked from the bedroom to the living room and found that her favorite breakfast was already set out on the dining table. At the same time, she looked down at her phone and a WeChat message popped up. Little fool, Sister Bingbing, I have an early class today, so I went back to school first. Remember to eat breakfast when you wake up. It will not taste good if it gets cold. Looking at this WeChat message, a faint smile formed on Li Ruobing's delicate and gorgeous face. She sat down and first took a sip of soy milk. The soy milk was still warm. Its warmth reached all the way to her heart. It was also very sweet. Sweet right to her very core. Li Ruobing ate her breakfast while typing on her phone screen, replying to Su Chen's message. Meanwhile, Su Chen was already sitting in the car heading back to school. His phone vibrated. He immediately took a look. Great Demon King Pat Pat. Su Chen was speechless. Su Chen, who had been on edge this whole time, finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Sister Bingbing did not know he had slept with her last night. Otherwise, she could not possibly have sent him such a good mood message. However, speaking of last night, he originally thought he would not be able to sleep out of fear, assuming he would suffer from insomnia all night while staying next to the demon. Who knew it would be the exact opposite? Holding Sister Bingbing's soft and sweet-smelling body in his arms, his heart felt an unprecedented peace. He felt very safe and satisfied. And he fell asleep in no time. Did he really like Sister Bingbing that much? Or could it be? His illness had already gotten this serious. No way. He had to find a psychiatrist for a consultation. This was definitely a mental illness. He typed and sent a WeChat message to Li Ruobing. Little fool, Sister Bingbing, I remember your second major in college was psychology. Do you know any good psychology experts? A friend of mine wants a consultation. In the villa, Li Ruobing, who was having breakfast, paused when she saw this line of text. Great Demon, Little Chen Chen, an old classmate of mine, is now a famous psychology expert. What kind of issues does your friend want to consult about? Little fool, Sister Bingbing, it is hard to say. It is my friend's privacy after all. Just send me your friend's WeChat contact and I will forward it to my friend. Great Demon, okay. Li Ruobing was very efficient. In just a short while, Su Chen saw on his WeChat that she had shared an account contact card with him. Su Chen opened the account contact card Shen Yu. The profile picture was of a beautiful female doctor. Su Chen searched using his phone's browser and found that this Shen Yu was indeed a psychiatrist, and a very famous one at that. Her profile showed that she graduated from Qingbei University and was currently an authoritative expert in the field of psychological counseling in the country. Her team had assisted the police in solving major cases multiple times. Su Chen felt relieved. He typed and sent a message to Li Ruobing. Little fool, Sister Bingbing, thank you then. I will have my friend add this sister's WeChat later. Great Demon King. Su Chen was speechless. Truly worthy of being an aloof goddess. Su Chen copied Dr. Shen Yu's WeChat ID into his input field. Then he went to the account switching page and among several accounts switched to a slightly more ordinary looking one. He added the psychiatrist's WeChat. Third-rate composer. Hello Dr. Shen, my friend is Su Chen. He is the one who introduced me to add you. Dr. Shen Yu, hello, what kind of issues would you like to consult about? Third-rate composer, it is a relationship issue. I think I have developed Stockholm Syndrome. Dr. Shen Yu, please describe your issue in detail. Third-rate composer, it is like this. I seem to have fallen for a woman who has oppressed and tormented me since I was a child, even though I used to be terrified of her. Third-rate composer, but recently I have noticed that my heart beats faster when I am around her. Third-rate composer, I look at her more from a male perspective now, and I feel a man's desire for a woman towards her. Third-rate composer, I want to know, is this actually love or have I developed a mental illness? I lean towards it being a mental illness and I would like to know how to treat it. Su Chen typed out a long string of words. Then he waited for a reply. This time, Dr. Shen Yu did not reply to him right away. Su Chen frowned. Could she be busy? After 2 agonizing minutes of waiting, the other party finally replied to his message. Dr. Shen Yu, hello sir. Based on my initial assessment, you likely have Stockholm Syndrome, but it is not certain. Dr. Shen Yu, sir, I am sorry, I am not a relationship expert. Dr. Shen Yu, however, there is an expert in this field on my team. If you wish to seek counseling in this area, I will share this expert's contact information with you right now. Third-rate composer, sure, send me the contact information for that expert. Su Chen certainly trusted such a top-tier team. Before long, the other party sent him a WeChat account. Account name, Relationship Expert Shui Shui. The account's profile picture was of a girl wearing a white lab coat. Her face was not showing, just a blurry back view, but it was a perfect back view. Su Chen took a second look at this profile picture, inexplicably feeling that this back view looked familiar. Of course, Su Chen did not overthink it and added her immediately. At the same time, inside the villa, Li Ruobing switched her WeChat account. A meaningful smile hung on the corner of her mouth. She accepted the friend request. She immediately began typing. Relationship expert Shui Shui, hiya handsome, I will be your attending doctor for this psychological treatment. Let us go over our consultation fees first. Hiya handsome, I will be your attending doctor for this psychological treatment. Let us go over our consultation fees first. Relationship expert Shui Shui, our fee structure is 50,000 yuan for 1 cycle. This cycle lasts for 3 months. During the consultation cycle, you can reach out to me anytime with your issues. Relationship expert Shui Shui, we collect half of the deposit in advance, but please rest assured, if you end the consultation early, we will refund a portion of your deposit depending on the situation. Relationship expert Shui Shui, handsome, do you still wish to proceed with the consultation? Third-rate composer, yes, that works. Su Chen had initially been a little hesitant, but seeing that the other party brought up money right away, he felt much more at ease. Talking about money was a good thing. Su Chen was not worried about the other party being a scammer either, because after all, the leader of this team was Sister Bingbing's college classmate, so it counted as an introduction from an acquaintance. Moreover, they were a famous professional organization in the country. They would not go as far as scamming him out of this little bit of money. By this time, the car Su Chen was riding in had arrived at the school gates. He typed, Third-rate composer, hello Dr. Shui Shui, I am a bit busy right now. I will find some time later to chat with you about my situation. Relationship expert Shui Shui, okay then. As expected of a relationship expert, even her tone of voice was so cute. This girl must be a very adorable and sweet girl, right? Su Chen merely sighed in admiration and did not have any other thoughts. Cute, sweet girls were not his type. He liked them a bit more aloof. Do not ask why. Su Chen switched back to his normal account. He got out of the car and walked towards the school dormitory. As soon as he entered the dorm, he saw a big fat guy who said to him, Su Chen, you have gone viral on our school's forum. Su Chen asked, what do you mean? The fat guy pointed at his computer screen and said gleefully, it is about you and Goddess Bingbing getting your marriage certificate. Who knows which jerk posted it on the forum? It is about you and Goddess Bingbing getting your marriage certificate. Who knows which jerk posted it on the forum? Now everyone is laughing at you, saying you are seriously sick, saying you have delusions to the point of actually forging a fake marriage certificate. You are the main source of entertainment on the forum right now. Su Chen was completely speechless. Let me see. Su Chen returned to his seat, opened his computer, logged into the website and found his university's forum. The forum, usually quite deserted, was buzzing with activity at this moment. One post in particular was trending, with over 3,000 replies, mostly mocking Su Chen for the fake marriage certificate incident. Thanks to his striking looks, Su Chen was one of the campus heartthrobs and had gained quite a bit of fame at the university. So the campus heartthrob is just like us beggars, he likes to fantasize too. Bingbing is our wife. At Su the heartthrob, I heard you are Bingbing's husband. What a coincidence, so am I. Ah Su, my idol, if you like marriage certificates so much, just tell me. I will break up with my boyfriend right now and go get a real one with you. My family has cars and houses. So Su likes Li Ruobing too. As expected of a man, they all like pretty girls. But then again, who does not like a beauty like Li Ruobing? I love her too. To the senior above, the lilies in your hometown are blooming again. Senior, lilies are nice, but women cannot have babies with women. Just how much does Su like Li Ruobing? To think he would come up with something like a fake marriage certificate, he is a real show-off. I am an insider, Su Chen does not like Li Ruobing. He is actually her hater and often bashes her online. Insider plus 10,086. I reckon Su Chen got that marriage certificate just to smear Li Ruobing. The insider is right. The insider has been beaten up. From initially thinking Su Chen was a fan of Li Ruobing, the narrative shifted to him being exposed as a hater. Su Chen took a quick look and then logged into his alt account on the forum. I support Su. Li Ruobing is just a pretty face. She does not deserve to be a celebrity at all. How could someone like Su ever like a pretty face like Li Ruobing? Su is so wise and powerful. Wait, is not that person above the famous anti-Bing leader on the forum? While the head hater is here, classmates, a pretty face like Li Ruobing does not belong in the entertainment industry. Let us unite and drive her out to clean up the industry. Hee classmates, let me drop a little ad. The anti-Bing family welcomes you all. Our code is 857,904,974. The head hater really speaks with authority. Hilarious, there is nobody in that group. Bing is so cute and sweet, who could bear to hate her? Exactly, my heart belongs to Bing. Hey, do you think this head hater could be Su's alt account? The insider says. The insider's eyes were poked out, he could not see Su Chen's screen. The atmosphere on the forum was very lively. But no one believed the truth of the matter. Because it was simply impossible. Su Chen turned off his computer. He stood up. The chubby guy next to him saw this and asked, Su Chen, where are you going? Su Chen replied, to class. The chubby guy was confused, what class? We do not have any classes on our schedule today, do we? Su Chen gritted his teeth, English class. The chubby guy suddenly realized, oh, I forgot, you failed college English 1 and 2 back in your freshman year. Su Chen. Although Su Chen was a transmigrator, his academic performance was not ideal. He was not a genius with an abnormal IQ like Li Ruobing, and with his lazy, coasting personality, he never put in any hard work into his studies. He only managed to get into a regular undergraduate program because he was an art student, where the academic score requirements were not as high. Otherwise, with his severely unbalanced grades, it would have been impossible for him to get into college. Su Chen's college entrance exam scores. He scored 140 in Chinese, 270 in liberal arts, but his math and English combined were barely 60. Facts prove that if you were a bad student in your past life, you will be one in the next, because your IQ is just like that. Whether in his past life or now, his English grades were terrible, not even at the level of an average elementary school student. He had already retaken his English course twice, but still had not passed, missing it by just a few points every time. He was now in the first semester of his senior year. If he did not pass English this time, he would not have enough credits, which would affect his graduation. Although whether he graduated or had a diploma did not really affect Su Chen's future quality of life. But Su Chen still wanted to graduate. At least when someone asked about his education later, he could answer just like a certain streamer. Even in court, he could confidently answer undergraduate. Su Chen picked up his book and walked toward the teaching building. Su Chen held his phone, checked his textbook, and confirmed where his classroom was. This was the first time he had come to this English class since the semester started. Because it was a retake, Su Chen had to attend class with the freshmen. The awkwardness was something no one could understand. The teacher Su Chen chose was very laid back. She never took attendance and did not care if you showed up or not. At the same time, she was also very strict. Whatever you scored on the exam was what you got, and she would not pull any strings for you even if you were off by 1 point. This teacher was a famous beauty at the university and the youngest professor in the foreign language department. During the previous 2 retakes, Su Chen only came to this English class twice a semester. Once for the midterm oral exam and once for the final oral exam, then he would just wait to take the final written exam. This time it was the midterm oral exam. When Su Chen arrived at the classroom, there were not many students yet because it was not class time. Su Chen walked into the classroom and sat in a back row seat by the window. Students walked into the classroom one after another. College English was a required course, and the class Su Chen chose was for the dance department, so most of the students were girls with very few boys. When the girls walked into the classroom, they were surprised to see a handsome, dashing boy sitting in their usual classroom. The girls were stunned. Wow, he is so handsome. Who is he? How come I have never seen him before? Did he go to the wrong classroom? But he is so charming, I really want to be his girlfriend. He seems to be Su Chen, the campus heartthrob. Hey, it really seems to be him. Wow, he's way more handsome than in the photos. He is truly a photogenic fraud. Is not Su a senior? Why is he still taking classes with us? I heard Su is a bad student. He has failed English many times. Huh, you can fail English too? Well, he is a bad student, but if he is that handsome and also a top student, would there be any fairness left in this world? Ah, he is really so handsome. The girls were all about to be charmed by Su Chen. Su Chen heard these praises, but he did not feel any emotional fluctuation. These girls' voices were not as pleasant as Bingbing's, and they were not as pretty as her either, so he had no interest. Ah, Su is so aloof. I love the aloof god type. Does Su have a girlfriend? The boys said sourly, "Haha, Su does not have a girlfriend, but he has a wife. Did you forget? Su got a marriage certificate with a big star, haha." Su is really too funny. How did he dare to get a fake marriage certificate? Is not he afraid of a lawyer's letter warning? Su Chen did not care about these discussions. He just wanted to finish the oral exam quickly. And then go back to the dorm. First, have a sip of a soda, then open the computer and play a game of PUBG. But thinking about the oral exam later, Su Chen felt a bit painful. His English was terrible. He could not even speak basic daily phrases, so the oral exam was basically a huge social death scene for him. Su Chen laid his head on the desk, wanting to sleep for a while. He had already given up struggling. For the oral exam later, just embarrassing himself would be enough. It is just embarrassment, it is nothing. Just then, ding. System, does the host want to check in? Special reminder, a new day has begun. It is detected that the host has not summoned this system to check in. Considering the host is a novice, this system is giving a special reminder this time, not to be repeated. Su Chen. System. Su Chen. System, the host has not forgotten about this system, have you? No. Su Chen was embarrassed. Check in. Detected that the host has checked in successfully at a regular undergraduate university. Check-in reward, congratulations to the host for obtaining a language skill pack. Language skill pack. By using this skill pack, the host will be 100% proficient in all languages in the world. Su Chen. Is not this cheat a bit too obvious? But he likes it. A short while later, the class officially began. A pretty girl wearing a black professional suit and black-rimmed glasses walked into the classroom in black high heels. She was Su Chen's English teacher named Zhang Yaoyu. She had a small face with a bit of baby fat, making her look almost underage. Yet her figure was extremely hot, especially those headlights. The size was terrifying. Zhang Yaoyu looked very serious. Standing at the podium, she glanced around the classroom. When she saw Su Chen, she was slightly surprised but did not say anything. The oral exam begins now. Zhang Yaoyu was clearly speaking very seriously, but her voice was too soft. It had no intimidating power at all. Instead, it sounded a bit adorable, making people want to bully her. Class, who wants to try this topic? Zhang Yaoyu turned on the projector and displayed the content of this oral exam. As soon as the students saw the topic, the classroom was instantly filled with wails. Why is this oral exam so hard? Yeah, I heard from the seniors that college oral exams are supposed to be very easy. Exactly, looking at this topic, you cannot do it without at least CET 6 level English. Hearing the students' noisy complaints, Zhang Yaoyu patted the desk and said huffily, "Class, quiet down, quiet down. I came up with this topic myself. It is not the official exam topic. However, if any of you can complete this topic, you will not need to attend classes or the final exam for this semester. I will pass you directly." Oh, that is so generous. What is the use of it being generous? This topic looks incredibly hard. Zhang Yaoyu said, "This topic is actually the one I had when I took the TEM 8 oral exam." The students were speechless. An English major's level 8 exam topic, and you are asking us, who have not even taken level 4, to do it. Teacher, are you a devil? At this moment, Su Chen, sitting in the corner, had his eyes light up. Teacher, let me try. Zhang Yaoyu frowned. Even though she had only seen this student Su Chen a few times a semester, Zhang Yaoyu still recognized him because he had left a deep impression on her. First, because he was too handsome. Second, because his English was truly terrible. Not even at an elementary school level. It was hard to forget him. Zhang Yaoyu stared at Su Chen. Student Su Chen, are you sure? Su Chen was very confident, I am sure. Seeing Su Chen's reckless attitude, Zhang Yaoyu had no choice but to say, Student Su Chen, do not give up struggling. The regular topic this time is very easy, you should try that instead. Zhang Yaoyu thought Su Chen was just giving up. But Su Chen refused. Teacher, no need, I will just do this one. As long as he passed, he would not have to take the final exam anymore. For a lazy dog like him, this was simply too blissful. Alright then, go ahead. Zhang Yaoyu did not insist further. Su Chen stood up, walked to the podium, and stood beside Zhang Yaoyu. Zhang Yaoyu was only about 1.65 meters tall, looking like a tiny little thing next to Su Chen. Zhang Yaoyu was stunned for a moment. Why did it feel like this student was much more handsome than before? Su Chen looked at the complex article. At this moment, those English words felt extremely familiar to him, as if he had naturally mastered the language. Su Chen started reading it out loud. The entire classroom fell silent. Su Chen's voice was full of magnetism, like the most charming late-night radio broadcast. His accent was also very standard, completely without any foreign accent. The grammar as he read was also completely correct. 5 minutes later, when Su Chen finished reading this super long article, the whole classroom was incredibly quiet. Regardless of gender, the expressions on everyone's faces at this moment looked extremely intoxicated. Wow, campus idol Su's voice is so nice, my ears are getting pregnant. Did not they say campus idol Su's English was terrible? Why does his spoken English sound so comfortable? He does not have an accent at all. Did campus idol Su read it correctly? I do not know, this is a level 8 exam topic for majors, how would we know? Anyway, all I know is that campus idol Su's voice sounds amazing. Even Zhang Youyu, the teacher, stood to the side completely mesmerized. Teacher, did I pass? Teacher? After Su Chen finished reading the article, he called out a few times, only to find the English teacher unresponsive. Oh, student Su Chen, your grammar and vocabulary are extremely accurate. If this were the level 8 exam, you would definitely get a perfect score. Zhang Youyu snapped back to reality. She was from the foreign languages department, and her favorite thing was listening to others recite English. She loved the sound of a deep, sexy voice echoing in her ears. Su Chen's recitation just now was more magnetic and charming than any reciter she had ever heard, making people intoxicated by it. Listening to him recite was a kind of enjoyment. Student Su Chen, you passed. Zhang Youyu looked at Su Chen's handsome face, and with him being so close to her, it made her face inexplicably hot. Okay, thank you, teacher. Su Chen felt a bit excited in his heart. Damn English. He had finally conquered it. Having a system. Feels awesome. Su Chen stepped down from the podium and left the classroom amidst a sea of amazed and dumbfounded gazes. As soon as Su Chen left, the classroom exploded. Wow, campus idol Su is too amazing. He can even pass a majors level 8 topic. I know, right? His English is so good it is like his mother tongue. Badass. As expected of my male god. Who on earth was spreading rumors, since when is campus idol Su's English bad, he is clearly an English god. With the classroom being so lively, Zhang Youyu as the teacher did not say anything at this moment. She just stared blankly at the classroom door. That was the direction Su Chen had left in. Before this, Su Chen's English level was indeed very poor, not even as good as an elementary school student's. But the English level he just displayed was truly god tier. Even she had to admit she was inferior. Could it be that Su Chen had studied English diligently over the past 2 years? Just as she thought this, Zhang Youyu denied it. To reach the level he just showed, it would be impossible without over a decade of time. Su Chen's English level must have been that good from the very beginning. Then why did he do so poorly on his previous exams? Failing every time. What was his purpose in failing on purpose? This question was not just puzzling Zhang Youyu, every student in the class was also puzzled. Say, with campus idol Su's English level being so good, why did he fail before? And he failed for 3 whole years. Yeah, could he have failed on purpose? But who would fail on purpose? What is he after? English classes are so boring, who likes coming to English class? True, if it were not for our teacher Youyu having a great figure and a pretty face, I would definitely skip class. Wait, Watson has found a blind spot. Teacher Youyu, could the reason campus idol Su failed on purpose be so he could take more of teacher Yoyu's classes? Oh my god, now that you mention it, that actually makes a bit of sense. Wow, to fail for 3 consecutive years just to take a teacher's class, that kind of behavior is too romantic. Campus idol Su probably likes teacher Youyu, right? Wow, a student-teacher romance so thrilling. But who would not like a cute girl with a baby face and huge boobs like teacher Youyu? Even as a girl, I want to give them a squeeze. Listening to the students' discussion, Zhang Youyu's mind became a mess at this moment. She bit her lip, her face slightly red. Did Su Feng really fail his classes just for her? Over the past 3 years, he had indeed only chosen her classes. Even though there were other teachers' classes he could have chosen, he only picked hers. The more Zhang Youyu thought about it, the more confused she became. Su Chen was her student, how could he have such thoughts about his own teacher? Everyone continue with the exam. Zhang Youyu forced herself to calm down. The agonizing exam ended. As soon as Zhang Youyu left the classroom, she opened her phone and sent a message to her besties group chat. Cute Youyu sisters, what should I do? One of my students seems to have fallen for me. QQ plays games like a pro. Cute little Youyu, if I were your student, I would fall for you too. Who would not like a cute girl with a baby face and huge boobs? I am drooling just thinking about it. Cute Youyu, you pervert Kyukyu. Rainy days are nice too. According to my analysis, cute little Youyu, something is very wrong with you. There are clearly so many students who like you, but you have never mentioned it in the group before. I am just being rational. QQ plays games like a pro. Oh, cute little Youyu, something is definitely wrong with you, haha. Cute Youyu, I do not. I am his teacher, how could I have thoughts about my own student? That goes against moral standards, I am so mad. Love little brothers the most. Cute little Youyu, do not you think the words teacher and student sound very thrilling together, just teasing. Cute Youyu, get out of here. As if everyone is as shameless as you, liking to rob the cradle, not even sparing your own little brother. I roll. Love little brothers the most. Hee hee, little brothers are the best. Drooling and feeling so happy. QQ plays games like a pro. Upstairs watch your drool, do not get your clothes wet, I roll. QQ plays games like a pro. Bad woman choosing guys over friends. Last time she played games with her little brother, she did not even invite a veteran player like me. Cute you, beautiful Bing Bing, how far have you developed with your little brother? Rainy days are nice too, same question. QQ plays games like a pro, same question. Love little brothers the most. Nothing much, just that we slept together last night, I am so proud to show off. Rainy days are nice too. Cute you. QQ plays games like a pro. Li Ruobing's words were like a bomb, exploding in the group chat of her best friends. QQ plays games like a pro. Oh my god, goddess Bing Bing, you cannot do this, you are a goddess. You cannot let some mere mortal touch your noble and pure body. QQ plays games like a pro. Ah, which jerk dared to touch my goddess, I am going to kill him, angry knife. You is cute, bad woman you, how could you do this, shameless. Mommy said that kind of thing can only be done after marriage, blushing shy. Rainy days are good too. A friend asked me to help ask, does it really hurt that much? And after sleeping together, how do you feel? Has anything changed in your heart? Rational, curious. QQ plays games like a pro. Goddess Bing Bing, tell me that jerk's address quickly, I am going to kill him. Woo, my goddess is not pure anymore. QQ plays games like a pro. Goddess Bing Bing, did that jerk lose his mind and force himself on you? Do not be afraid, be brave and tell us, I will stand up for you. You is cute, that is right. Mommy said men are all big bad wolves, animals that think with their lower bodies. Beautiful Bing Bing, if you were forced, you must speak up. We will definitely bring the criminal to justice. Rainy days are good too, just here for the tea. Loves my younger brother best. My silly little brother did not force me. I actually wanted him to force me, but he did not have the guts. I am clearly such a delicate beauty who cannot fight back. Why did not he dare? Confused. QQ plays games like a pro. You is cute. Rainy days are good too, just here for the tea. Loves my younger brother best. Also, I was the one who pulled him into my bed yesterday and made him sleep with me. If anyone was forced, it was me forcing him. Shy. QQ plays games like a pro. You is cute. Rainy days are good too, the tea is ruined. Give me back our cold and ascetic goddess Bing Bing. Loves my younger brother best. At you is cute. Little cutie, your mommy was not wrong. Such things really should be done after marriage. Petting. You is cute. QQ plays games like a pro. Goddess Bing Bing, what do you mean? Rainy days are good too. Goddess Bing Bing, you are not about to show us your marriage certificate in the next second, are you? Alert, shocked. Loves my younger brother best. I am not a young girl anymore, I am a young married woman now, happy. Loves my younger brother best. You guys have not given me a red envelope yet. Li Ruobing sent a picture to the group. It was a little red book, the exact marriage certificate she had gotten with Su Chen earlier. The group fell into complete silence. A few seconds later, QQ plays games like a pro. A knife. Give me a butcher knife, I'm going to kill that bastard. Oh my goddess. You is cute, is this what a married woman is like? No wonder she talks so wickedly. Marriage is so scary, it actually turned my cold goddess into a bad woman. Woo, I never want to get married in my life. I'm so cute, I do not want to become a bad woman. Crying. Rainy days are good too, forget the damn tea. Send me that bastard's address right now. I'm going to lock him in a dark room and make him suffer the most painful psychological torture. Loves my younger brother best. Sisters, you still have not wished me a happy marriage. Smile, kindly smile. QQ plays games like a pro. When I see him, I am definitely going to break this kidnapper's legs. You is cute. When I see him, I am definitely going to break this kidnapper's legs. Rainy days are good too. When I see him, I am definitely going to break this kidnapper's legs. Loves my younger brother best. Loves my younger brother best. Do not think you can get away without giving a red envelope. Hurry up, flirty, expectant, kindly smile. A moment of silence in the group. QQ plays games like a pro. Extremely reluctantly sent a red envelope of 66,666. You is cute. Extremely reluctantly sent a red envelope of 66,666. Rainy days are good too. Extremely reluctantly sent a red envelope of 66,666. Loves my younger brother best. I have received everyone's loving blessings. I will definitely have children early with my little brother and make you all godmothers. Silence. QQ plays games like a pro. Why are the photo and name of that kidnapper on the marriage certificate covered up? You is cute, same here. Rainy days are good too, same here. Loves my younger brother best. My little brother is mine alone. I do not like other women thinking about him. I super do not like it. Knife. Silence again in the group. Elsewhere. After returning to his dorm from class, Su Chen took a can of chilled soda from the small fridge. Opening the can, just hearing the sound of the bubbles fizzing was satisfying. He took a sip. Ah, refreshing. Su Chen let out a long sigh, sat in his ergonomic chair and slumped down while drinking his soda. This is the life of a couch potato. Enjoyment. Suddenly, his body shivered and his back felt inexplicably cold. It felt like someone was cursing him. He had not done anything wicked, had he? Just then, his phone vibrated. The great demon king, Little Chen, shall I send you a red envelope? Smile, kindly smile. Su Chen, who had been enjoying himself, straightened his back the moment he saw the message. He seemed to understand why his back had felt cold just now. It was the devil looking for him. Little fool, Sister Bingbing, why are you sending me a red envelope? The great demon king, sister, is happy. The great demon king, extremely domineeringly, sent 3 red envelopes of 66,666. Little fool, Sister Bingbing, why are you sending me so many red envelopes? Su Chen was not happy, on the contrary, he was very vigilant. He felt there was an ulterior motive. The great demon king, are you going to claim them or not? Little fool, Sister Bingbing, I am not short of money. I have not even finished using the 100,000 you transferred to me last month. The great demon king, I do not care what you think, I only care about what I think. Claim them immediately. Little fool, Little fool extremely reluctantly claimed her 3 red envelopes of 66,666. My rich sister is too domineering. He is in so much pain. Who can understand his pain? After Su Chen claimed the red envelopes, he was about to turn on his computer to play a game. His phone vibrated again. This time it was a call from an unknown number. Su Chen answered hello. For a moment no one spoke. Su Chen found it strange and said, if you are a telemarketer, you have got the wrong person. Just as Su Chen was about to hang up, a middle-aged man's voice finally came through, steady but with a hint of urgency. May I ask if this is Mr. Su? Hello, I am the chairman of Huali Media. Su Chen chuckled and raised an eyebrow. Oh, scammers these days, are you all packaging your identities so high-end now, starting off as a chairman? Su Chen hung up the phone immediately. Middle-aged man. Huali Media, why does that name sound familiar? After hanging up, Su Chen realized something might be wrong. On the top floor of a magnificent building, in a grand and impressive office, a middle-aged man in a suit stared blankly at his phone that had just been hung up. As the head of a listed company, it was the first time in his life he had been called a scammer and a telemarketer. Around 6 o'clock in the evening, Su Chen changed into a slightly more formal outfit in his dorm room, making him look very much like a business elite. Seeing Su Chen dressed so formally, his roommate Little Fat asked curiously, Su Chen, are you a slacker, actually going to a job interview too? Ambitious college students usually start planning their future careers and submitting resumes to gain experience by the 2nd semester of their junior year. For example, Wu Jingkai from Su Chen's dorm had already started planning for his job search during the 1st semester of their junior year. Now in their senior year, he had interviewed with many companies and had currently become an interview expert. The other 2 guys in the dorm had also sent out resumes and attended interviews to some extent during this senior semester. Only Su Chen acted like a total slacker. His daily routine still consisted of sleeping, playing games, sleeping and playing games without a single ounce of ambition. So seeing Su Chen change into such a formal outfit right now, Little Fat, whose real name was Jin Fugui, felt incredibly curious. Su Chen was obviously a super handsome guy who held the title of the campus heartthrob, but his personality was extremely slacker-like and he was a total homebody. Unless there was something absolutely necessary, this guy would not even step out of the dorm. Su Chen looked at himself in the mirror with satisfaction. Dressed in a suit and leather shoes, his aura had changed a lot, making him appear mature and steady. He said to Little Fat, I am not going to an interview. Your young master here is going to negotiate a small business deal worth nearly 10 billion. Little Fat was speechless. Keep bragging. Of course, Little Fat did not believe him. Through their time together, the roommates had noticed that Su Chen never lacked money and his family seemed to be quite well off. He was probably a 2nd-generation rich kid. But even if he was a rich kid, they were freaking seniors in college, who would let him negotiate a $10 billion deal. Sai, what is wrong with this world? Nobody believes the truth anymore. Su Chen shook his head, looking as if he had seen through the vanity of the world. Get out of here, hurry up and fail your interview so you can come back and play games with us. Little Fat offered Su Chen his most sincere blessing. Su Chen walked out of the campus gates and hailed a taxi. Handsome, where to? Su Chen replied to Jing Gardens. Jing Gardens was one of the most famous classical gardens in Jingdu. With a history of several hundred years, it was a famous 5A level scenic spot in the city. After about an hour's drive, the taxi arrived at Jing Gardens. The driver asked in confusion, young man, are you sure you want to go to the back mountain of Jing Gardens? That is not part of the scenic area and it is not open to the public. Yes, I am sure. After getting out of the taxi, Su Chen was standing at the foot of the back mountain of Jing Gardens. On the back mountain of Jing Gardens, there was a private restaurant called Chuan Pavilion, a place used to host state guest-level figures. Chen Pavilion operated on a membership basis. Only members could spend money and host banquets there. And for Chen Pavilion's membership, a net worth of 10 billion was the absolute minimum threshold. Chen Pavilion was built by Elder Shen, the richest man in Jingdu. Initially, it was a place exclusively for him to discuss cooperation with important business partners. Su Chen took out his phone. Chairman Wang, I have arrived. Over the phone, a middle-aged man said, Mr. Su, please wait a moment, I will come down to pick you up right now. Okay. Su Chen replied and hung up the phone. The reason he came here was that the chairman of Huali Media had called to invite him to dinner, and at the same time to sign a stock trading contract. A short while later, a middle-aged man walked over from the top of the stairs. He was walking at a rather brisk pace. The middle-aged man looked around and only saw Su Chen standing there alone. Excuse me, are you Mr. Su? The middle-aged man asked politely. Facing a figure ranked very high on the rich list, Su Chen was not nervous at all. He replied calmly, Chairman Wang, I'm Su Chen. Seeing Su Chen admit it, Wang Ziyuan felt quite surprised. Over the phone, he could tell the other party must be quite young. But he never expected him to be this young. His face made him look only in his early 20s, significantly younger than his own disappointing son. However, despite his youth, the young man's aura was mature and steady. His tone in conversation was neither humble nor arrogant, giving off a vibe of an old soul in a young body. But then again, how could someone who could instantly pull out nearly 10 billion in cash to buy the 10% stake of Huali Media in his hands be an ordinary person? Although Wang Ziyuan was the chairman of Huali Media, it was not his core business. His core business was real estate. It was just that recently his core business had run into some trouble, and he needed a massive amount of cash flow, which forced him to consider selling his shares in Huali Media. He originally thought that obtaining such a large amount of cash flow all at once would take quite some time to find a buyer. In this world, there were plenty of wealthy people with assets in the tens or hundreds of billions, but there were not many who held nearly 10 billion in pure cash flow. Wang Ziyuan looked at Su Chen with an added layer of respect in his eyes. Mr. Su, this way please. Wang Ziyuan led Su Chen up the stairs, heading toward Chen Pavilion inside the garden. A private courtyard was built deep within the mountain forest. Despite being located in the north, this courtyard featured elegant waters and orchid pavilions, making it clearly a miniature Suzhou-style garden. Chen Pavilion had been entirely booked out by Wang Ziyuan for the night just to host Su Chen, which showed just how much importance Wang Ziyuan attached to him. Just as Su Chen and Wang Ziyuan walked into Chen Pavilion, two tall, beautiful silhouettes walked out from another door of the pavilion. Both of these young women possessed incredibly stunning, world-class beauty. However, their auras were different. One was of the gentle and elegant type, much like a well-bred young lady from a prestigious family. The other was an iceberg beauty. Her gorgeous eyes constantly revealed a distancing feeling that pushed people thousands of miles away, screaming, "Keep away from me." Her coldness was like the 10,000-year ice of the North and South Poles, seemingly incapable of ever melting. Goddess Bingbing, I am so sorry. I only just found out that Chen Pavilion was booked out by Uncle Wang. Shall we go somewhere else? Shen Qiuqiu acted coyly toward Li Ruobing, stepping forward to hug her arm. I am a woman with a husband now. You cannot touch me or my husband will get jealous. Shen Qiuqiu did not even get to touch Li Ruobing's hand before Li Ruobing dodged her without any mercy. Despite the cold and clear voice, the words she spoke were enough to infuriate anyone to death. Beneath Shen Qiuqiu's gentle aura, her beautiful eyes looked very playful and lively. She used a crying tone, Goddess Bingbing, what is so good about that little brother of yours? Hurry up and divorce him and I will keep you. How am I any worse than him? Li Ruobing curled her lips into a smile. My little brother can get me pregnant, can you? Shen Qiuqiu was rendered speechless. Shen Qiuqiu's pretty little face instantly turned completely red. Is this what married women are like? Li Ruobing suddenly looked into the distance at the two figures walking into Chen Pavilion and subconsciously frowned. Goddess Bingbing, what is wrong? Shen Qiuqiu asked curiously. Following her gaze, she also saw the backs of the two men. She recognized one of them at a glance. That bald guy should be Uncle Wang. Who is that really tall man next to him? Could he be the main character at Chen Pavilion today, the VIP that Uncle Wang booked the entire place to entertain? Hearing Shen Qiuqiu's words, Li Ruobing finally withdrew her gaze. It is nothing, I probably just saw wrongly. She just thought that the tall man's back looked a lot like her little Su Chen. But on second thought, Li Ruobing immediately dismissed the idea. That was simply impossible. Wang Ziyuan had once been the richest man, and even now he was still in the top few of the rich list. A guest who could make him book out Chen Pavilion specifically for a banquet must be of extremely high status. It might very well be some business tycoon with billions in net worth. Her silly little brother was just a slacker. It seemed she liked her little brother a bit too much. Liked him so much that simply seeing a back with a similar build inevitably made her think of him. Thinking of her silly little brother, she subconsciously thought of how he had touched her body while sleeping last night. That kind of touch made her whole body feel as if it had been electrocuted, leaving her numb and tingly all over in a weird way. However, she did not hate it. On the contrary, she even found it quite comfortable. "Fairy Li, you are so perverted." Li Ruobing could not help but blush slightly. Seeing this, Shen Kyukyu next to her asked curiously, "Goddess Bingbing, why are you blushing?" Li Ruobing answered, "Kyukyu, I have not seen my silly little brother for just a day and I am missing him so much right now, like I really miss him." Shen Kyukyu was speechless once again. She had just been force-fed a handful of romantic dog food. Inside Xuan Pavilion, Su Chen was just about to sit down when he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Speaking from experience in this kind of situation, it was probably that demon sister Bingbing cursing him. The most luxurious imperial private room in Xuan Pavilion. Su Chen and Wang Ziyuan signed the share transfer transaction authorization, stamped his fingerprint and signed his name. From this moment on, he was the largest shareholder of Huali Media and could be considered Li Ruobing's behind-the-scenes boss. Wang Ziyuan previously held 15% of the shares in Huali Media, but now after transferring 10% to Su Chen, he had 5% left. Although it was only 5%, he was still the second largest shareholder of Huali Media. Wang Ziyuan looked at Su Chen, unable to figure out what he was thinking for a moment. "Mr. Su, I wonder if you have any opinions on the personnel of Huali Media." If Su Chen wanted, he could hold a shareholders' meeting upon returning and hand over the chairman's position to Su Chen. Su Chen shook his head knowing what Wang Ziyuan was worried about. "Director Wang, I have no opinions. I am just an ordinary shareholder and receiving regular dividends is enough for me. I will not interfere in the company's affairs." Although Su Chen was a reincarnator, he was not omnipotent. He could only write scripts, write songs, and do some investments. If he were really asked to manage a company, he would not have the ability. Besides, this did not fit his slacker values. Was not it good to just lie down and collect money? Furthermore, he still believed in Wang Ziyuan's abilities. Being able to start from scratch and never drop out of the top 10 on the rich list, he naturally had his outstanding points. "Mr. Su, that is good." Hearing Su Chen say he would not interfere in company affairs, Wang Ziyuan, who was originally worried, suddenly felt much more relaxed. At the same time, his gaze towards Su Chen held a touch more appreciation. At such a young age, he had such an indifferent attitude towards fame and fortune, with no attachment to company power. This young man was not simple. Wang Ziyuan asked curiously again, "Mr. Su, I wonder what you do for a living." Wang Ziyuan had investigated Su Chen, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not find any information about him. This showed that there was a powerful force behind him protecting his privacy. Su Chen did not hide it. "Director Wang, I am currently a student." Wang Ziyuan was speechless. It was indeed as he thought. Su Chen was the young master of some super financial conglomerate. What kind of super conglomerate could possess such capital? "Mr. Su, Xuan Pavilion has a few signature dishes. You must try them later." Wang Ziyuan changed the subject and did not continue to press about Su Chen's background. Everyone has secrets, especially in business. Getting to the bottom of things will only cause the other party's resentment. Interacting with people in the business world is all about moderation, making people feel that talking to you will not cause any discomfort. "Alright then, thank you for your hospitality tonight, Director Wang." Su Chen's speech and mannerisms were natural and graceful, neither constrained nor nervous, without a trace of the impatience expected at his age. This made Wang Ziyuan feel even more that this young man was truly remarkable. This could not help but make Wang Ziyuan think of his own prodigal son. If his prodigal son had even half of Su Chen's maturity and steadiness, he would thank the heavens. He had already instructed that prodigal son recently not to cause trouble. If he dared to cause trouble for him, he would definitely whip him a few times. Wang Ziyuan suddenly proposed, "Mr. Su, if you do not mind, how about we call each other brothers? You can call me Brother Wang and I will call you Brother Su." Su Chen understood that Wang Ziyuan wanted to draw closer to him through this address. He was showing goodwill. "Then please take good care of your younger brother from now on, Brother Wang." Su Chen also changed his address instantly. Being able to get acquainted with a business tycoon like Wang Ziyuan was naturally a good thing for Su Chen. This was the accumulation of connections. Su Chen's straightforwardness made Wang Ziyuan appreciate him very much. Just halfway through the dinner, Su Chen's phone on the table vibrated. He took a look. "Great Demon King, little Chen, are you coming back tonight?" Su Chen typed. "No need to think at all. Little fool, Sister Bingbing, I am not coming back tonight. I am going to sleep in the dorm. I have classes tomorrow." He would be crazy to go over. Even if he jumped off the building and died outside, he would not go back. He needed to calm down now. He always felt that the more he spent time with Sister Bingbing day and night, his illness would get more and more serious. She was really too seductive. Yet she seemed to have no self-awareness. Seductive without knowing it. Great Demon King Little Chen, I do not know why, but my stomach hurts so much tonight. I am all alone at home and I am so scared. Great Demon King Little Chen, I feel like I am going to die from the pain. Forget it, you do not need to come over, I should not bother you, just let me die from the pain alone. Little fool, Sister Bingbing, I am coming over right now. Su Chen put down his phone and immediately stood up from his chair. His movements were so large that they startled Wang Ziyuan beside him. Brother Su, what is wrong? Was he dissatisfied with the food here? Brother Wang, I am very sorry, I have an emergency today and have to leave first. When there is a chance another day, I will treat you to a meal. I am really sorry this time. Su Chen knew that in all likelihood that demon sister Bingbing was lying. She just simply wanted to trick him into going over and working like a horse for her. But what if it was true? Seeing Su Chen, who had always appeared mature and steady, now with a trace of anxiety hidden on his face, Wang Ziyuan did not insist on keeping him. Alright then, I will treat you to a good meal another day, Brother Su. Wang Ziyuan added, Brother Su, I see you did not drive. I will have my driver take you back later. Then I will trouble you, Brother Wang. Su Chen did not refuse. It was indeed hard to get a taxi here. Wang Ziyuan waved his hand and laughed heartily. It is nothing, it is nothing. We are brothers. If it were not for your help this time, Brother Su, I would have had a headache for a while. The two walked out of the private room talking and laughing, and arrived at the courtyard of Chuan Pavilion. Just as they were about to walk to the steps, a group of people walked in from outside, led by a white-haired old man wearing a tang suit. The old man held a dragon-headed walking stick in his hand, looking extraordinarily imposing. Seeing this old man, Wang Ziyuan immediately went over to greet him. Elder Shen, what brings you here? This old man in the tang suit was none other than Shen Zhengfu, the richest man in the imperial capital, an existence with immense power and influence there. Shen Zhengfu smiled. Old Wang, I heard you booked this place today to entertain a distinguished guest. I happened to be nearby, so I thought I would come and take a look. Shen Zhengfu's smile seemed very kind. At first glance, he gave the impression of an old man with no airs. But this was all an illusion. Shen Zhengfu was now in his 70s, yet he still sat firmly in the position of the richest man. How could he be an ordinary old man? Hearing Shen Zhengfu's words, Wang Ziyuan of course knew that this was just an excuse. Elder Shen must have come specifically for Su Chen. After all, a figure like Su Chen, who could bring out tens of billions in cash flow, was someone even Elder Shen would want to meet. Brother Su, let me borrow a little of your time to introduce an elder to you. Wang Ziyuan was also happy to do a favor at no cost and introduce Su Chen to Elder Shen. Su Chen also noticed this old man. Even Wang Ziyuan was very polite to him. Elder Shen, this is little brother Su Chen, a brother I just made. Su Chen also greeted politely, hello, Elder Shen. Even without an introduction, he knew who this old man was. In this imperial capital, who else but the richest man, Shen Zhengfu, had the qualifications to make Wang Ziyuan call him Elder Shen. Shen Zhengfu's aged eyes lit up and he seriously sized up Su Chen. For Wang Ziyuan to introduce him like this meant he was backing this young man. Obviously, this young man had already gained Wang Ziyuan's approval. Not bad, not bad. This young man had an outstanding appearance, and what was even rarer was that he possessed a steady temperament. Unfazed by favor or disgrace, neither humble nor arrogant. He had rarely seen such an outstanding young man at such a young age. Young man, it is our first meeting, and I do not have any gifts for you. This is the supreme membership card of my Chuan Pavilion. Consider it my meeting gift. Shen Zhengfu handed over a dark gold card with a lifelike five-clawed golden dragon on it. As soon as this card was taken out, the surrounding business tycoons were completely shocked. They looked at Su Chen in amazement. What exactly was this young man's identity that he could make Elder Shen give away the supreme membership card of Chuan Pavilion? One must know that there were no more than 10 people in the entire Huazia country who could possess the supreme membership card of Chuan Pavilion. It was an absolute symbol of status. Even if you had a net worth of hundreds of billions, you might not be qualified to own this kind of supreme membership card. To get this kind of card, you must get Elder Shen's approval. But now Elder Shen actually gave such a card to a young man he met for the first time. It was truly shocking. Su Chen did not know much about this kind of card, but from those people's expressions, he could also tell that this card was very impressive. He did not refuse either. Thank you, Elder Shen. If he refused at this time, it would be failing to appreciate the favor. Seeing Su Chen accept the card, Shen Zhengfu nodded in satisfaction, showing appreciation on his face. Not bad, not bad. To have such an extraordinary bearing at such a young age, our Huazia truly has talent coming forth in large numbers. The fact that he dared to accept this card showed that he had the confidence to do so. Old Wang, little Su, have you finished your meal? How about having a few drinks with this old man? Shen Zhengfu proposed, wanting to learn more about this young man Su Chen. Shen Zhengfu's words made the business tycoons beside them even more envious. This was Elder Shen personally hosting. This young man's prestige was just too great. Elder Shen, I am sorry. I have an emergency right now, so I am afraid I cannot drink with you. Su Chen hesitated for a moment but still chose to politely decline. He still did not know how Sister Bingbing's situation was. Shen Zhengfu was slightly taken aback. He had not expected Su Chen to actually refuse him. Then he smiled, little brother, since you have an emergency, we will drink another day. Su Chen also followed up, all right, when the time comes, I will punish myself with 3 cups to apologize to Elder Shen and Brother Wang. Although Su Chen had a slacker personality, it did not mean he did not know how to conduct himself in society. He was just lazy. Su Chen followed Wang Ziyuan's driver down the steps and walked towards the parking spot. Behind him, the group of business tycoons following behind Shen Zhengfu were completely dumbfounded at this moment. Someone actually refused Elder Shen's invitation. This young man was incredible. Su Chen's debut stunned a crowd of business tycoons. On the way back to the villa, sitting in the Rolls-Royce, Su Chen immediately called Li Ruobing. But he called several times in a row, and Li Ruobing simply did not answer. He did not know if she was in too much pain to answer the phone. This made Su Chen even more worried. He said to the driver, "Sir, can you drive a bit faster?" Su Chen's expression had never been so solemn. Meanwhile, inside the villa, Li Ruobing had her feet on the sofa, knees bent, and back leaning against the sofa in a very relaxed and leisurely posture. A thick photo album was placed on her fair knees, and she was currently flipping through it with great interest. Her phone was also deliberately set to mute. Li Ruobing flipped through the photos, occasionally looking out the window with impatience in her eyes. She bit her lip lightly with her white teeth, her resentful look exactly like a bitter wife waiting for her husband to come home. Why is not the silly little brother back yet? He would not just not come back, would he? He would not dare. If he dared not to come, she would ignore him for the rest of her life. No, if he dared not to come, she would catch him back, lock him in the room with iron chains, and never allow him to go out again. She really could not understand. With such a gentle and considerate beautiful wife at home, why was the silly little brother still unwilling to come home? I miss him so much, what should I do? Facing such an empty villa all alone by herself. She only felt lonely, empty, and cold. After a while, Li Ruobing heard a noise outside the villa. Her face lit up with joy. Then she threw the photo album on her knees aside and jumped off the sofa barefoot. She ran to the bathroom, turned on the hot water, and splashed it on her forehead and neck, pretending to be sweating. At the same time, she reached out her palms and rubbed her little face. That fair and beautiful little face was instantly rubbed red, looking miserable. She quickly ran back to the sofa. Lay down. She covered her stomach with her hands, and her whole aura changed, becoming very fragile and in pain. It hurts so much. Will, she whimpered in a low voice, just like an injured little animal shivering in the corner of the sofa. So lonely, as if abandoned by the whole world, looking pitiful. Just one look was enough to make one's heart break with ache. Su Chen opened the villa's front door, and when he saw this scene, his heart felt like it had been fiercely pierced by something. Normally, Li Ruobing always had an aloof and cold appearance. Her aura was very strong. Even if she was just expressionless without any fierce look in her eyes, there was still an inexplicable sense of oppression. She seemed to have no weaknesses, a strong woman and a demon combined. A single glance from her could make his heart pound wildly. But at this moment, clutching her stomach and curled up in a ball, she really looked like an injured little animal, completely devoid of any sense of security. The defensive cold thorns on her body were all broken. She was so fragile, like a porcelain doll that would shatter at the slightest touch. Su Chen walked over, ignoring the constant stinging sensation in his heart. He crouched down beside her and asked anxiously, "Sister Bingbing, how are you? Why does it hurt so much?" Hearing Su Chen's voice, Li Ruobing seemed too weak. She only noticed his presence when he walked up beside her. She turned around, and her usually cold and frosty voice was now incredibly weak. "Little Chen, you are finally here. I thought you did not care whether I lived or died." These words were spoken with extreme grievance. This sentence made Su Chen feel guilty, as if sulfuric acid had dripped into his heart, making it ache sourly. He suddenly felt as if he had committed some heinous crime. Full of guilt, he had actually just suspected that Sister Bingbing was deceiving him, deliberately lying to lure him back. How could he think so badly of Sister Bingbing? "Sister Bingbing, I did not say I would not come back. Tell me where it hurts." "It is just my stomach that hurts." Li Ruobing turned to look at Su Chen, her beautiful eyes filled with mist, as if tears would flow out in the next second. Especially fragile and pitiful. "Sister Bingbing, why is your face so red? Let me see if you have a fever." Su Chen placed his palm on Li Ruobing's forehead and found the temperature to be quite hot, feeling like she had a slight fever. Moreover, the hair on her forehead was drenched in sweat. She was sweating so much, her stomach must be hurting a lot, right? "Sister Bingbing, does it hurt here?" Su Chen reached out and pressed Li Ruobing's flat abdomen. Even through a thin shirt, he could feel a patch of softness and warmth. Yeah, my stomach hurts. Li Ruobing blushed and spoke weakly. Her eyes flickered at this moment, not daring to look at Su Chen. The base of her ears was also completely red. The silly little brother just touched her little tummy like this. Her body had been touched by a man, it was not clean anymore. Was he doing it on purpose? Did he see that she was very weak right now, so he deliberately bullied her like this? Since he was going to bully her, why did not he push his luck a little more? She would not say anything anyway. Su Chen was frowning tightly at this moment, thinking about how to handle the current situation, so he did not notice Li Ruobing's slight emotional changes. Seeing her face so red, he only assumed it was because the pain was too unbearable. Sister Bingbing, I will help you sit up and rub your stomach for you, maybe it will not hurt anymore. As Su Chen spoke, he sat down on the sofa, slowly helped Li Ruobing up and let her lean into his embrace. Her body was really soft, as if she had no bones. The moment her back touched his embrace, Su Chen felt as if his heart skipped a beat. The faint fragrance on her body invaded his nasal cavity. This scent was extremely comfortable, yet it seemed very mysterious, captivating one's soul. With a soft beauty in his arms, Su Chen did not have any bad thoughts in that regard at this moment. Sister Bingbing was in so much pain. If he still had any bad thoughts about her, what difference would there be between him, Su Chen, and a beast? Leaning in Su Chen's embrace and hearing him say he would rub her stomach, Li Ruobing felt an inexplicable panic in her heart and felt extremely shy. Does this count as intimate contact? Little Chen, will rubbing my stomach like this really make it better? Although she felt shy, Li Ruobing still had a faint expectation in her heart. Besides, what if this was the silly little brother deliberately finding an excuse to have intimate contact with her? If she refused, would it break his heart? Su Yu was not sure either. It should work, let us try. When Su Chen was little, there was a time his stomach hurt terribly. His mother used her hand to rub his stomach, and after a while it really did not hurt anymore. It was very magical. Okay, then little Chen, put your hand on it. Li Ruobing was blushing deeply at this moment, looking shy and timid. She bit her lip lightly, looking super alluring. She almost messed up the act just now. Fortunately, her back was facing Su Chen, so he could not see the change in her facial expression. Su Chen swallowed hard, feeling his heart pounding wildly. He asked tentatively, Sister Bingbing, I'm going to touch it then. Li Ruobing's voice was as quiet as a mosquito. Yeah, little Chen, go ahead and touch it, I will not blame you. Su Chen. He always felt something was wrong. Having obtained Li Ruobing's consent, Su Chen no longer hesitated. He placed his palm on Li Ruobing's little tummy and through the thin shirt gently and firmly rubbed her stomach. Her stomach really did not have an ounce of fat, being very flat and soft. When Su Chen rubbed her stomach, it inevitably caused her shirt to shift. A section of a snow-white, slender waist came into view just like that. Those sexy and explosive vest lines. It was so beautiful that one could not look away. Li Ruobing's devilish figure was not the kind that was naturally thin, but achieved through exercise. Such muscle lines had more visual impact. Sister Bingbing, do you feel a little better now? Su Chen found a topic, wanting to distract himself. It seems to be a little better. Li Ruobing's voice still sounded soft and weak, like a delicate beauty, especially frail, the kind who would get tired and pant after taking a single step. Su Chen continued to rub her little tummy with his hand. Sister Bingbing was indeed in too much pain. She was too weak. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, if he rubbed her little tummy and ravaged her like this, she would definitely cripple him with a single punch. If Sister Bingbing was also this soft and weak under normal circumstances, then he could guarantee that no man in this world could resist her charm. However, even if Sister Bingbing was an iceberg beauty, very few people could resist her charm. Of course, except for him, Su Chen. Sister Bingbing, is it much better now? After rubbing for a few minutes, Su Chen asked. A little better, but it still hurts a bit, keep rubbing. Li Ruobing said weakly. The silly little brother's embrace felt so secure. The masculine aura on his body smelled so good. His body was so hard. So hot. She felt like her whole person was going to melt. Su Chen rubbed for a while longer. He saw that Li Ruobing in his arms was very quiet and did not look as pained as she did at the beginning. Sister Bingbing, it does not hurt now, right? Then I will stop rubbing. Su Chen said and was about to stop. But Li Ruobing suddenly reached out and pressed his palm down. Rub a little more. Su Chen. Her palm was very soft and warm. When she pressed his palm, the feeling of skin contact was extremely comfortable. Li Ruobing did not have any ulterior motives. She simply wanted to stay in his embrace a little longer. She liked this feeling. The silly little brother had really grown up. His chest was already strong enough for her to lean on. Nestled in his embrace, she could slightly feel a bit of hardness, with small raised bumps pressing against her sensitive back. So the little brother also had abs. She wondered how many abs the silly little brother had. She really wanted to see. Really wanted to touch. My silly little brother's abs, they must look really good, right? They must be really sexy, right? She is going to. I really want to see. That silly boy saw everything in the bathroom before. If she does not take a look back, would not she be at a loss? She just does not want to lose out. Li Ruobing is a little fairy, she is not that perverted at all. Besides, last night that silly boy touched her body too, even though it looked like he was asleep and did it by accident. But what if he did it on purpose? If she does not touch him back, would not she, Li Zhang, be at a huge disadvantage? HMPH, she never makes a losing deal. Gotta take a look back, gotta touch him back. This thought was like an evil snake, constantly brainwashing Li Ruobing, seducing her to take a bite of the forbidden fruit. Li Ruobing could not help it anymore. She stretched out her hand and slowly moved it towards Su Chen's abdomen. Slipping inside his shirt, she touched his abs. They are really hard. And at that moment, when his abs were touched by the woman's soft, warm palm, that sensation of touch from the opposite sex felt like an electric current, making Suzu's whole body go numb. Su Chen's body jolted, and he looked at Li Ruobing in his arms in disbelief. He spoke slowly, trying his best to keep his voice calm. Bing, what are you doing? Her little hand was inside his shirt, touching his abs. By now, Li Ruobing had lost any trace of her cold goddess demeanor, and her beautiful, stunning face was flushed a deep pink. Those eyes, usually cold as frost, were now swirling with a dazed and shy light, as if she were tasting the forbidden fruit for the first time, thrilling and exciting. Well, that silly boy's abs are truly hard, just like steel, and so scalding hot. The feeling of touching them is just so comfortable. That scorching heat felt like it was going to burn her palm. Her heart was pounding wildly. So thrilling, yet it makes one want to keep trying. Li Ruobing could not resist touching a bit more. I have already touched it anyway. Cannot lose out. Su Chen froze completely. His gaze turned heavy. His voice grew hoarser as he reached under his shirt and grabbed Li Ruobing's mischievous little hand. Bing, what are you doing? Su Chen swallowed hard. Li Ruobing was caught red-handed, and she suddenly snapped out of her intoxicated daze. Then her face turned even redder, like it was going to drip blood. Oh my god. Li Ruobing, what have you done, you beauty? How could you actually touch him? Li Ruobing, who is always capable of staying calm and rational, completely lost her footing in this situation. Her heart was beating wildly, as if it were about to pop out of her throat. What do I do? Calm down. Li Ruobing, remember, you are an actress. Life is like a play, you are the heroine of your own life right now. Steady. Li Ruobing remembered a book she had read before. The title of the book was An Actor Prepares. Recalling the contents of the book, her chaotic thoughts gradually began to calm down. Although Li Ruobing's pretty little face was still very red, but the look in her beautiful eyes was no longer as panicked as it was at the beginning. Little Chen, do not you know what I am doing? Li Ruobing suddenly turned around. She sat astride Su Chen's lap, facing him, staring down at him from above. Her voice sounded very calm. She looked exactly like an arrogant queen teasing her favorite pet. Li Ruobing's gaze was incredibly alluring. She was feeling very expectant at that moment. She was an impeccable actress, and she was a reborn soul. Her psychological fortitude was incredibly strong. She was looking forward to seeing the shy expression on her silly brother's face after being teased. He is so handsome. If he blushed and acted shy, he would definitely be charming. I really want to see it. HMPH, you little pervert. Just wait to be shy. Hurry up and surrender to your sister Bing. Staring into Li Ruobing's direct gaze, Su Chen felt his heart fall into chaos. He actually did not dare to look her in the eyes. Bing, I do not know what you are trying to do. Su Chen's eyes flickered. Li Ruobing was straddling his lap, facing him. The distance was so close that every cell in his body was extremely sensitive. Her charming and exquisite face was right before his eyes. It was such a visual impact. Her beautiful cheeks were like a peeled hard-boiled egg, snow white yet flushed, radiating an alluring scent that made him so hungry he wanted to take a bite. Su Chen stared, his deep gaze turning darker and darker. Damn it. His condition seemed to be getting worse. If this goes on, he would probably reach the terminal stage. What is Sister Bing doing? Is she seducing him? Teasing him? Messing with him? Yes, it must be. This is not the first time. Sister Bing's demon heart has been twisted since she was a child, finding pleasure in playing with him. She must want to tease him and watch him get flustered and shy. If he gets shy, she will definitely make fun of him, saying that he is a man, and yet he got teased into blushing by her, a girl. This is a prank. It is not that a girl is intentionally teasing a boy because she likes him. Su Chen steady. Thinking this way in his heart, fueled by the obsession not to be out-teased, Su Chen slowly calmed down. He now had the courage to look straight back at Li Ruobing. The gazes of the two clashed in the air. In an instant, it was as if sparks flew in the air. Su Chen's gaze was firm. This was not the spark of love, this was the spark of battle, a war concerning a man's dignity. Su Chen stared straight at Li Ruobing, his gaze deep and filled with a scorching, burning intent for battle. Li Ruobing, who had originally been able to stay calm and maintain a psychological advantage, found her heart turning messy again under Su Chen's intense gaze. Oh no, my silly brother's gaze is so scorching. Those deep dark eyes are like a cosmic black hole about to suck her entire being in. His look right now is like a wolf, as if he wants to devour her whole. Does he want to tackle her now? She is not mentally prepared yet. His gaze is so hot. Li Ruobing slowly lowered her head, not daring to meet Su Chen's gaze anymore. Li Ruobing was shy. Little Chen, I just wanted to check your body to see if you have been slacking off and if you have been working out lately. Li Ruobing stood up from Su Chen's lap with a flushed face. She avoided his gaze. What should I do? If my silly brother goes wild and tackles me later, should I resist? Wait, no. If he forcibly tackles me, there is nothing I can do, I will just have to bear it. She is so fragile. She would not be able to resist at all. Li Ruobing sat down on the sofa nearby. She looked as if she were waiting to be bullied. Looking exceptionally fragile. As Li Ruobing moved away from him, Su Chen finally felt his tense body and mind relax quite a bit. This torture was finally over. It is a good thing he held his ground. He did not make a fool of himself, and he did not let that she-devil, Sister Bingbing, succeed in her schemes. Just a moment ago, it was so close. If Li Ruobing had stayed on top of him for just a few more seconds, he really would not have been able to control himself, and he would have turned into a beast and done something bad to her. Thank goodness. Su Chen is truly amazing. This battle, he won it. Su Chen felt very happy. Meanwhile, Li Ruobing sat down on the other sofa, leaning back softly and putting on a delicate, helpless look. But she waited and waited, only to see Su Chen still sitting there, completely motionless, with no intention of bothering her at all. Seeing Su Chen remain unmoved, Li Ruobing, who had been feeling a bit shy, suddenly felt quite annoyed. Why is not this silly little brother coming to mess with her? Could it be that she is not charming enough? Realizing this, Li Ruobing's mood hit rock bottom. She instantly turned cold. After a long while, once his heart rate had returned to normal, Su Chen finally asked, Sister Bingbing, is your stomach still hurting? Faced with Su Chen's inquiry, Li Ruobing glared at him and snapped irritably, none of your business, you brat. Su Chen. Alright, it seems the pain is gone. The devil woman is back. Li Ruobing walked up to Su Chen, looked at him with an imposing aura and said, Su Chen, stand up. Su Chen asked in confusion, huh? Li Ruobing raised an eyebrow impatiently, her icy expression looking super fierce. Stand up and lift your shirt. Let your sister check your body to see if you have been working out properly lately. She had to see. It is not that she is being lecherous. She just does not want to lose out. Vine, she was being a pervert, but there is nothing wrong with being a pervert toward your own husband. Oi Chemph. Su Chen was shocked by Li Ruobing's words. What is she trying to do? Ask him to lift his shirt. What did she want to do to him? Seeing Su Chen looking at her strangely, Li Ruobing, despite everything, was still a girl. Being stared at like that made her feel uncomfortable, as if her face was burning with fire. She explained, Little Chen, what are you thinking? I just want to check your body to see if you have been working out properly lately. Then Li Ruobing's eyes turned cold, using a fierce aura to cover up her shyness. Little Chen, you have not forgotten what I told you before, have you? Her eyes were filled with killing intent. Su Chen felt a chill down his spine. His brain worked rapidly and he remembered immediately. Some time ago, Li Ruobing had indeed told him to exercise well, saying his body was too weak. She even made a training schedule for him, requiring him to train earnestly every day, and said she would check his progress every once in a while. She made me exercise because she must think I cannot take much of a beating, so she wants me to toughen up just to better torment and play with me. That way, she will not break me the moment she starts playing around. What a wicked woman. Before, Su Chen was so lazy and such a couch potato that he found even getting out of bed exhausting. It was impossible for him to train. He had originally been worried about how to bluff his way through when Li Ruobing came to inspect him. But now, having drunk the physical enhancement potion, he naturally did not have to worry about that anymore. He had already checked out his new physique while changing clothes yesterday. He looked like a male model, lean when clothed and muscular when stripped. Remembering this, Su Chen felt a wave of relief. Just now, he actually thought Sister Bingbing wanted him to take his clothes off because she wanted to do something to him. What on earth was he thinking? Bingbing is a big star, a goddess in the hearts of countless people, and her personality is so aloof. How could she possibly want to take advantage of him? How could she possibly be a pervert? Su Chen felt his thoughts were too dirty. Although Sister Bingbing often tortures him, he should not think of her that way. Little Chen, did not you hear me? I told you to lift your shirt so I can properly check if you have been slacking off. Seeing that Su Chen had not moved yet, Li Ruobing was getting extremely annoyed. She kept a straight face and spoke with righteous indignation. She looked exactly like a teacher about to check homework, and a very strict one at that. Seeing Li Ruobing's annoyed look, Su Chen assumed she was angry because she thought he had not been following her fitness regimen. He hurriedly stood up and said confidently, Bingbing, I have been exercising properly lately, please do not be angry. Hearing Su Chen's words, a flash of awkwardness crossed Li Ruobing's pretty little face. Of course she knew he had been exercising well, she had just touched his abs earlier and they were so firm. Well, let me see. Li Ruobing walked towards Su Chen. She tried her best to remain calm, then reached out and personally lifted his shirt. Her movements were a bit hasty, almost as if she could not wait. Su Chen, however, did not notice. As she lifted his shirt, Su Chen's powerful, well-defined abdominal muscles were exposed to her gaze. Li Ruobing's attempt to look calm vanished, and she was stunned by what she saw. Su Chen revealed his bare midriff. His fair skin had a subtle sheen, and with broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and 8-pack abs, he had the physique of a classic hunk. His muscles did not look like those exaggerated ones built from drinking protein powder. One look and you could tell this physique was earned through hard training and shed sweat. It was lean and powerful. With his breathing, those 8 abdominal muscles rippled, forming firm, distinct lines that presented a wild and untamed beauty. Li Ruobing's gaze traveled upward to see Su Chen's handsome face, with his sharp brows and piercing eyes. His features were as chiseled as a sculpture, and his deep, charming gaze made him truly dashing and attractive. How can a man be this handsome? He is just so fascinating. What do I do now? His body is so tempting. Li Ruobing felt her mind go blank, as if she were experiencing a sudden lack of oxygen. She felt a little dizzy. Seeing that Li Ruobing seemed stunned by his appearance, Su Chen was immensely proud of himself. He smiled and said, Big Sister Bingbing, I have dutifully completed the tasks you gave me. Take a look at my physique, are you satisfied? Look at that, this girl Li Ruobing is completely bewildered by my great body. This feeling is so good. Li Ruobing looked away and gave a huff, acting rather haughty. But it is just all right. Then Li Ruobing walked away quickly, feeling as if something was about to flow out of her. I cannot stay here any longer. Big Sister Bingbing, where are you going? Su Chen asked triumphantly. The restroom. Li Ruobing's voice was sharp, sounding like she was flustered and irritated. Su Chen felt even more satisfied. She must have been stunned by my great physique, right? She must really like my body, right? The thought that Li Ruobing liked his body filled Su Chen with a sudden sense of accomplishment. Li Ruobing trotted all the way to the restroom. She locked the door immediately. Leaning against the door, all her strength seemed to drain away, and her body felt incredibly weak, as if she were melting. A warm flow trickled from her nose. Li Ruobing reached up to touch it, and when she brought her hand before her eyes, she saw a smear of bright red blood on her slender fingers. She was having a nosebleed. Hola? She had told her silly younger brother to work out because he looked too thin and frail before, and his stamina and endurance did not seem very good. So for the sake of their future married life, she had encouraged him to exercise in advance to build up his strength. She just never expected him to take it so seriously and sculpt his body to such perfection. Did that silly brother really listen to her that much? Does he like her that much? Was he working out so hard because he has some ulterior motives toward her? What should I do? Her silly brother's body is so strong and powerful. Will her delicate body really be able to handle it in the future? Caught up in whatever thoughts were crossing her mind, Li Ruobing's beautiful face turned bright red. Silly brother, just keep working out as hard as you want. Being that strong, you are only going to be the one feeling sorry for me when you wear your sister Bingbing out. Li Ruobing's glistening eyes were filled with a sultry, infatuated, and bashful glow. Her pretty face was flushed with a drunken glow. This scene was incredibly beautiful. Li Ruobing stayed in the restroom for a while. After stopping her nosebleed, she looked at her charming and captivating reflection in the mirror and could not help but talk to herself. Fairy Bingbing, you are so beautiful. Your silly younger brother will definitely fall for you. A confident glow appeared in Li Ruobing's eyes. After leaving the restroom, Li Ruobing still felt an intense heat in her body, as if there was a force trapped inside, unable to be effectively released. Little Chen, come and spar with me. Li Ruobing had to do something to vent the energy pent up inside her body. Otherwise, she was afraid she would not be able to help herself and might make a move on her silly younger brother. She would lose her mind. Hearing Li Ruobing's words, Su Chen frowned instinctively, looking very terrified. Ah, Sister Bingbing, you want to spar. Being Li Ruobing's sparring partner was a real chore. Li Beixi gave Su Chen a resentful glare. Cut the crap, get over here quickly. This silly brother, she just wanted to spend time with him. Why could not he understand that? All right then. Su Chen had no choice but to steel himself and follow Li Ruobing to the villa's gym. The gym was filled with all kinds of advanced fitness equipment. In the middle of the gym, there was also a small boxing ring with a black punching bag hanging in the center. "You just watch from the side, I will practice hitting the bag myself." Li Ruobing felt that she was a bit irritable today. She was afraid that if she let her silly brother spar with her, she might accidentally punch him to death. Hearing that Li Ruobing did not need him to spar, Su Chen let out a sigh of relief. "Gloves? Yeah?" Su Chen picked up the gloves from the side, and Li Ruobing held her hands out toward him. Her hands looked very delicate, and when she made a fist, they were soft and fair, looking like they did not have an ounce of strength. But Su Chen knew that was just an illusion. Without Li Ruobing needing to say anything, thanks to years of experience as her sparring partner, as soon as she held her hands out, Su Beidou reflexively took the hairband off her wrist and helped her put on the gloves. Yes, put on the boxing gloves. The gloves looked pink and dainty, seemingly harmless. Su Chen carefully tied the gloves to ensure they would not come loose and hurt Li Ruobing. "Here, tie my hair." Li Ruobing turned around to let Su Chen tie her hair. Her long hair was draped over her shoulders, which would be very inconvenient for boxing later. Whenever she sparred, she would always tie her dark, smooth hair into a ponytail. Su Chen gathered Li Ruobing's hair in his hands and used the black hairband to tie it all up in one go. He tied it into a high ponytail, revealing her crystal-clear ears, which looked exceptionally beautiful. Her exquisite little face looked even more refined. She was truly super beautiful. With her ponytail, her style looked clean and neat, full of heroic spirit. Su Chen took a look and muttered to himself, "So beautiful." Li Ruobing was busy tying her shoelaces and did not hear clearly what Su Chen said. She only heard a vague mumble. Her voice was cold. "Little Chen, what were you muttering to yourself just now?" She thought she heard him secretly saying that she was scary. "This is infuriating." Su Chen thought his words had been overheard by Li Ruobing. She would not misunderstand and think he had bad intentions, would she? Su Chen's gaze shifted evasively. "Sister Bingbing, I did not say anything." Seeing Su Chen look away, it was a sign of a guilty conscience, which made Li Ruobing even more convinced that he was bad-mouthing her. "You silly brother, I like you so much, treat you so well, let you take advantage of me, and you still dare to curse me." So angry. The anger building up in Li Ruobing's heart was becoming hard to control. She bent down to enter the ring. The punching bag hanging in the ring weighed about 80 pounds and was the exact same model used by professional fighters, of the highest quality. The bag was thick and black, and Li Ruobing's slender frame beside it made her look petite and exquisite, creating an obvious contrast. It made her look even more delicate. It was as if she threw a punch, the force of the rebounding bag could send her frail body flying. Su Chen, however, silently stepped further away. At the same time, he felt strange. If Sister Bingbing did not want him to spar, then why did she make him follow her here? Just as he was wondering, Li Ruobing made her move, throwing a punch at the bag. Despite being such a delicate beauty, her movements were sharp and domineering, truly impressive. Boom, boom, boom. Her fists rained down on the bag, as if ripples were being shaken through the air. Every strike was filled with power. Su Chen stood by listening to the sound of the bag being hit, a cold shiver running down his back. If that punch hit a person's body, would not it break all their bones? How terrifying! Su Chen suddenly realized. He understood why Sister Bingbing wanted him to come along. It was intimidation. She was warning him that if he dared to disobey her, his fate would be the same as that punching bag. What a ruthless woman! However, this level of threat could not scare him, Su Chen. He was a man who had taken a physical enhancement potion. His current strength was comparable to that of an ox. Su Chen's eyes were filled with confidence. He continued to enjoy the show. Admittedly, watching such a hot beauty box is a top-tier pleasure. Her graceful figure, with every swing certain parts of her body swayed, stimulating a man's vision. She was drenched in sweat. It wet the hair on her forehead. The sweat also soaked her white t-shirt. Her jade-white shoulders, the two black straps tightly gripping her delicate skin, were visually stunning and incredibly eye-catching. T-shirt and super short denim shorts. Sister Bingbing has such a hot body. But she only wears such sexy and cool clothes at home. Outside, she is very conservative and dignified, rarely showing skin. Even when attending evening galas in the industry, the dresses she wears are very conservative, the kind that does not even show her shoulders. She carries an elegant and noble style. Compared to those actresses who fight for attention and try every trick to wear as little as possible, Li Ruobing is like a breath of fresh air. Of course, even though she dresses conservatively, her temperament and beauty are truly perfect. At galas, even if she stays cold and silent, she's still the most dazzling person, often featured on the covers of major media. There is no helping it, in the entertainment industry, it all comes down to your face and figure. Sister Bingbing is so beautiful. Whoever marries her in the future, that man will surely be the happiest. I have to say, Li Ruobing hits every one of Su Chen's aesthetic standards. Her figure and face perfectly match all his fantasies about women. Or rather, Su Chen's taste was formed entirely around Li Ruobing's appearance. Oh no, his condition is getting worse and worse. Just as Su Chen was lost in his thoughts. In the ring, Li Ruobing unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! That 80-pound punching bag, made of solid composite fiber, literally exploded. The density of this bag is such that even professional boxers could not burst it. Yet here it was, blown apart by a delicate beauty like Li Ruobing. Witnessing this in human sight, Su Chen felt a jolt in his body. Those messy thoughts about Li Ruobing were scared out of his mind instantly. He still dared to fantasize about Sister Bingbing. Does he not want to live anymore? Although he drank the enhancement potion and is as strong as an ox, seeing this, Sister Bingbing could probably kill an ox with one punch. If this punch landed on him, the consequences would be unimaginable. Su Chen had to admit that Li Ruobing, this demon, had a very successful way of scaring people. At this moment, he wanted to turn around and slip away. Su Chen, where are you going? Just as he turned around, Li Ruobing's sexy and pleasant voice rang out. It was clearly a super sweet voice, but to Su Chen's ears, it sounded like a demon demanding his life. Su Chen's body stiffened. Knowing he could not escape, he had no choice but to turn around and show Li Ruobing a smile. Sister Bingbing, I wanted to go get water for you. I was worried you might be thirsty. Li Ruobing pointed to the side with her gloved hand and said strangely, Little Chen, is not there water right here? Sister Bingbing, Su Chen smiled awkwardly. I did not notice. Li Ruobing did not say anything more. She looked at the burst sandbag with a hint of unsatisfied craving on her face. She said unhappily, the quality of this sandbag is too poor. I had not even used much force and it just burst. Su Chen had not used much force. His fear deepened. Su Chen had bought this sandbag with Father Li. It was already the best sandbag on the market. Their slogan said that this sandbag would not burst even if a bull rammed it 10,000 times. This little girl really possessed innate divine strength. Yet she looked so sweet and pure, appearing frail and weak. She was the type where just looking at her face would make people think that if you punched her, she would cry for a long time, right? But the reality was, if she punched you, you would not cry because you would instantly drop dead. Li Ruobing stepped down from the ring, and Su Chen went to the side to catch her. Little Chen, I am thirsty. Li Ruobing got off the ring, sat on a stool to the side, and said to Su Chen. Although she was sweating profusely, she did not seem to be panting much. Sure enough, after intimidating him, she was going to start enslaving him. Sister Bingbing, wait here, I will go get the water for you. Su Chen had no choice but to comply. He brought over the thermos cup placed aside and unscrewed the cap. He handed the water cup to Li Ruobing. Sister Bingbing, here. Li Ruobing glared at Su Chen resentfully with those wet eyes. Cannot you see I am wearing boxing gloves? How am I supposed to drink? This tone, although complaining, also carried a hint of coquettishness. However, Su Chen's mind was completely tense, still living in the shadow of her shattering the sandbag with a single punch just now. He could only hear a heavy threat. Feed me. Li Ruobing suddenly leaned her face forward, tilted up at a 45-degree angle, and slowly opened her pink cherry lips. With her small mouth slightly open, her jade-white teeth were visible, along with her pink and tender little tongue moving restlessly. She looked very cute. Su Chen's eyes darkened. Sister Bingbing's expression was both pure and lustful. It was simply too tempting. Feed me. Seeing Su Chen freeze and not taking any action, Li Ruobing became unhappy. Oh, right away. Su Chen snapped back to reality. He crouched down in front of Li Ruobing, handed the cup to her lips, and carefully fed her water. Li Ruobing glanced at Su Chen. Her small face flushed slightly, looking a bit unnatural. Was this silly brother looking at her with that kind of gaze just now because he was thinking dirty thoughts? What a little pervert. But she liked it a lot. In her heart, she even hoped he could be a bit more perverted, ideally throwing her down and getting physical, making her pregnant with his baby. She had even thought of the baby's name. Fairy Bingbing, what are you thinking about? Li Ruobing's face grew even redder. Watching Li Ruobing blush, Su Chen asked curiously, Sister Bingbing, why are you blushing again? Li Ruobing swallowed the water, rolled her eyes at Su Chen, and scolded, Little Chen, it is all your fault. Su Chen, he felt wronged. He had not even done anything. How did he get blamed for this? Although innocent, Su Chen did not argue with Li Ruobing. Experience told him that arguing with Sister Bingbing would not end well for him. After feeding Li Ruobing the water, Su Chen noticed a few drops sticking to the corner of her mouth. Without thinking, he reached out and wiped them away with his finger. At the sudden skin contact, Li Ruobing's body jolted like it had been electrocuted. Her already red face became exceptionally rosy at this moment, glowing with an alluring luster. Little Chen, what are you doing? Her eyes were extremely panicked. Very shy. Could it be that the silly brother could not hold back anymore? He was going to eat her here. But this is not a bedroom, would not it be too exciting here? She was not ready yet. It was too embarrassing. Should she close her eyes and wait for the silly brother's move? Thinking like this, Li Ruobing slowly closed her eyes. Her heart felt both shy and somewhat expectant. Overall, it was a very complicated feeling. Meanwhile, after Su Chen wiped the water droplets from the corner of Li Ruobing's mouth, he covered the water cup in his hand. Then seeing Li Ruobing close her eyes, he asked curiously, "Sister Bingbing, why did you close your eyes? Are you sleepy?" Li Ruobing. The shyness and anticipation in her heart vanished into thin air just like that. Li Ruobing felt furious inside. As if flying into a rage out of humiliation, she glared coldly at Su Chen, full of resentment. She had practically offered herself up on a silver platter. Why did not he go for it? Meeting Li Ruobing's fierce gaze, Su Chen felt even more baffled. Why did it feel like Sister Bingbing was very dissatisfied with him? He had not done anything right. So weird. Su Chen set the water cup aside. Under Li Ruobing's murderous gaze, he resisted the urge to flee and braced himself to untie her boxing gloves. After her gloves were taken off, Li Ruobing remained sitting on the stool and called out, "Su Chen." Su Chen responded reflexively, "Sister Bingbing, I am here." Usually when Li Ruobing called him by his full name, that was when she was at her most dangerous. Had she finally lost her patience and was about to deal ruthlessly with him? Just as Su Chen was muttering in his heart, Li Ruobing actually opened her arms to him and said very straightforwardly, "Hug." Su Chen's eyelids twitched wildly. What was Sister Bingbing trying to do? Seeing Su Chen looking at her weirdly, Li Ruobing still felt a bit shy. She blushed and explained, "I'm tired, I do not want to move." Su Chen instantly understood. So that was it. He had almost overthought things just now. Sister Bingbing wanting him to hold her was simply because she was too lazy and did not want to move. She was ordering him around like a slave, not having any other intentions. Seeing Su Chen daze off, Li Ruobing gritted her teeth in anger. "Su Chen, if you do not hug me, I will chop off your hands." A great beauty like her was throwing herself into his arms, and he was actually hesitating. Su Chen shuddered. He became even more certain that she purely wanted to enslave and torment him. "Sister Bingbing, I will hug you," Su Chen answered loudly. Then he squatted down and scooped Li Ruobing into his arms in a very textbook bridal carry. She was really soft, and so light. Holding Li Ruobing, feeling her softness and delicate fragrance, Su Chen asked, "Sister Bingbing, where should I carry you?" Su Chen twitched his nose. He could not help but marvel strangely that even when a fairy sweated, she still smelled so good. "Go straight to the bathroom." Li Ruobing stayed contentedly in Su Chen's arms, feeling his heartbeat and felt very secure and relaxed. Li Ruobing had worked up a sweat and felt sticky all over. Right now, she just wanted to go to the bathroom to take a shower. After Li Ruobing finished her shower, she had Su Chen dry her hair and give her a full-body massage. Feeling completely refreshed and relaxed, she finally went to sleep. When Su Chen walked her to her room, she had been thinking of ways to get her silly little brother to stay and keep sleeping with her. She had always suffered from insomnia, frequently dreaming of the car accident that killed her in her previous life. But last night, her sleep quality was excellent. Sleeping in the same bed as her silly brother made her feel safer than ever before. However, just as she was trying to come up with a plan, Su Chen carried her to the bed and left in a great hurry. "Good night, Bingbing." Su Chen left so quickly, it was as if there were ghosts or monsters in the room. "You silly brother, what are you running for? I am not going to eat you." Li Ruobing's face turned pink, and she looked resentfully at Su Chen's retreating back. She angrily raised her hand, wanting to punch the bed a few times to vent her frustration. But just as she raised her little fist to strike, she seemed to remember something and quickly pulled it back. "Ah, you silly brother." Li Ruobing rolled on the bed in a fit of pique. Her flailing, clawing antics looked incredibly cute, completely stripped of any icy goddess aura. After Su Chen escaped from Li Ruobing's room, a triumphant expression could not help but appear on his handsome face. "That is why I am the best." Luckily, he ran fast, otherwise that girl Li Ruobing might have made him stay, and who knows how she would have tortured or enslaved him. Before long, Su Chen was ready for bed too. He headed into the bathroom to shower. The bathroom was very large. Because Li Ruobing had just taken a hot shower, it was steamy inside and filled with her addictive, faint fragrance. The most eye-catching feature was a large bathtub big enough to hold 2 adults. Looking at this tub, Su Chen could not help but grumble to himself. Bingbing is really such a spendthrift. Why would a girl need a bathtub this big? Su Chen shook his head, unable to understand the way a girl's mind works. He took off his clothes and stood under the showerhead for a quick cold bath. Damn, my body is just too perfect. While showering, Su Chen looked at his physique, his 8-pack abs and his biceps. They looked like a sculpture by a Renaissance master, every line of muscle perfectly placed. Su Chen was actually stunned by his own reflection. His gaze drifted further down. The eagle seems to have become even stronger. Su Chen showered super fast, finishing everything within 3 minutes. After his shower, he walked toward the living room wearing only a pair of boxers, drying his hair as he went to grab a bottle of mineral water. Only he and Bingbing were in the villa, and she had already gone to her room to sleep. Naturally, he had nothing to worry about and no reason to fear being seen. What Su Chen did not know was, at this moment in Li Ruobing's room, she was not lying down to sleep. She was sitting on the edge of the bed with her knees drawn up, hugging a panda toy. Her cheeks were flushed, and her beautiful, pure face looked delicate and vibrant. Her gaze was a mix of shyness and excitement as she stared ahead. In front of her, a massive projector screen was hanging. The image on the screen was not anywhere else but the living room of the villa. Li Ruobing had installed a security camera in the living room at some point. On the giant screen, a man was in the living room wearing only black boxers. He held a bottle of mineral water and sat on the sofa, drinking very leisurely. The man was extremely handsome, with an impeccable golden ratio physique. As he drank, his sexy Adam's apple bobbed and his abs flexed. It was wild, with male hormones exploding everywhere. Moreover, the camera was high definition, and on the giant screen, everything was so clear that even the hairs on his skin could be seen. So indecent. Is the silly brother appearing in the living room dressed like this, intentionally trying to seduce her? Li Ruobing blushed deeply. She covered her eyes with her hands as if too shy to look. Yet her fingers were spread wide, covering nothing at all, while her beautiful eyes were wide open. This is so embarrassing. Woo. The fairy's eyes have been tainted. Li Ruobing was incredibly shy. Embarrassed, Li Ruobing silently picked up the remote and took a few screenshots. Su Chen only stayed in the living room for a little over a minute before standing up to leave. Just as he was about to head back to his room, he suddenly stopped and looked up at the crystal chandelier on the ceiling. Did he see a small red dot? At this moment, in the bedroom, Li Ruobing looked at Su Chen's handsome face and his deep, charming eyes, feeling incredibly nervous. Did the silly brother discover the camera? What should she do now? If he finds out about the camera, will he think she is a pervert? She is definitely not a pervert. She installed this camera just to prevent the villa from being robbed. It was definitely not for peeking. That is not it at all. She's a fairy who values peace and purity, okay. Li Ruobing clutched her chest, feeling like her heart was about to jump out. But fortunately, Su Chen only took one glance and then looked away. Li Ruobing breathed a sigh of relief. She slumped on the bed, burying her little face into the soft pillow. What should she do? She really likes him so much. And at this time, Su Chen had already returned to his room. He had really been losing his mind just now. For a split second, he actually thought that red dot was a camera. As soon as the thought appeared in his mind, Su Chen dismissed it. Why would Bingbing randomly install a camera in the living room? Su Chen felt that not only was he suffering from that condition, but now he seemed to have paranoia as well. Back in his own room, after drying his hair, Su Chen stripped off his only garment, fell backward and lay straight on the large, soft bed. This feeling of just lying flat and relaxing. It was just too comfortable. For a lazy person like him, being able to lie on the bed felt like a fish in water. Just as Su Chen lay down and prepared to sleep, he suddenly remembered something. He quickly climbed out of bed and locked his door from the inside. Li Ruobing had sleepwalking issues. He had to be careful. Otherwise, he might die in his sleep. After locking the door and ensuring he was safe, Su Chen finally returned to his bed. Lying alone on the large soft bed with nothing in his arms, he could not help but recall how it felt to hold Li Ruobing the night before. The feeling of having a soft, warm body in his embrace was truly hard to forget. Why did he feel a bit lonely for no reason? This is a sickness, definitely a sickness. Although he was not used to it as sleepiness set in, he closed his eyes and drifted off into a deep sleep shortly after. In the middle of the night, a figure appeared at Su Chen's door with long hair reaching the waist. In the darkness, it looked just like the entrance of a ghost from a horror movie. The dark shadow lingered outside Su Chen's door for a moment. She reached out, grasped the doorknob, and pulled hard, only to find the door locked from the inside. This discovery made her very unhappy. She stomped her feet. Biting her lip slightly, she felt very resentful. This silly little brother, why did he lock the door when sleeping at night? Guarding against thieves. This was a top-tier luxury villa area. The security guards outside were highly paid retired veterans. The security was extremely tight, let alone a thief, even a mosquito could not fly in. She did not even lock her own door when sleeping at night. Why was he locking the door? The dark shadow suddenly turned around, went back to her own room, and rummaged through her drawers. She managed to dig out a key. Holding the key, she returned to Su Chen's door and inserted it. The lock and key matched perfectly, and it worked as soon as it was inserted. Seeing the door open, Li Ruobing showed a smug smile. Humph, a little brother will always be a little brother. Li Ruobing pushed the door open and tiptoed in, moving extremely gently for fear of making any noise. Even though she was in her own home, she acted like a thief. The room was very dark, making it hard to see clearly, but Li Ruobing already knew it like the back of her hand. She walked over quietly and climbed into Su Chen's bed with familiar ease. Lifting a corner of the blanket, Li Ruobing slipped inside like a stealthy little kitten. It was thrilling and exciting. At this moment, Su Chen was sleeping very deeply and soundly, with a smug smile on his lips. It was as if he was having a beautiful dream. Su Chen was indeed dreaming. In his dream, he was playing PUBG, and he was so good that he was taking on solo squads directly. He dropped into the hacienda right from the start. For some reason, Su Chen felt that he was super amazing in this game. It was like he was using cheats. Every shot was a headshot. Especially his reaction speed, it was like the hand speed of someone who had been single for 100 years. Coming out of the hacienda alive, he already had 20 kills. The killing spree had just begun, and his kill count was almost catching up to what he would normally get in 30 games. Su Chen was bursting with confidence. He drove around the map patrolling, killing anyone he saw and wiping out any squad he encountered. It was simply like a god descending to earth. Reaching the final circle, the top right corner showed that only 2 players were left alive. Besides himself, there was only 1 player remaining. Su Chen was very confident. He was definitely going to get the chicken dinner in this match. He had already killed 50 people. 90% of the players on the map had become souls under his gun. Was he cheating? He was not. Su Chen's sharp eyes scanned the computer screen, searching for the last player. His gaze locked onto a bush where a default-skinned character lay prone, completely unaware of his approach. Su Chen smiled disdainfully. This was definitely a noob. A really terrible one. He had this chicken dinner in the bag. But winning like this was boring. Today he was going to teach this noob a lesson. To let this noob know what the most humiliating way to die in this game was. He silently pulled out his frying pan. Do not ask why Su Chen knew this so well. Su Chen walked quietly towards the noob. The noob in the bush really seemed quite stupid, like they were not wearing headphones. He had walked right up to them and they still had not noticed. Su Chen revealed a ruthless look. Holding the frying pan, he was ready to smack them. Just then, the character hiding in the bush suddenly turned around. At that moment, Su Chen saw clearly what the character looked like. It was a female character, and when she turned around, Su Chen saw an incredibly beautiful and stunning face. But Su Chen did not feel amazed at all. Instead, his whole body could not help but tremble. It was terrifying. This was Li Ruobing's face. Little Chen, let me kiss your lips, okay? The game character with Li Ruobing's face suddenly bared her teeth at Su Chen in an exaggerated smile. This was definitely not a facial expression a game character could make. That smile was exceptionally eerie. It gave him the creeps. Was this a haunting? The hand Su Chen used to hold the mouse was shaking, and he felt freezing cold from head to toe. Ah, Li Ruobing, you ghost, stay away from me. In his dream, Su Feng's was terrified and let out a horrified scream. Meanwhile, in reality, after slipping under the blanket, Li Ruobing was about to go to sleep when she suddenly thought of something and propped herself up. She leaned in and stared intently at Su Chen's face, looking at his lips. Her eyes gleamed faintly. She could not help swallowing hard. She really wanted to kiss him. Anyway, her silly little brother was asleep now, so she could do whatever she wanted. Thinking this, Li Ruobing moved closer to Su Chen, her face full of shyness. Watching the distance grow closer and closer, Li Ruobing's heart pounded wildly, beating faster and faster. So nervous, so exciting. She loved it so much. Just as their lips were about to touch, Su Chen, who had been sleeping deeply, suddenly looked terrified and screamed while gasping for air. Ah, Li Ruobing, you ghost, stay away from me. While screaming, Su Chen also opened his eyes, having been scared awake. By the moonlight, Su Chen saw his familiar room. He was not playing a game. Phew, it was just a nightmare. Su Chen immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He had been scared into a cold sweat. He turned to turn on the light to go wash his face, but the moment he turned, he saw a dark figure with disheveled hair approaching him in the darkness. Like a female ghost trying to suck his life force. A ghost. Still reeling from the shock, Su Chen jolted again at the sight before him. He bounced straight off the bed, throwing off the blanket to run out of bed. Because it was truly terrifying, he stepped on nothing and fell onto the floor. At this moment, Su Chen was completely naked. He stared in horror at the dark shadow on the bed. Meanwhile, Li Ruobing on the bed had a blank expression on her pretty face. Zombie? Was little Chen that afraid of her? Did he despise her that much? He even called her a ghost. Li Ruobing had never felt so wronged. She did not care how others viewed her, but she cared deeply about Su Chen's opinion. She just wanted to kiss him, and he was so scared of her. He even called her a ghost and told her not to come near him. She felt so wronged. Li Ruobing on the bed simply could not bear this grievance. The thought that her Su Chen might hate her made her heart ache so much she could not breathe. Her eyes stung badly and tears fell uncontrollably. Sob, Su Chen, you stinky little brother, how could you bully me, sob. Li Ruobing started crying out loud, looking incredibly pitiful and wronged. Su Chen, lying on the floor, was also stunned. Why did the female ghost crying sound so much like that little girl Li Ruobing? He turned on the light and looked closely. It did not just sound like her, it clearly was Li Ruobing. He made Sister Bingbing cry. Realizing this, Su Chen suddenly felt like the sky was falling, and his heart stung as if pierced by 10,000 arrows. Seeing Li Ruobing cry, Su Chen felt incredibly distressed, a complex mix of emotions welling up inside him. Although he was 3 years younger than Li Ruobing in real age, his mental age was far more mature than hers. You could say he watched her grow up, witnessing her transform from a cute, delicate little girl into a stunning, breathtaking beauty. A neighbor's daughter blossoming into womanhood. That is about it. Li Ruobing had been strong-willed since she was a child, even tougher than most boys. When she was little, she was mischievous and often got hurt, but whether it was a scraped knee or something else, she rarely cried or shed a tear. It even made Su Chen think at one point that this little girl did not have tear ducts at all. So right now, seeing Li Ruobing cry was a massive shock to Su Chen's heart. So she could cry after all. A sudden realization dawned on Su Chen. Sister Bingbing is just a girl too. No matter how strong or formidable she is, at the end of the day she is just an ordinary girl. She can get hurt and she can feel wronged. He climbed up from the floor, grabbed a pair of pants to put on, and walked toward Li Ruobing on the bed with his upper body bare. Sister Bingbing, please do not cry anymore, okay? It is my fault, I should not have scared you. It must have been his intense reaction earlier that frightened the girl. Li Ruobing sat on the bed sobbing, her slim, delicate frame trembling like a lonely boat on the waves. She looked so fragile, pitiful, and utterly alone. Seeing this, the stinging, aching sensation in Su Chen's heart grew even more intense. Without a second thought, acting purely on instinct, Su Chen knelt on the bed and pulled Li Ruobing's delicate body into his arms. He wanted to comfort her this way. Wow, Su Chen, do not touch me, I hate you so much. How dare you bully me? I hate you the most. Little Chen, you are a bad person for bullying your sister Bingbing, wow. Wrapped in Su Chen's arms, sensing his unique scent, she found it so familiar and incredibly comforting. But the thought that he might not like her, that this embrace might belong to another girl in the future, leaving no place for her, made Li Ruobing feel even more wronged and helpless. Little Chen was someone she had watched grow up. She was the first person he saw when he was born. She was the first girl he ever bathed with, the first girl he ever kissed, and she was even the one who took him to kindergarten. There were so many firsts in his life that they had shared together. Su Chen occupied the vast majority of her life. If one day he grew tired of her and did not want her anymore, what would she do? Thinking of this possibility, all of Li Ruobing's strong, prickly defenses shattered at that moment, leaving her feeling utterly defeated and miserable. She cried even harder. She struggled. It was like she was throwing a tantrum. If he dislikes her so much, why is he holding her? Su Chen, let me go. You are not allowed to hold me. After being pulled into his arms, Li Ruobing struggled emotionally. Su Chen was very serious now, holding her tightly and firmly. Sister Bingbing, as long as you stop crying, I will let you go. At this moment, Su Chen was adamant. He was prepared to be beaten to death rather than let her go. If he let her go, she would just be left there crying all by herself. How lonely would that be? Let go. Li Ruobing was still struggling. Su Chen held her tightly, as firm as could be. No. Why, just go ahead and bully me then. Li Ruobing struggled for a while as if she had run out of strength. Indeed, she could not break free. She buried her head in Su Chen's arms and continued to cry, feeling aggrieved. Her tears fell onto his skin, scaldingly hot, as if they could burn through to his very heart. Watching Li Ruobing sob in his arms, Su Chen felt that if it would stop her from crying, he would not hesitate to give his life. Holding Li Ruobing, Su Chen felt conflicted. He wanted to comfort her, but he did not know how to start. In his past life and this one, he had never comforted a girl. He was truly inexperienced. After a long while, Su Chen spoke with difficulty, his voice dropping instinctively, becoming magnetic and incredibly gentle. Sister Bingbing, I really did not mean it earlier. I had a nightmare, which is why I reacted that way. I did not mean to scare you. Su Chen really had no experience in comforting girls, so he could only apologize. Regardless, he would start with an apology. She could hit or scold him as much as she liked as long as she stopped crying. He really could not bear to see her shed tears. He would rather have her bully him every day with that domineering, wicked smile than see her cry. Tears simply did not match her image as an ice queen. The gentler Su Chen's voice became, the more aggrieved Li Ruobing felt. Would he treat other girls with this same gentleness in the future? You dislike me. She sobbed and accused him. Su Chen looked confused. He said strangely, Sister Bingbing, I do not dislike you. How could I ever dislike you? He would not dare. Little Chen, please do not leave me, okay? Do not leave me all alone, I am so scared. Feeling the little person in his arms trembling, Su Chen felt incredibly distressed himself. He hurriedly comforted her, saying, Sister Bingbing, we are family, childhood sweethearts. I will never abandon you, do not worry. You just dislike me anyway. Little Chen, I like you so much, yet you actually dislike me and hate me. You are really too bad. Hearing the girl's tearful complaints in his arms, Su Chen's heart felt as though it had stopped beating. The whole world seemed to go silent. Time stood still. Did Sister Bingbing actually say she liked him? Did he hear that wrong? Su Chen's throat felt tight and every word seemed difficult to say. He asked incredulously, Sister Bingbing, what did you just say? Li Ruobing buried her head in his chest and said gloomily, I said I like you, are you deaf? Her crying voice became increasingly irritable. Su Chen was completely stunned. He had not misheard, Sister Bingbing really was saying she liked him. Was this liking the affection of an older sister for a younger brother, the love of a family member, or the romantic love of a woman for a man? Was this a prank? Su Chen's heart could not calm down for a long time. Could Sister Bingbing's feelings for him be that kind of romantic love? Su Chen's inner heart was restless. He was filled with anticipation for this answer, yet also felt a tiny bit of fear. What if it was not? Realizing this possibility, his mood instantly plummeted to freezing point. He really was becoming obsessed. Sister Bingbing, what kind of like is it that you have for me? Is it romantic love or familial love? Su Chen could not help but ask. To him this was truly very important. If Sister Bingbing truly loved him romantically, then let him be obsessed. It would not matter even if he were terminally ill. However, Li Ruobing did not give a clear answer, instead replaced by her rhythmic, steady breathing. Su Chen lowered his eyes and carefully turned Li Ruobing's face away from his chest, discovering that she had closed her eyes and fallen asleep. Her delicate, beautiful face still had tear stains on it, making her look so pitiful and aggrieved. Truly, she was a sight to behold. She had really fallen asleep. Sister Bingbing. Su Chen called out to her a few times, unwilling to give up, but found she did not react at all. She was sound asleep. How could she fall asleep at such a crucial moment? This little girl must have been a debt he owed in a past life, sent here in this one to torment him. Her words from just a moment ago had set his heart racing, stirring up his lake of emotions, and yet she could still sleep so peacefully. You really are a little heartless thing. Su Chen could not help but scold her. Though he scolded, his deep eyes were full of indulgence. Su Chen just called out a few times, and seeing that Li Ruobing did not react, he did not force her awake. She had finally stopped crying and fallen asleep. If he woke her up, she might just start crying again. He really would not know how to coax her then. He would ask her again tomorrow. After laying Li Ruobing down on the bed, Su Chen rose slightly and reached out to turn off the light. He lay down beside her and, unable to help himself, reached out to pull the fragrant, soft beauty into his arms. Having her in his arms, the sense of satisfaction was unparalleled and addictive. Even making hundreds of billions would not feel as fulfilling as this moment. Good night. Su Chen leaned down to plant a soft kiss, then closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep. They say it takes 100 years of cultivation to share a boat crossing, and 1,000 years to share a pillow. Happiness is actually very simple. It is having someone in your arms to keep you warm while you sleep. It means never having to feel lonely or desolate in the long, dark night. Su Chen's room faced the sun and it had a floor-to-ceiling window. It was around 8 or 9 in the morning, and the warm sunlight spilled through the window, shining on the man and woman embracing each other on the bed. The man and woman on the bed were sleeping in each other's arms, looking very intimate. They were a handsome man and a beautiful woman, with such high attractiveness that they looked like a golden couple perfectly matched. The girl with the pure and stunningly beautiful face frowned as if in discomfort, and only then did she slowly open her dazed eyes. The moment those beautiful eyes opened, they immediately changed from dazed to cold, as if she had an aloof personality by nature. But in the very next second, when her gaze fell on the boy so close to her, the coldness in her eyes instantly vanished without a trace. She curled her lips, her eyes resting on the boy's handsome face. Her gaze was infatuated and shy, and her heart felt sweet. However, thinking of her behavior last night, a slight blush immediately crept onto the girl's stunningly beautiful face, making her feel extremely embarrassed. She actually cried last night. So embarrassing. This was so out of character for her. She never thought she would be like ordinary little girls, shedding tears at the drop of a hat. So shy. But last night, when the silly brother hugged her and forcefully refused to let go, it was truly full of masculine charm. It made her feel so secure. The silly brother really likes her, does not he? If he did not like her, why would he hug a girl like her this way? If he did not like her, why would he say he would never abandon her? She even confessed her feelings last night. The silly brother must understand her feelings by now, right? But after confessing last night, she was really too sleepy. Even though she did not want to sleep, the pleasant scent on the silly brother seemed to have a hypnotic effect, making her fall asleep quickly. She wondered what the silly brother would think after hearing her confession. But it was good that she fell asleep. Otherwise, if she had stayed awake, she really would not know how to face the silly brother. That situation last night was so embarrassing. Her face was pressed against his hard, hot chest. That intimate touch and the burning temperature of his body almost melted her into a puddle. Li Ruobing originally wanted to take the opportunity to leave his room before the silly brother woke up, to avoid the awkward scene when he did. But once her gaze fell on Su Chen's face, she could not look away. The silly brother is really so handsome. His features, his sharp jawline, even the mole at the corner of his eye were all so perfect. Every single detail perfectly matched her aesthetic. She watched him grow from a little brat, getting taller and bigger bit by bit, until he became the strong and handsome young man he was today. She vaguely remembered that when they were little, this silly brother was very quiet, not crying or making a fuss, making her think he might be mentally challenged. To make the silly brother cry, she seemed to have flicked his. That was a memory from a long time ago, but she had a super strong memory since childhood, and that incident was indeed a bit outrageous. So much so that she could still remember it to this day. Li Ruobing's gaze could not help but move down from his features to his jaw, then from his jaw to his abdomen with its 8-pack abs, and then further down. He was wearing black trousers, so she could not see anything at the moment. Li Ruobing's gaze paused, and whatever she thought of, her face grew hotter and hotter. Last night, although she only accidentally took a glance, it left a deep impression on her. The silly brother really has grown up. It was completely different from what she saw when they were kids. It was even a bit scary. Hola? Li Ruobing, you little fairy, what on earth is filling your head? Li Ruobing felt she was going crazy. She should not be this impatient, right? She had been single for so many years in her previous life, and had never been interested in matters between men and women. Why is she so full of fantasies about that aspect after being reborn? Zob zob zob. The little fairy's pure thoughts are no longer clean. Just as Li Ruobing was letting her imagination run wild, her cheeks flushed, and her eyes blurry, Su Chen also slowly opened his eyes. Seeing Su Chen about to wake up, Li Ruobing instantly reacted. She hurriedly lay down, closed her eyes, and pretended she had not woken up yet. She could only play dumb. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing. Su Chen opened his eyes, still half asleep. When his vision was not clear, he just felt something flash before his eyes. An illusion. He only found it strange for a moment before his attention was entirely drawn to the woman with the breathtakingly beautiful face beside him. When Li Ruobing slept, she was very quiet, like the misty rain of Jiangnan. Staring at her could calm your own restless mood. Exquisite features, skin as delicate as fat. She is really so beautiful. As Su Chen watched, he suddenly reached out, wanting to pinch her face full of collagen. But just as he prepared to make a move, Li Ruobing stirred. She stretched lazily, her movements charming and captivating. Because she had just woken up, her voice was particularly soft. Like a graceful and luxurious little kitten. Mui. She let out a soft murmur, looking very satisfied because she had slept so comfortably. Su Chen immediately stopped what he was doing. His thought just now was so dangerous. Su Chen forced a perfect smile and greeted Li Ruobing. Good morning, Sister Bingbing. Li Ruobing rubbed her eyes, looking a bit groggy. She gave the surroundings a strange look, then showed a very confused expression. She looked at Su Chen with a blank face, acting completely unaware of the situation, and asked strangely, Little Chen, why am I in your room, in your bed? Su Chen, oh. Seeing Li Ruobing's blank expression, Su Chen's heart instantly sank halfway. Sure enough, the reason this girl appeared in his room last night was that her sleepwalking acted up again, which is why she came to his room. This was not the first time. Every time her sleepwalking made her appear somewhere else, she had no memory of what happened during her sleepwalking episode when she woke up the next day. Su Chen explained, Sister Bingbing, you came to my room by yourself last night. Oh, Li Ruobing looked calm, then my sleepwalking must have acted up again last night. Her gaze was a bit unnatural, not daring to look into Su Chen's eyes, but Su Chen did not notice this small detail. Su Chen, oh, hey, do you have to be so calm? You woke up in an adult man's bed. Li Ruobing lifted the blanket, looking like nothing had happened, preparing to turn around and leave. Her steps seemed very calm, but if one observed carefully, they would find her pace was a bit rushed. Su Chen on the bed was stunned. That is it. Then did she forget what she said last night? Sister Bingbing, do you remember what you did last night? Her confession. Li Ruobing paused in her tracks. Was this silly brother going to talk about her crying last night? Can you please give a fairy some face? Do not mention it. Li Ruobing kept a straight face. Little Chen, you know that when my sleepwalking acts up, I do not remember what I did at all. Su Chen, oh, she really is a teasing little demon. She teased someone and then took no responsibility. Just because she teased like this, he felt his illness was getting heavier at the speed of a rocket. He was now leaning more and more towards the fact that he liked this girl. He likes her, right? Right? Su Chen could not help but ask, Sister Bingbing, what am I in your eyes? He really wanted to figure out the question that troubled him last night. He was not stupid, he could feel that Li Ruobing definitely liked him. But was this kind of liking the affection between a man and a woman, or the affection between family members? Just like Su Chen himself. Before this, although he had a psychological shadow regarding this girl Li Ruobing, he definitely liked her overall. But this kind of liking was like family, he had always treated her as his own relative. Moreover, he had watched her grow up, so he even had a bit of an old father's feeling towards her. So when he realized he had bad thoughts about this girl, he was so terrified, always feeling like he was sick. In his heart, she was like a little daughter. This was familial love turning sour. Li Ruobing looked at Su Chen strangely and answered slowly, Little Chen Chen, in my heart, you are naturally my closest family member. She and Su Chen had gotten their marriage certificate. They were an intimately close husband and wife, so naturally they had the closest family relationship. Su Chen, the closest family member, just a younger brother. Was he really thinking too much? It really was one of the three great illusions in life. His heart went half cold. Before Su Chen could say anything, Li Ruobing turned and left the room. Her little face was so rosy. This silly brother called out to her and deliberately talked to her. Was he trying to seduce her? He was not wearing any clothes, revealing his strong upper body super full of male hormones. What a bad brother. When Li Ruobing finished freshening up and came out of her room, Su Chen had already bought breakfast. The two ate breakfast. As they were almost done eating, Li Ruobing said, Little Chen Chen, right, it is Friday today. We have to go home to keep mom and dad company. Su Chen ate his breakfast, seeming a bit absent-minded. Even though these were his favorite foods, he did not have much of an appetite at the moment. As for Li Ruobing's form of address, Su Chen was not surprised at all. Since she was little, she had always addressed his parents this way. And his own parents had always pampered her like their own biological daughter, very biasedly, making him feel like he was picked up from a garbage dump. Su Chen nodded, Sister Bingbing, then I will wait for you at the usual place. Every weekend, he and Li Ruobing would go back together to keep mom and dad company. Going back required a 2-hour flight. Li Ruobing looked at her phone as if checking her schedule and then said to Su Chen, I have to shoot a commercial today. Come pick me up after your class. Hearing Li Ruobing ask him to pick her up, Su Chen was very confused. Sister Bingbing, did not we always meet at the airport before? Seeing that Su Chen seemed to want to refuse, Li Ruobing immediately put on a cold face. I do not care, you must come today. You have a class in the morning, but I must see you at the shooting location before 2 o'clock in the afternoon. A very domineering and forceful command. Exactly like an aloof and overbearing female CEO. Su Chen was still in low spirits, as if something was on his mind, and he replied softly. Yeah, I will definitely be at the site to pick you up before 2 o'clock. Li Ruobing stared at Su Chen, her beautiful eyes sparkling at the moment, circulating with a sly and expectant emotion. Actually, the reason she insisted the silly brother must come to the site was that she was going to shoot a promotional commercial for a wedding dress brand today.